So there's a World of Warcraft private server that your favorite World of Warcraft streamer almost certainly knows about, but because it's so easy to strike down a Twitch channel, they don't risk streaming it.
You can't stream Ascension. It's a private server, but you know.
Sodapoppin, one of the most, if not the most popular WoW streamer, brings up the private server as he's reacting to this video, and essentially the video is explaining how every class in World of Warcraft now has everything that once made classes unique: dispels, crowd control, heals, to name a few.
Mechanics that were once unique are now passed around like a joint at a Snoop Dogg concert. This is known as homogenization, which causes classes to lose their identity over time in the sake of game balance. There's a private server called Project Ascension where any player can use any ability. In this game, there are no classes. Obviously, we're not at this point, but you can start to see the extreme end of homogenization. It might...
I do, with, what's it called? With Plunderstorm being, I'm pretty sure, a success, right?
Plunderstorm's a battle royale that Blizzard recently introduced. I watched a few of McDouble's videos on it, and it looked pretty fun as something you could do for maybe a few hours, but in my opinion, it really lacked the replayability value. You also cannot play it unless you have the $15 a month WoW subscription, but the mode's not really integrated to the base World of Warcraft game, aside from I think you can earn some cosmetics. I would have thought they could have just followed WoW Ascension's battle royale idea that was done years ago, where the mode was implemented with the base game very well. You would start at level 20 in this secret zone, and if you go through this portal, you would drop into some zone related to your level. What made leveling fun is there was different challenges you could do, and as you leveled up, you would get random abilities, and you'd have to try to make them work together to make a build. The PvP was also really good. If you encountered another player, you would be locked in a 1v1 combat similar to a duel, so you wouldn't see people grouping up with like 5 players and just constantly attacking solo players like you see in Rust, for example. You could just run away from the 1v1 combat, but if you did lose the duel, that's it. You lose all your leveling progress and you go back to level 20. You didn't lose everything though. There were roguelike elements to it, and as you progress, if you found items, you could store them in your bank, and if you did manage to make it to level 60 and you completed challenges, you would get a bunch of rewards that could help you on future runs. Unfortunately, they stopped supporting the mode because I don't think it was really generating them any money, but looking back on it, it's pretty crazy what such a small team of passionate developers were able to make, and I think passion is something you'll find lacking at Blizzard nowadays. The vibe I get is the people that work at Blizzard don't really play the games. They just kind of clock in, clock out. People that actually play games would not be interested in releasing the type of games that they've been releasing. Like you look at Warcraft 3 Reforged, for example. The whole idea of Reforged was basically just a reskin of Warcraft 3. No one that actually plays Warcraft 3 is going to get super excited and passionate about a reskin. They want new content, new races, and improvements to the overall engine, like for example the ability to reconnect to a BattleNet game that you disconnected from. That feature should have been implemented 10 years ago. You also have the Diablo 2 remake, which again is primarily just a graphical overhaul, but as far as I know, they're not introducing new acts and new mechanics and stuff for people to really get excited about. They did the same with WoW Classic, which to be fair, a lot of people were asking for that, but more so than just re-releasing WoW Classic as it was, I think people wanted to see more and more content in the WoW Classic universe, and possibly even more expansions related to WoW Classic. While I did personally enjoy Burning Crusade, I think there was a lot of missteps, like for example the addition of flying mounts completely killed world PvP. If you got into a battle that was unfavorable, you just mount up and fly away, and I think the Burning Crusade world was just not designed well for world PvP. The reason why I bring up world PvP is because looking back at my Classic experience back when I was, I don't know, like 14 years old, some of my fondest memories were engaging in world PvP with massive groups of players against massive groups of players fighting over certain objectives, like you're trying to control a town or something. But as usual, it feels like there's no one really working at Blizzard anymore that understands what actually made their games good to begin with, or maybe there are people like that working there, but they're not able to have their voices heard by the higher ups who probably are just trying to appease shareholders. And you see that a lot with bigger game companies. As they get bigger, there becomes this huge disconnect between the actual player base and the game. But you look at these small passion projects like WoW Ascension, you got a team of people that are working together to make these crazy cool mechanics. And I agree with Sodapoppin here. You would have thought that Blizzard could have just borrowed some of their ideas and implemented them in their own unique way.
With Plunderstorm being, I'm pretty sure, a success, right? I really hope Blizzard takes that to the next level. And I know they're doing their Mists of Pandaria thing, but I want them to basically copy Ascension WoW and do something like just stupid shit like this. I'm excited for it. I'm all for Blizzard just stealing it.
But no, they made this really corporate decision to just strike down the Ascension YouTube channel. And I guess they thought that, you know, people were just going to play WoW Ascension because they didn't want to pay the $15 a month. And that may be true for a really small percentage of people, but I think a really large percentage of people that do play WoW Ascension do not play retail World of Warcraft. Or maybe they play every once in a while, but they get bored of retail really quick and then they cancel their WoW sub. And those people, while they may go back to World of Warcraft for, you know, maybe a month or two, eventually they're just going to get bored and they're going to quit for good probably. Blizzard's just not giving them anything interesting to sink their teeth into. As far as I know, Blizzard has not gone after any Ascension WoW content creators yet. McDoubles has a channel pretty much primarily devoted to WoW Ascension, and I don't think he's ever gotten a strike from Blizzard, but who knows what decisions a greedy corporation like Blizzard will make. One day they may decide they want to silence any talks about WoW private servers, and they may go after content creators like myself. If they decided to strike me and I had all my 10 WoW Ascension videos up, that's 10 separate YouTube strikes, and you only need 3 to lose your channel for good. But if I combine all the videos into one big video, that's only 1 strike, which is not a huge deal. I think it goes away after like 90 days, and I currently have no strikes, so my channel would stay up. And so with that all being said, I bring you my 45 days of playing Season 9 WoW Ascension. So we're about 40 minutes after Ascension WoW's Season 9 launch. I've been sitting here setting up my add-ons and just making sure everything's good to go. And as you can see, it is quite poppin'. Apparently there's like a 2,000 player login queue right now to even get in on the server, but also I guess that will go down once people have left the starting zone, they said. I'm trying to figure out how to get experience boosts on the shop, and they have a new one, Soulbound Potion of XP, that you can buy for silver coins, and you get a bunch of these for verifying your account and doing other stuff. And already I did all of them except for the 2-factor authentication. I feel like that'd be kind of annoying to do, but yeah, we now have 40 silver coins that we can spend on various things like the Potion of XP, which is probably the main thing I'm going to buy with these coins. You get 100% bonus XP from kills and quests, and then for 3 coins you can also get apprentice writing, which just is not that worth. I think it's only like a couple gold, and my strategy is gonna probably not require us to get writing early on anyways. I think because we don't have any writing, we're not gonna do any of these challenges, which are good to do because you get various bonuses. Like you get a ton of marks of ascension, 50,000 marks of ascension for this one. Holy cow, that's a lot of freaking marks, but this is a really hard challenge. Nightmare makes you take way more damage, and you only have 1 life on this one, and you have to kill all the dungeon bosses before level 60. You have to kill the Uber's boss before 60. What the heck? By taking 500% more damage, yeah, that's like impossible. The main modes I was considering was adventure mode, where you get 100% more XP from quests, but lowered XP from mobs, and you take way more damage, and it reduces your damage done. You can scale this up so that you get more rewards at the end, like you get more mystic orbs and runes, more of these coins, but you'd get way more damage taken, and you don't get that much more XP from quests. You can group for this mode, which is probably what you're gonna have to do once you start getting the higher levels of this challenge. Unlike this mode, where I don't think you can group for it. Yeah, and you cannot use the mailbox, I believe. This would be a good challenge to start with because I'm kind of behind in a sense of, okay, never mind. I actually don't think I'm behind. I thought I couldn't get Ore of XP, but I looked on the shop and it's up there for 10 DP, which normally it's 1 DP for $1, but it's 3 times DP. So this is $3.33. You get way more XP, and this does stack with potions of XP. You pop the Ore of XP and it stays with you till level 60. And then I wanted to see if the potions of XP stack, which I don't think they're going to. This is the one you buy for DP, and this is the one you buy for silver coins, and they do stack together actually to increase the duration, but they're not considered separate potions. Yeah, I just want to try that out just in case. Alrighty, so we're going to be zooming up to 60, but we won't have a mount, so I'm thinking we should go for a dungeon healer or tank strat. If we choose healer or tank, we also have access to ability cards for healers and tanks, and talent cards for that as well, and they did this so more people would roll healer and tank for dungeons at the very start. I think grabbing frost armor also works in bear form. I think that'd be really good for tanking, so let's lock that one in. Demon skin is really good for any tank. You get more healing received and more armor. And there we go, we finally found bear form. We'll lock that baby in. And as for the last ability, I'm not really sure what we need. We can activate swipe, which is the main ability you need in bear form. I think just with swipe and in bear form, you can pretty much tank till 60. We also got iron fur, which I guess is something you want. It's active at level 40 though, which is quite a while from now. It looks like we can only have 2 regular skill cards and then 2 golden skill cards, which you have to buy with gold. Iron Fur says it only reduces damage taken by 4%, plus 4% per application, and each application costs 40 rage, which is quite a lot. I'm gonna replace it with Shield Wall, and we'll see if you can use Shield Wall in bear form. If not, I don't think it's really gonna matter that much. I think bear tank is just so OP. I'm gonna get swipe, but we already have that ability. We did want to lock that in. We could get shield wall and iron fur, but by the time we get to 40, it's like we're almost 60. Let's see if we can get one more cool tanking ability. Feral charge is pretty cool. Makes you get 15 rage, and next spear ability has a 30% increased crit chance. I kind of like that for some free rage generation. So yeah, let's just go with this. We got to choose our primary stat, which I'm pretty sure is agi for bear tank, and then we got to choose talents, which we're just gonna go for the ones that increase bear tankiness. As for the next one though, there's not many options. Like this one gives us a chance to give the party replenishment, which increases their mana regen. Oh, this one gives us mana back when we're healed and reduces damage taken by 2%. 2% is not much, but there's really not many options here. I think we'll just go for that. And already after turning in a few more quests, we're up to level 10 already, so we get to see our first ability, which I thought was going to be swipe, but it ends up being shield block, which is completely useless. You cannot use that in bear form. We're getting our first talent, which was the skill card one, and then we get our other talent as well, spiritual attunement. And okay, phew, we get swipe next. I was really worried that we were not going to get it. So why did we get shield block first? That makes no sense. All right, so I did most of the quests in the area, and we'll turn them all in and hopefully get up to 15, which it looks like. Oh yeah, we're up to 16 already. We can definitely queue for dungeon finder, queue for random classic as a tank, and you get 2 gold 50 silver for this, which is pretty much the cost of the mount training, I believe. And wow, we got demoralizing roar, which was an ability I was considering trying to roll for. And adaptive defense is good. We unfortunately only get rank 1 of it though, and we're doing Zulfaric at level 19. Holy crap. Increased spell crit, rank 3 out of 3, and we got the little ball here so we can do quests, or no, we're not high enough level for the quests. Ooh, ferocity is good. Increases all stats by 3% and lowers the energy cost of wipe bear form. That's amazing. And yeah, these are level 19. Very nice. We left because they couldn't get quests, I guess. Or maybe they saw my gear or lack of gear and they didn't want to deal with the tank that was this undergeared. Judgments increased spell crit chance. Yeah, that's useless again. Yeah, I think going bear form in this season was huge misplay. We won't be doing this for that long, and that's pretty cool. The gear in here scales down to our level because it's plate that requires level 20. Normally you need level 40 to wear plate. Get cat form, yeah, that's very useful. I'm gonna roll need on everything. See if I get that. Yes, I do. Get some more haste. Better than what I was using, to be fair. This thing vents for a gold 50 silver. Plus 6 strength. Holy crap. Giga Chat is losing it. I feel like I should just definitely dip on these guys, but I kind of want to try out this healer. If he's super good, then maybe we can just speedrun through the rest of this. And Giga Chad pulls this, like, okay, bro. I like the guy that complains, is swearing and stuff in the chat, and then he pulls the pack. Oops, my fault. Yeah, well, maybe if you were not so busy complaining and more busy focus on your character, you wouldn't be pulling extra stuff. We're gonna test the healer here. We're gonna Leroy this. I don't know who's going over there, by the way. You're supposed to pull this behind this group. Giga Chad's like, bro, not pulling the mobs. Okay, I give up. That was a test from my group, and my group failed. Oh, now I gotta wait 10 minutes before queuing again. I don't think doing dungeons is the way, at least not as an undergeared tank. I feel like I was A, slowing my group down, and B, these quests are giving like 21k XP. I just don't have my mount is the only thing, but for this quest, you get way more swim speed. So if we're doing like a speedrun strat without our mounts, this one actually might be the way to go. Yeah, you get 1600 XP for a mob kill, which I think is the same as I was getting in the dungeon. I invited a bunch of people to group for this quest. We're getting 1k XP per mob. Granted, I do have the potion of XP and the aura, but I'm pretty sure this is the same we were getting in the dungeon. These mobs are just so simple. The way that loot works with scaling is lower level items that scale up retain their low value. So if you want to, you know, get more money for vendoring, you do not want to be in a lower level area. Like I'm a level 22 in a level 7 zone. So the gear is actually scaling up to my level, but the cost is not. So it's not even really worth even greeting on this stuff. We just got Single-Minded Fury, which is really good for melee DPS. This talent's really good. When I'm low, I take 4% less damage, and I have a chance when I'm low that damage will not finish me off, and I get increased healing. Too bad it's not ranked 3 out of 3, or that would always rock. And then this talent's amazing. Take 6% less physical damage, and get 6% more attack power, and buffs the attack power reduction of my Demoralizing Roar. And because we're now, I guess, above 25, we now get dungeon spoils for queuing up for dungeons, and 5 gold now. So it's definitely worth to finish the dungeon, even if it's a white vest probably. And I guess the plan is, while doing low level quests that are all kind of, you know, in the same area, I'll just keep queuing up for dungeons, and I'll hopefully find a good dungeon group. I mean, we're already 28, so we're doing pretty good. This next talent's actually pretty good. Reduces damage taken by 2%, increases block value, which I don't think that part works. We got a Dead Mines group, and I think Dead Mines can be really easy. Plus, we got the Wonder Ball, which is like 35 DP on the shop, and you're able to activate that in a dungeon, and you can get any quests, so you don't have to go in the world and find them. Pretty pay to win, if I'm being completely honest. Alright, so final boss, I think we get a huge boost of XP for finishing the dungeon, and then we get those chests as well. We get the Dungeon Cache. Black and Defias chest piece for level 36 gives a ton of stats, way better than what I was using. And I got this Impaling Harpoon, which gives 19 agi. Might be better than the combo I'm using with the shield. We're gonna miss out on a ton of armor though. Our damage mitigation goes from 45 almost down to 37 almost. Oof, that's a lot. And we don't even get that much dodge for that much agi, which is kind of crazy. You get like 1% dodge versus 7% flat mitigation. One pro tip, if you want to get to Ogrimmar fast, queue up for the Mana Storm solo and then leave it immediately, and you'll get teleported. Oh no, not these guild invites. Leave the Mana Storm and you'll get teleported to Ogrimmar instantly. So we never got the 5 gold from completing the random classic, which is the only reason I did that over doing the Mana Storm. And the way the Mana Storm works is you need to find a group for it, or you can do it solo. I just feel like I'm not gonna be able to do it solo very well with my build. I'll first open my cache that I got from completing the last dungeon. We'll do agi, and we get quite a few things. Some bracers, which are an upgrade. I was using caster bracers. Cloak is definitely an upgrade, and the bow is an upgrade as well, I would say. Maybe we should go for the gun, more agi, yeah. And alright, so we're in the Mana Storm now, and we're not taking much damage at all. The mobs are dealing 6 damage, I think. What the heck? We also have these potions that look like they only have 1 charge. This one gives health back, which it's not looking like I'm gonna need to get any health back. This is looking so easy. Not that much XP though. I was getting like 1k outside of the dungeon. And there's this thing that gives you health back. I will say I could probably just AoE these mobs down. We're getting quite a bit of silver from them as well. 4 silver a pop, that's crazy. And these mobs are dealing 6 damage to me? What the heck is going on here? I feel like this is the amount of damage they would deal if I was in like, you know, a level 5 area where mobs are actually level 5. Also, because I'm solo, it would be really good to get that shop item that loots everything for me. It's only usable when you are solo, but yeah, I might pick that up. Like, yeah, we'll grab this group of 7 elite mobs. And they are dealing some damage. Might not be able to grab another group when they heal each other. Okay, let's just AoE this down. Yeah, they are actually dealing a good amount of damage. So I can't do like another group probably. Although they do drop the healing potions. That's a lot of healing back. There's a special mob in here, Residual Monstrosity. And I think this is from like Dire Maul or something. And Scarlet Smith is a rare mob. It's this guy. She has 11k health, almost 12k. And these guys normally only have 1.7. So it's gonna take a while to bring this girl down. It says I'm hitting for 57, but I think I'm actually hitting for more. Like my damage is scaling up somehow because I'm already halfway through her HP pool. Oh yeah, this one's really good because this chest piece, for example, vends for 1 gold, 31 silver. Let's see what this girl dropped. A lot of stuff. And yeah, 3 gold vendor for this, which is what like a level 55 item would vendor for. We got this thing too. Huge vendor price on that. Now my problem is I just need to get more bag space. So I pretty much just speed ran to the final boss because as you can see, the bags are overloaded. I don't know if I need the res item. Brings the dead player back to life, but I don't think I could use it on myself. So I could just dump that item, but overall, the only thing I could really dump is Hearthstone without missing out on some serious cash. And see, I just kind of skipped over looting some mobs, and we're just gonna do the final boss. And then we'll be able to progress to level 2, which obviously should be much harder. Hopefully though, we can go vendor and grab some bags before we go to level 2. And hopefully we'll get a high level one like this where it scales down. Because yeah, we're getting so much freaking gold for this stuff. And there we go, 66,000 XP. Plus it was like 20k, I think. Didn't get any loot. and we're on to the next level, but we're just going to leave so we can go vendor. Okay, we got the rewards of the bolts, the booleans, and the marks of ascension, which means I think we're going to have to start over at level 1, but that's okay. The main thing is we can vendor all this fat loot, and we're up to 23 gold. With the gold, I think I'm just going to buy one 16 slot traveler's backpack. For 17 gold is not bad. I almost guarantee the price of this is going to go up. I won't be able to get the mount, but that's okay. And before we head back in, I'll buy 3 6 slotters, which are slightly more expensive. I think you buy them for like 5 silver, but I'm too lazy to find the bag vendor. And then we'll go back into the mana storm, and we're doing dire maul, which is perfect. Assuming that this is going to be just as easy as the last one, which looks like that is the case. Yeah, we're getting hit for basically nothing. The loot we get from this place is going to be pretty fat. And we got a Libram, which I believe you need for a head enchant. And it looks like we just have to kill this guy who's like right next to the entrance, and then we could just go on to the next level. Part of me just wants to farm this place though. And one of these mobs just dropped a Righteous Orb, which you need for Crusader enchant, like one of the better enchants in Ascension. That probably would go on the auction house for like 50 gold, I would guess. This boss has the Bloodthirst ability, which heals him when he does damage. And so I'm not actually getting him below like 60-ish% unless I really focus him. I'll try to do that, but I might just have to dip out of here. It's not big of a deal. I could just do this again, I think. One thing I did forget about it is I do have this ability Devastate. It might actually be better just to not be in bear form and spam that, and at least get the guy's armor down, lower his armor by 20%. And then after that, I guess just go back to bear form. I'm running out of mana as well. We got the Mana Storm Potion. We pop that and then Devastate again just to refresh that. And go back into bear form, and then we're out of mana completely. I just realized this Mana Storm Potion is reusable and the cooldown is pretty low. That's actually really OP. So we're back up to a good amount of mana. Pop out of here and Devastate. I haven't bound this yet, so I just have to click it like a noob. This is doing quite a bit of damage though. I think I have an okay one-hander. My main hinder is Smite's Reaver, which is not a great weapon. Although it is scaled up to level 35 and level 39, so it's actually not bad. And already we're done with that level. Open the cache, and we get quite a few things. Boots upgrade. That's not an upgrade I'm pretty sure. That's definitely an upgrade. And we got a better one-hander. We'll equip that. And I'll be going out of bear form to use Devastate quite a bit, I think. So it's better just to go for the higher damage weapon. These mobs say they have 291 HP, but that HP is scaled up in some weird way. Because like I should be two-shotting the mobs basically, but you can see 260 damage is not one-shotting it. We're getting 27 copper per mob kill as well. So we just want to get the heck out of here. I'm not even going to bother looting this stuff. We got Deterrence is really good. I wonder if you can use that in bear form. It doesn't really matter that much because you can just pop out of bear form, use it, and then go back into bear form. We're already at the end. I aggroed a ton of mobs though. I might have actually screwed myself here. Shield wall, Mana Storm Potion, back into bear form. And just chug the Mana Storm Potions is the main thing. We'll start killing these mobs and we'll get the healing potions from them. Yeah, like we got one over here. Chugging Mana Storm Potion. Use Demoralizing Shout too, or Demoralizing Roar, and yeah, easy peasy. One thing about these mobs that are normally lower level but they're scaled up is they have crappier abilities, I believe. Like these debuffs don't really do much, like Spirit lowered by 4. I don't think that's as too intense. I think the damaging abilities are scaled up to normal, but like buffs and debuffs that mobs have are not scaled up, is my theory. This boss, as you can see, was way easier than the Dire Maul boss. Open the Mana Storm cache and we get a pretty good cape actually. I think the dodge is actually pretty worth it. It's a good one-handed mace as well. We'll use that. Now in Ruins of Anderhall, and we could just run to the final boss. These are pretty high level mobs, so I probably should do a little farming here. And yeah, you can see like their debuffs, all attributes lowered by 20, and this stacks up to 5, I think. And yeah, we got that stacked up 3 times. That's a lot of lowered stats for me. I'm down to 0 spirit, 3 intellect, and yeah, 30 stats is a lot for me right now at this level. And we got a rare in here, very nice. I also just had a really good bow drop that might vendor on the auction house for quite a bit. 9 mana per 5 is a ton in vanilla. I don't know if it's that much on Ascension, just because there's so many things that give you back mana. And I just realized I can move this thing around. It's very nice. Put it down there. All right, rare down. Torch of Austin, that's a pretty good vendor trash item. Nothing else I need really. Definitely take it though. On the boss pool, I have one of the mobs doing the frailty thing, where I've lowered stats. I gotta try to kill that mob. And then I'm getting Mortal Strike as well, so my healing is not as effective. And crap, it just came off, but then it came back on instantly. I gotta find which mob is doing that. I'm guessing it's one of these skeletal warlords. And it looks like we're actually gonna be good here. It's just the boss left. And he's actually pretty low. Already boss down. No loot from the boss himself. And our bags are actually kind of filling up. I think once the bags fill up, I'm going to dip out in vendor. And then I got that shop item that loots everything for you, which hopefully will work in here. I'll greatly increase our productivity if I don't have to stop and loot. That's a lot of mobs. I do think their damage is increasing as we increase our level in the Mana Storm. One thing I do kind of wish is you could dip out and then come back to the same level and then keep progressing, which I don't think that's a feature right now. This is looking a little bit sus. Once we start getting kills, we start getting the healing. We should start getting healing. There we go. There's some more over here. Yeah, we're good. I did aggro pretty much the entire tower, kind of by accident. And this is looking pretty bad, actually. Shield wall. Not that it's even really going to help. Just going to allow me to get more of these up. And then I can focus down some of these mobs with Devastate, maybe. Oh, jeez. This is it. Not meant to do the entire thing, I think. Although, we got a healing coming up momentarily. And then we get healing potions dropping. Yeah. This actually might work. Gnarl main is in this group, actually. We'll definitely make sure we loot him, because he'll probably drop something good. Although it's a low level rare, then I actually don't think it'll vendor for anything. I'm guessing it is a low level rare, because it's a null, just like the rest of the dungeon is nulls. Alrighty, that thing is gonna drop. Crap, yeah. I mean, the stats are good, but the value is crap. When I say the stats are good, I mean the stats are good for a caster of my level. They're not good for me. And already 94k XP for that. I think we're getting more for each tier that we're going up. And then we're on to level 5, but we are full inventory. I could sort through the inventory and dump some stuff that kind of isn't super necessary. We got Festering Strike. Next melee attack deals tons of damage. It's a single target ability, which we definitely needed a single target ability for Bear Form. Iron Will gives us more parry rating based on our strength. That's really good. I think I might have pulled too many mobs here, by the way. Might be it for our journey. I was going to just pull this whole chapel, but I definitely could not have handled that. Well, it does look like we're actually going to be okay here. And part of me does want to try to complete this, just so we can get higher tier rewards from getting further in the Mana Storm. I don't know if the strat should be to progress as far as you can in the Mana Storm, or just try to get really high tier dungeons so that you get really expensive loot that you can vendor. I also should pick up a profession, and I could level up like enchanting, for example, while getting all this loot. It might be a bit too late on this prestige to do enchanting though, so I'm pretty sure you have to disenchant low level stuff. Whoa, we just did a ton of damage to this boss. Hit him for like 300 with Festering Strike. I just hit him for 717 with Festering Strike, I think. And already level 5 is pretty much done. 100k XP for that. And back to Dire Maul. Do we want to do Dire Maul for the fat loot, or do we just want to get the heck out of here and vendor? We'll kill a few mobs and see what they drop. Like the Defias Wizard is going to drop garbage. Yeah, wool cloth and 80 copper. These mobs should start dropping good stuff though, because they're actually Dire Maul mobs. Yeah, that spike dagger is going to sell for 1 gold. That's what I mean. They're dropping 4 silver a pop. Just a pretty nice profit if you ask me. Ooh, skill card for Frost Armor. That's my first skill card. It's useful for quite a few builds, I would guess. Well, mainly tanking builds, but it could be good in PvP. Fight melees. I went all the way down that hallway, and I turned around, and I'm glad I did because the boss is not that far in. And yeah, this is really good because I just want to get the heck out of here. We have so much to vendor. I'm betting I could get like 2 more 16 slot bags after this. And there we go. Boss down. And one thing I forgot to show was the rage bar up till this point. So now we can see how much rage we have to use abilities. And already Oldman probably is not somewhere we want to be. Unless the boss is like right here. Well, we found Grimlock. I kind of just want to YOLO over to him and aggro all these mobs. And then if this doesn't work, then we'll just dip. But I do want to see what happens when we progress to level 7 in the Mana Storm. I feel like I'm addicted to climbing higher in the Mana Storm. I should just dip out because we're not really getting any more loot. And like I did just loot a shield that vends for almost 2 gold. And if we think about how much gold I'm missing out on from not looting these mobs, we're missing out on a lot. That was a friggin' fast boss, by the way. Shadowfiend Keep, I feel like it'd be so easy. And one thing I do like about this is there's not really much we're missing out on from not looting. Venerous to Devourer, I think, is like right here too. And yeah, we're at the boss already, and we just hit him for 10% of his HP. While we're here, we might as well just do him. But then I think this is going to be the last boss. Unless it's another really low tier dungeon, then I might consider doing a level 9 just to see if we're getting much reward for progressing. Already level 9 down, 120k XP for that. Almost too good to pass up on. We'll see the next dungeon though. Gonna be Hillsbrad is low tier. You just gotta keep going almost. I think we're on some island in Hillsbrad that's like a Ascension specific island. There's no map, so you can't really see, but I gotta remember them putting some special reward out here if you figured out how to go to it. The server's gonna restart in 10 minutes, so our Mana Storm run would have ended pretty soon anyways. A skill card pummel. Ooh, epic one. Very nice. Alright, made it to the end of this place. This boss seems like you're on kind of a timer to kill her because her damage taken is continuing to stack up more and more. Up to 6 stacks now. Yeah, just burst her down if I can. She keeps healing herself every once in a while. I'm really not sure I can even do this. Maybe it was that guy that was healing her actually. Just keep spamming Festering Strike. I have a macro where when I swipe, it will automatically queue up Festering Strike on my next melee auto attack, but that costs a lot of rage because swipe costs a bunch of rage. So just spam Festering Strike for this. And okay, we're only doing 25% damage to her. It's not gonna happen. Unless when it gets to 100%, then it like resets or something. 20 stacks is immune. Dealing no damage to her. Is it gonna reset? Or is it over? Unless maybe I just like pulled her away from where she spawned. Would that do something? No, it's not. And then these mobs are now healing her. It's over. We got 1150 marks of Ascension, 2400 Bonzo bolts, and 105 Bedlam bullions, plus a bunch of Mana Storm caches in the mail, 5 random ability skill cards, and 5 random talent skill cards as well that we can use on next prestige. Ooh, we'll just see what we got here. Scorpion Sting's not something you usually use as 100, I don't think. Although it lowers resist by 70, so you can use this as pretty much any spellcaster. And then the rest of this stuff is looking pretty meh. We got the talent seal card packs. Any good talents here? Living Spirit's really good. 15% more spirit. Rejuve heals for way more on targets below 50%. That's like almost a must if you want to have Rejuve. And as for the rest of this stuff, I don't even know if it's really worth going over because this one's only 2 out of 5, for example. And like you're not getting the capstone bonus for anything here. I vendored pretty much all loot we had in our bags, including I'm going to vendor the rune cloth because people are really not getting a profit for putting this up in the auction house. I don't even think this price is covering the price that it takes to put it up. Yeah, we're up to 40 gold. I'm thinking we're going to buy some bags with that. For 15 gold, that is a steal. I'm pretty sure the price of these is going to skyrocket after a couple days. Right now, space is being converted directly into money for me. So we're definitely going to take as much space as we can get. I want to see what of concentration. I want to see what that modifier is selling for. 12 mana per 5 for 10 gold, 10 mana per 5 for 3 gold. That's quite a bit for level 6. 8 mana per 5 for 3. I wonder what a bow with mana per 5 would be though. It has spell power on it. I'm going to put that up for like 30 gold. We'll put it up for 48 hours. It's 2 gold deposit to do that though. So if it doesn't sell, I'm just out 2 gold. So that does end up selling after a few hours and it's now 11:30 p.m. So we're just going to fast forward to 60 so I can get this video out tonight. I mainly just grinded Mana Storms and got quite a bit of XP and loot from that. After selling all that loot plus the 35 gold from selling the bow, I do this callboard quest, which is really easy. You just got to talk to 2 guys in the auction house for a free 50 gold. And we're up to 159 gold. And the plan is to use 150 of that on golden skill cards. And based off of what skill cards we get, we're going to make a build tomorrow. And the goal is I want to make a build that's good for soloing the Mana Storm and that can do it quickly. And I want to see how far we can get. So on Ascension's day 1 launch, I leveled from 1 to 60 as a tank, mainly through the new Mana Storm dungeon system, which seemed to be better experience than regular dungeons with a group. Today I want to prestige the character and level from 1 to 60 again, but this time I want a good build that can do the Mana Storm efficiently, and to get that, we're about to spend most of our money that we acquired yesterday on golden skill cards. How do I get skill cards, you may ask? You gotta talk to this ogre guy, and we're gonna tell him we want to buy 3 golden skill card booster packs, which are gonna give us talents and ability cards this season, and we're about to open 15 of each. So first we're gonna go for the talents, and mainly we got Swift Justice. This talent only has 1 rank, so it's maxed out, and in order to actually use this talent, I believe you need the Surge of Light talent. Damage and healing crits have a chance to make the next smite instant cast. Blunt Force Trauma is also maxed out at rank 1, but it says you need Damage Shield to apply it, which I think is an ability. And yeah, it's this tank talent. If we do find this, then we could combo it with Blunt Force Trauma for some kind of shield build. So far, we really haven't got anything good. Let's try to change that by opening up some more cards. And we got rank 3 out of 3 of this one. Judgment spells also increase crit chance against a target by 3%, and they deal holy damage to all enemies within 8 yards. That's pretty good. And this one's actually really good. It's basically a 5% damage reduction to the player and a 10% damage increase from the player. That's crazy good for soloing Mana Storms with defensive stance. Well, we got some interesting stuff there. Let's open the final talent golden skill card pack, and we got rank 3 out of 3 deadliness, increased attack power by 6%, works with any build, and and then increased bleed damage would work with specific builds. That's really good. This one's maxed out. Mana cost of greater heal is reduced by 10%. Summoning Tentacle of the Old Gods gives you 5% increased spell damage. Right now, I don't think we can summon a Tentacle of the Old Gods, so we're not going to worry about that. Increase the amount of charges from your Earth Shield by 2, and the healing of it is increased. Although this season, you don't start with Earth Shield as a healer. I was thinking maybe I could use that as an ability card to help us solo, because that ability gives you some healing back, but we don't have that skill card, so never mind. Now for the main event, what golden ability skill cards are we going to get? So I'm seeing 2 abilities for a shadow build. This one is AoE, which would be good for the Mana Storm, and Vampiric Touch would be good for a single target. We also got Garrote, and we got that talent skill card that does synergize with that. We also got a rogue finisher move, although in the Mana Storm you don't really have mana problems, so I don't even know if we'd ever use that. Next golden skill card pack, we get an amazing one. Poisons is super good for a lot of DPS builds, and on Ascension you can put it on a ranged weapon as well. We also got Consecration, which could be good for some AoE in the Mana Storm. Soul Link is also pretty good, reduces damage taken by only 6% though. Well, I think you can talent this to make it more powerful. And then Arcane Explosion for some AoE for the Mana Storm, and Holy Nova is more AoE. So we got 3 AoEs here, which might be some cool synergy. Final 5 golden ability skill cards. We got some really interesting stuff here. Shockwave is an epic. AoE stun. Speaking of AoE, it unlocks at 60 though, is the only thing. And I don't think we're trying to make a level 60 build right now, so we'll probably just skip over that. Ice Prism seems insanely good for a single target frost build. It's an instant cast damage over time frost ability, which I've never seen that before. That's definitely an Ascension specific ability. Super cool. Perilous Pain is Searing Pain, but it can be casted while moving. Be really good for PvP and like kiting and stuff. Flare is decent in PvP sometimes. I don't think it's ever something you'd skill card though. There is this ability now, which I'm not sure requires Flare to activate. It does the same thing that Flare does pretty much, but it does AoE damage. Anyway, so final golden ability is Fell Meteor, which does quite a bit of AoE damage and increases crit chance against enemies in an AoE. We could use that for a Mana Storm build and do like Fell Meteor and Arcane Explosion, and Arcane Explosion would have more crit chance and we'd just be AoEing down mobs fast. Also on our first prestige, we got quite a few Marks of Ascension, and we can use those to get regular talent and ability seal card packs. The only problem with doing that for this prestige though is we don't get to keep the Scrolls of Fortune. I believe you have to spend those before you prestige again, so maybe we should save our Marks of Ascension till we want to actually make a good endgame build. We do have some pretty good regular ability skill cards for the next prestige. We picked this one up from, I think it was like Skolomance while doing the Mana Storm. It fears nearby enemies and does damage to them, and then Invocation synergizes with Manaforged Barrier, and I was thinking about trying to use kind of a Manaforged Barrier tank build on the next prestige. And if we do that, do we have enough talent cards for that build? Like Arcane Fortitude I think is really good for Manaforged Barrier. You get a ton of increased armor and boosted armor from cloth gear, so we want to focus on cloth. Manaforged Barrier is a stance like defensive stance or Righteous Fury, so you can't use critical block, and you can't use improved defensive stance nor improved Righteous Fury. Living Spirit could be pretty good if we want to get Reju for some extra healing. And then Power Surge synergizes with Invocation, because Invocation is a 3-second cast that is AoE. And then Power Surge deals AoE damage while we're casting that, and all damage we take or absorb while channeling Invocation is stored as mana. And I wasn't having mana problems in the Mana Storm yesterday, but if we have too many abilities, maybe we will start having mana problems. So I'm thinking for this prestige, we're not going to use any Marks of Ascension for talent or ability seal card packs. All I will say, you get a deal for the first 2 packs, and then as you buy more, the cost starts getting exponentially more expensive. So maybe it's worth to spend like 3,300 marks, maybe 2,100. It seems like the best value. Let's do that, and we'll get 10 of each card and really quickly open these and see if we get anything good. Overloads your active air totem, firing lightning at nearby enemies. That's super cool. Frost Trap could also be really good for kiting. It's only a 25% slow though. I thought Earthbind totem was like a 50% slow. Arctis does quite a bit of single target frost damage, but does have a long cast time. Next we got Hand of Gul'dan, which is an AoE. It does have a cast time though, and I think a lot of mobs have interrupts. This ability gives quite a bit of mana back. I think you need a talent to actually make this good. Let's look at the talent seal cards. It's the main thing. Rank 4 to 5 Searing Light would be good for Holy Nova. We actually have that ability now as a skill card. Arcane Shot has a 30% chance to give clear casting. That's really good. Clear casting reduces the mana cost of your next ability by 100%. And it has synergy with a lot of other stuff. Like this one does AoE damage whenever you clear cast. And already final 5 talent skill card packs. Elemental Oath gives 2% increased spell crit chance. It might be worth using. Sweeping Strikes now gives 5% increased crit chance. Whoa. Killing Spree deals quite a bit of AoE damage. Melee hits have a chance to allow you to execute. Before we prestige one more time, I vendored some of the gear we were using, and got our final Traveler's Backpack, which is pretty cheap right now. Last night at the end of my session, the cheapest was like 25 gold. Before we do Prestige, I'm going to buy the Apprentice Riding Training for only 3 gold, 80 silver. And then Journeyman Riding is 570 gold. So I'll probably just end up buying that out the shop. And if we do buy the Riding Training from the shop, I might as well not even buy a mount right now. It's only 9 gold, 50 silver, and we could afford it. But if we're going to get the Epic Training, which is 25 DP on the shop, and then the Swift Zebra is on sale right now for only 8 DP, I believe we can use that with the Epic Riding. So I guess we'll do that. Only what, like $2, $3? I could get a cooler mount, but I'm trying to minimize the amount I'm spending on the shop. One final thing before we Prestige, I swear this is the last thing. I bought this choker of concentration, which is spelled wrong. It's supposed to be concentration. Last night on the auction house for what I thought was a steal. I bought it for only 1 gold, and it turns out it was in fact a steal. I sold that thing for 44 gold almost. We're now up to 52 gold, 93 silver, and I'm seeing this insanely good claw chest piece, level 8 required, that gives 8 spell power and 8 mana per 5. It's another of concentration modifier, and since it's cloth, it's gonna be really good for our next prestige. Then I'm wondering, should I invest in cloth gear for the next prestige, or should I buy one more golden skill card pack? I'm thinking let's do that. We'll do the ability ones first, but I'm probably not even gonna go over these abilities. Oil dipped arrow does damage and increases fire damage to the target. That's pretty cool. And I'll just hover over these other ones. Nothing really that's catching my eye. But then mainly the talent skill cards. Anything that's maxed out. This one's for a healer and it needs another talent, so we're not going to worry about that. Proof Moonkin's really good if we had Moonkin form. As far as the rest of the stuff though, not really seeing anything too necessary. We're now going to talk to the Midget Chromie and we'll do our Prestige, which has a nice explanation as to what Prestige does here. Our quests, pets, buffs, and debuffs are reset, but we will keep items, golden currency, and reputation, and all the skill cards we've acquired so far. There's also some rewards that we can check out. Using tokens of prestige, which you get from doing the 1 to 60 prestige journey that we're about to do, you can get a bunch of different items which are available on the shop, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of. That kind of diminishes the accomplishment of, you know, farming the amount of tokens required for these, but it still is good that there's an in-game way to get this stuff rather than it just being on the shop. We also get mystic runes and mystic orbs, which I haven't done anything with those yet, and then marks of ascension plus a prestigious cache, which I believe is a level 60 set of gear, and you might even get like a level 60 epic in the cache. And already we'll reset spec and activate prestige mode, or I guess we will not, because we have to use all of our scrolls of fortune. I have a ton of these and you get them as you level up, but I forgot you have to spend them before prestiging, so I should have used them. No man, this is a gnarly process. During our next prestige, we'll definitely use these as we level up on more useless talents and abilities. It's just something I forgot to do on this run. And already, so after going through that whole process, we are able to prestige. And really quickly, I'm going to go over the skill cards that we already talked about. Invocation requires Mana Forge Barrier, which we do have. Screams of the Past is the AoE Fear. Arcane Explosion for some constant AoE DPS. And Fell Meteor for the extra AoE DPS. As for the talent skill cards, while we're casting a spell, we can deal damage to nearby enemies. We get a bunch more armor and armor increase from Cloth. And then Spellblade just for some more mana regen. There wasn't a great option for our third one, and there weren't really any options for the golden. I just went for the extra crits, which I don't even know if this is necessary. And because we chose the rank 1 of this, we might not be able to get a higher rank of it. Like maybe we would have got rank 3 of it, and now we can't. As for the 4 starting abilities we chose, Mana Forge Barrier was a must for the build. It essentially makes you a mage tank, and you deal 40% less damage overall, but you take way less damage based on how much mana you have, and you get a ton of mana back if you're hit while you're casting a spell. And so essentially we need to be able to spell cast while we're being hit, and that'd be really good. I also got Tame Dragonkin, because pets now scale with your stats, and I believe dragons scale pretty well with spell power. And also one cool thing about the whelp is he does have Fire Shield, which deals AoE damage to enemies nearby. And this thing lasts for a minute and only has a 20-second cooldown, so it's always up. He's also got Fire Blast, which is a instant cast, and Fireball, which is a 3-second cast. And then Shield Block is actually usable with Mana Forge Barrier. Flame Tongue Totem increases spell power and intellect, which are both good for the build. My plan was originally to level up through the Mana Storm only, but we do get a prestige daily for doing dungeons. If we complete 5, then we get 100 tokens of prestige, and it's 500 of these tokens for the trinket. I'm just not sure how much we're going to prestige. We're already up to 14, got some abilities that we talented, plus this random super good frost ability, which buffs Frostbolt, I guess. Makes it so Rend applies Elemental Rend Frost. So you need Frostbolt and Rend to make this actually do anything. And already after doing a few quests, we're up to 17. We got Invocation, Arcane Explosion, Screams of the Past, and Fell Meteor, which are all of our skill card abilities. I'm thinking now we're just going to enter the Mana Storm because I feel like our build is peaking right now. So we've got all the abilities, and let's see how hard we own in here. I'm thinking right now we should just own super hard, because like I said, we have all of our abilities, and you can see us just own this rare. Shows that it has way more HP than it does, but their HP scale is way down. And from now on, I'll turn off the values of mobs so you can only see the percentage and like their HP bar level. And you can see that we're just shredding these guys. On that rare mob, drops some pretty crazy loot. This thing vends for 5 gold. Demon Slayer also vends for 5 gold. These legs vend for 2. These shoulders for 1 gold 50. Plus we also found an epic Shadow Blade. And that stuff is all scaling down to our level, so we could use it right now. We can actually use a level 18 Shadow Blade. I'm pretty sure this is like supposed to be a level 49 dagger. But yeah, I think it might be in our best interest just to farm all the mobs in this place, because we're getting fat loot. Like each mob dropping 5 silver, and then the loot we get's level is scaling down, as are the stats, but the vendor price value of it is not scaling down. So it's really in our best interest to farm these, I think, level 55 elites. I did accidentally aggro the final boss, but it's okay. I'm kind of down to just progress through the Mana Storm as quickly as we can and see how high we can get. Once we get to level 11 in the Mana Storm, then it does save our progress. So we could go vendor, and we're going to eventually fill up our bags. So it's probably best that we just keep it moving. One thing I will say is we don't have a crazy amount of single target right now. The pet is helping quite a bit with that. One thing I will say is we don't have a whole lot of single target right now. So this is kind of painful. We need some single target spellcasted ability, or something that we can channel, and our DPS will go up quite quick. And what do you know? We got a channeled Drain Life ability, which does AoE, the AoE version of Drain Life. That's pretty cool. And this talent's really nice. Increased spell haste by 3%, and adaptive defense, 4% free dodge chance. We'll definitely take that. When we're in Dire Maul now, and it spawns you right next to the final boss. I don't know if we want to do them or we want to farm these high level mobs. I don't want to go around and just aggro all these mobs. And yeah, I keep forgetting we get super bonuses if we just get hit while we're channeling. So I think the play is just channel Drain Life, and then when Invocation's up, use that as well, because this is big damage. That guy actually didn't have much HP compared to the boss. It'd be nice if we had a more single target ability. Like Drain Life being AoE is actually not necessary, I think. I'd kind of rather have this be the single target version, which I think does more single target damage. We eventually get the boss down, and we're on to level 3 Mana Storm. We should open these caches as well. And from those, we got these Mistwalker boots that give us spell power, intellect, and spirit. Definitely nice upgrade. These are really good as well. We'll take any cloth gear we can get, because if you remember, Arcane Fortitude is boosting armor from cloth by 30%. We also got these legs, which aren't as good, but do vendor for quite a bit. And then these do not scale down because they're part of a set. And we found this hat too that's really nice. Weird seeing a level 18 hat that's actually good. This next Mana Storm was super easy. This is like a pretty low level area, so the boss just seemed really simple. We got this really nice necklace. Definitely equip that baby. Then plus in the next cache, we got a pretty decent shield and this cloak that lowers stam but increases intellect. I'm all about that. One thing I've also noticed is Unbound Drain Life seems like it's healing way too much. I don't know if the scaling on that's off or what, but yeah, we're healing like 1/5 of our HP every time it goes off. And like if we're draining multiple mobs, it just is impossible for us really to lose HP. I feel like it's got to be some scaling issue there or something, because I don't remember that healing that much. Yeah, what is cool about the Unbounded Drain Life is while we're getting hit while draining, not only are we getting health back, but we're getting mana back from that one talent. And the more mobs that are hitting us, I believe the more mana we get back. These mobs are pretty annoying though, because they do knockback. One thing that is nice about Mana Forge Barrier is we're immune to interrupts, so mobs that have kick or pummel and stuff like that aren't going to be effective at all. In the next cache, we get a couple nice upgrades, some better legs than the ones we were using, and some nice spell power shoulders. And we also picked up this really nice Burst of Thorns ability, which damages enemies when we're struck, and when we're struck, we get armor and mana regen. And it's got a cooldown of 15 seconds and lasts for 30 seconds, so if you can remember to cast it, it's always going to be up. We also picked up an ability that I thought wasn't going to necessarily be be super useful. Hand of Freedom gives immunity to movement impairing effects, and we do find a use for it here as we break the dude's Frostbolt slow. I also just found out one of our main damage abilities, Invocation, shares a cooldown with Shield Block, so we're gonna have to reroll that. I should definitely not have started with Shield Block. And I was just looking over our bags and starting to empty space, and I just noticed one of the mobs dropped a Traveler's Backpack. Should be able to get at least like 16 gold for selling that in the auction house. And this next ability is really good. Instant cast, it deals AoE damage. Oh yeah. I will say overall our damage is really good. Like, I don't know if you remember in yesterday's video, I was complaining about the Witch Doctors in Zul'Farrak, but there's 2 Witch Doctors in this group, and they're not really able to get any heals off, versus yesterday, a pack like this might have taken me a minute or 2, maybe even 3 if I'm really slow on it. We can actually try to limit test our potential here. Just aggro this entire room. We won't be able to loot any of this stuff because our bags are pretty much full. There's some stuff we can throw out, but not a crazy amount. Let's do our Invocation AoE. This should be enough to kill a lot of them. Unbounded Drain Life as well. Our health is just spiking up, just great. And just kind of wait for our Invocation to come back up. And bada bing, bada boom, that's a level up. This boss is kind of nasty. He does a giant knockup, and if you're not ready for it, and if you don't have enough HP, it can definitely surprise you. Level 7 wasn't too difficult. You spawn pretty close to Lord Viletongue, and I'm going to try to AoE down this whole group of mobs. I'm pretty low on mana right now too, so this might actually backfire. Especially if this guy has any type of stun, we might be screwed here. Drop the Fear, drop the AoE, and then Drain Life. Oh, we got a level up, that was clutch. Drain Life might have saved us because we're not getting stunned. And I finally do get stunned as I talk about it. Nice of him to wait for that. We just got some super good stuff. This ability is kind of like a buffed Consecrate, I guess, because you cast it and then it just deals damage to anything nearby. And then this talent's pretty cool. Enemies have a 10% chance to only deal half damage. One thing I have noticed is throughout this whole thing, Flame Tongue Totem is not being ranked up. And it's still only giving us 2 intellect and spell power, which is basically nothing. I think I have to leave the Mana Storm in order for it to get ranked up. Because if we look at the Book of Ascension, we can see that we're not able to rank it up for some reason. Any abilities that we can unlock normally are going to be at the very top. And yeah, there's nothing to unlock. Everything else is just auto unlocking except for Flame Tongue Totem. For the first time, I'm actually having problems with this boss. Might be because I have like 30 mobs on me. That probably doesn't help. Does seem like Unbounded Drain Life is not really doing the healing that I need it to do. Although, yeah, it's still doing pretty good. I don't know what the heck is going on here. Living Grog from Andre Firebeard. I believe he's spawning that. I just wasn't sure if the build was falling off or if I was just sucking there. One thing I will say is we're at level 9 Mana Storm, and the server's going to restart in 7 minutes. And I think that might mess up our whole progress. If we do make it to 11, I believe, then we get our progress saved. Or maybe we have to make it past 11. Either way, this Dire boss is really close to the entrance. It's a Dire boss, so the guy is really scaled up. And he does a Bloodthirst, so he heals himself. 6 minutes, 30 seconds till downtime. That's at 66%. I just really hope we don't have to do another Mana Storm before our progress is saved. It's crazy that I still haven't got a good single target castable ability. If I would have known it was going to be this much of a problem, I would have just started with Frostbolt. There we go. Let's just speed run to the next one. Oh, it's Nomer, which is pretty low tier. Oh, we have to kill the final boss on this, I think. Oh, the final boss is right here. Oh yeah, this is gonna be simple. I think we got this. Use the free action potion. And crap, I'm taking a lot of damage because we are at level 9. So mobs are scaling up quite hard. Oh man. Wait, what? I thought you get 5 resurrects when you're in the Mana Storm. Although, would you look at that? We did make it to level 11. Our progress is saved at level 11. From just doing that Mana Storm, we got quite a few skill cards. Blizzard is one that I would have really liked on this run. Definitely unlock that. Or we can't unlock it for some reason. On this skill card, Winterfall Fire Breath, we got from that Winterfall Village. I have no idea what that does, but it sounds really cool. We also got an epic skill card, Shield Bash, which is an interrupt. We got Cleave as well. Frostbolt, Maul, and Rain of Fire would have been really good with this build as well because it's a channeled AoE ability. Alright, the server restarted. I'm back. I'm just going to start vending stuff. This axe sells for 5 gold. Holy cow. It does have some built-in armor, so it might have been good for a tanking axe, actually. I don't know what the actual level of it was, though. I think some of the stuff that scales down scales back up once you put on the auction house. We can actually test that theory out. So if we look at Serathil on the auction house, it is a level 56 axe, and I'm almost certain that once we put put it up there. It's going to also be level 56. There's a heroic version of it as well. But yeah, I don't really want to test this theory out because it's going to cost like a gold to put it up, or 2 gold 50 or 1 gold 25 just to test this out. I guess we'll do it. And it is a level 56, yeah. Well, I paid the price for knowledge. Maybe the viewer could like the video to reciprocate the cost I just paid. I was just looking over the concentration modifier, and I'm still not sure what causes this, but this one, as you can see, is for level 5. And this is also for level 5, but it has like 3 or 4 times increased mana per 5 and double the spell power. I don't get that, but I'm gonna buy it. And this level 7 offhand has an insane amount of mana per 5 and spell power as well. And then these level 17 leggings too. And what the heck is this two-handed axe doing? 16 spell power and 19 mana per 5. Sheesh, I'm buying it for 1 gold. What the heck? I was curious as to how much this shadow blade that we found earlier was going to sell for, and it's actually going to sell for pretty much less than the vendor price on the auction house, which is 10 IQ from these people. Why would you put it up for basically the vendor price? So you got to factor in it takes at least 1 gold to deposit it, and I think you get some of that back if the auction sells, but not all of it, I don't think, unless they're just being nice and they'd rather give it to someone else than vendor it. This Blade of Eternal Darkness says it basically does no damage, but I want to test it out. We're level 49. We'll buy that, and then we'll combo that with the Stone Shell Guard that we can use about the same level. And then for now, the Staff of Jordan's only going for 3 gold, so we'll just grab one of those. Might as well. At the Ogre guy, we can also claim our Scrolls of Fortune that we get just for leveling up, and we can start rerolling some of our crappier talents and abilities. I completely forgot I had Paratrooper, by the way. Launches you upwards and gives you a parachute. It's definitely something that would be useful to have if you get into a sticky situation. Let's reroll Shield Block because we can't use that because it shares cooldown with Invocation. So as I'm editing the process of rerolling abilities, I was thinking that we're probably going to prestige this build anyways and completely reset after we're done with this run. So I think I'm going to skip over to the ability rerolling process, and I'll show the talent rerolling process. And we get Frostbolt finally. We now have a single target frost ability. Survival Instincts reduces all damage we take. I mean, it's not the worst thing we got. This increases intellect by 6%. We'll definitely take that. Blessed Hands 3 out of 3, and that does synergize with Hand of Freedom, but it only gives us lower mana cost of it and increased healing done to us by 15% while it's active. It's worth holding on to. And holy cow, Conviction just got ranked up 3 more levels. If you remember, we had rank 1 out of 5 of this. That's a pretty cool system because I wasn't sure if I wanted to get rank 1 of Conviction if we couldn't get a higher rank of it later. Alrighty, well, I've cleaned up the inventory quite a bit. We just have the Blade of Eternal Darkness and Stone Shell Guard ready to go, and we now have a bunch of caches that we can open. We can see if we get anything good here. Got a quest item there. That's interesting. This item begins a quest. We're supposed to go to Stringlethorn Vale for that, and I have no desire to do that quest. As for the rest of this stuff, we'll just quickly go through it. We got an upgrade with this robe from our level 8 amazing concentration chest piece, and we got a nice helmet upgrade. It's a ton more spell power. Some gloves that are a huge upgrade from our white gloves that we were using. Some leggings that give quite a bit more spell power. I think it's a big upgrade. Our first ring, which that reminds me, we can buy a ring off the auction house. And if we look at epic rings for our level exactly, level 38, we got these underworld bands that are really cheap and give a ton of stamina spell power. Might as well just buy 2 of them. And this chest piece is pretty crazy. 17 intellect, 7 stam, and 7 spell power. I would say that's probably better than these blue robes. Alrighty, we're back into the Mana Storm, and we have way more stats now, so this should be pretty easy, even though we are starting out at rank 11. Niz, I thought this place was a complete breeze. We can just show the final AoE pull, which is going to be just a joke. I think it's not even close. And I don't even have a shield anymore, but we just have so much spell power that it doesn't even matter. Then we can check out the single target damage with Frostbolt. I've also made a macro that makes my pet attack whatever I'm attacking when I use Frostbolt, which is super good. And there's a greedy demon over here. What the heck? I just killed it, and it drops tons of gold. What the heck? Take it all? How much gold did we just get? 20 gold or something? Did I loot everything on the greedy demon? I thought it gives you like a pet. Spartan kick. A mighty kick that knocks your target back and deals 305 damage. So level 13 spawns you right next to this boss. Like I literally just had to jump down to get to the boss. We can check out the single target. It's crazy. This is the boss that we're killing. That literally took like 30 seconds. And this next one is insanely easy as well. I had to walk like 10 seconds to get over to this boss. I'm actually taking quite a bit of damage, but let's just drop some AoE. We'll fix that. Do some unbounded drain life as well. Oh man, we're taking a lot of damage here actually. Nice level up on why we got Lunar Guidance rank 2 out of 3, which is crazy good because we're going for an intellect build. I was taking no damage and then all of a sudden I just started spiking. Holy, what is this? What is this damage? What?
Ooh, that looked like it hurt.
So yeah, that did hurt. We got kicked out of the Mana Storm and have to restart at level 11. Before we do, we get a few upgrades. And I rerolled that spell that was doing nothing for us earlier. Got a legendary Smoke Bomb. Take 40% less damage for 5 seconds, and enemies cannot target into the Smoke Bomb, but it's got a fat cooldown of 3 minutes. Up to this point, I haven't done anything with the Mystic enchanting system, and it's different this season. So essentially how it works is over time, you get these Mystic runes from doing quests and stuff, and you use those Mystic runes to reforge scrolls. If you think the ability sucks, then you just keep reforging it till you get one that maybe would sell or is good for your build. Like this one, Focus Rejuvenation. It seems like you'd want it as a healer that has rejuvenation pretty much no matter what, right? Since I think that's definitely going to sell, I'll keep that scroll and buy a new one for 10 silver only, and then we can keep reforging that using Mystic runes. And I rinse and repeat this process for quite a while till I get a few ones that are going to sell for a decent price in the auction house, or so I believe. I'm not going to show you guys which ones they are just yet because I don't want a viewer finding my auctions and buying them just to get in the video or just to help me out or something. I don't know. I just want it to be 100% legit. So I'll show you guys if any of them sell in the next video. I bought a couple enchants myself and like this one's really good. Pretty expensive, 15 gold, but we'll buy it. And then I also bought Focus Drain Life, which increased the scaling of Drain Life by 3% for only 2 gold. And this one's 10 gold. It increases crit chance of Frostbolt by 2%. What we're going to want to do with those is go up to an enchanting altar. And then if we right click it, we can see our enchants here. So Lunar Guidance is one that I'd want for pretty much any spellcaster build that relies on intellect. So we're going to save it. And this uses a Mystic Extract. You get Mystic Extracts from using Mystic runes. You'll just get them over time the more runes you use. I think I had like 250 runes. Focus Drain Life is probably only going to be useful for this prestige, and it wasn't selling for that much in the auction house, so I don't think I'm going to save that. Critical Frostbolt was selling for quite a bit in the auction house. Frostbolt seems like it works with a lot of builds, so we're going to save that one. And then I'm going to go back to the auction house and just buy some more Focus Drain Life for 2 gold. And then we'll also buy 3 of this one for 1 gold. And then at the altar, we'll activate all of them and just start putting them in our empty slots. I bought a 4th one of this Accrual Drain Life, but we cannot put it in because we're at the max stacks allowed. And you can see how many stacks are allowed for each enchant. Some of them, I believe you can only have 1. And like, I'm not sure why Track Humanoids allows you to stack it up to 3 because it just gives you the Track Humanoid ability. I also found this one, which I'm not sure I want to extract. It reduced the duration of stun effects, so I just slapped it on. This one reduced the duration of movement and parrying effects. We could stack it up higher, but I don't know how necessary it is. And then I found this one, Molten Fury, which increased the damage of all mage spells. And right now it's going to apply to our Arcane Explosion, Frostbolt, and Invocation. And Call Dragon's actually on the mage page, so it might even apply to our pet. I'm not sure. Maybe if one of the devs are watching, they can confirm that in the comment section. And then before we head back in at level 40, I think it was, we get more Scrolls of Fortune. And then I'll use those to reroll our useless abilities. Like I've used this 3 times and it's the same buff every time. It's just a melee rogue buff. And we get Sunder Soul, which is actually crazy good for this build. We can use it on the boss and we'll get 15% increased spell crit against the boss. Rank 5 out of 5 increases our Warlock pet stats. I don't know if we can find a Warlock pet since we already have a pet, but just in case we do, we'll hold on to this. Alright, we're back in the Mana Storm on the first boss, and I will say our tankiness is kind of falling off. Like, we don't take much damage while we're channeling that. I feel like our damage is good, but I could definitely see how we could spike to some spiky mechanics, which is why I'm going to be really happy once we replace our offhand with the shield. And I will say Drain Life is still coming in clutch with the healing. I haven't really had to use the Endless Potion much at all. This debuff is nasty though. It lowers my stam by a crazy amount. It's like 60 stam reduced, and normally my health is like 1500, but right now it's only 950, and I might actually be going down here. You can see the Drain Life just keeping us alive though. I didn't realize how clutch that ability would be. And also, to be fair, we are getting cast on by like 8 dudes back there. So I should have been more careful on this pull. Like I shouldn't have pulled the boss. And yeah, we can see our single target here. We'll stack up the Sunder Soul effect. We're getting extra crit on the boss. And then once we get that stacked up to full, we drop our Fell Meteor on him. Actually make sure we don't die here. Look at the freaking healing on that. Jeez. The skill card Powered Shield. Very nice, actually. That can work with a lot of builds. When I let Sunder Soul fall off. Oopsie daisy. Really paying attention. I also need to lower the size of these debuffs. It's kind of unnecessary for them to be that big. Gonna spike in here. We're still getting just railed by a bunch of dudes in the back. I don't think these are even ads for the boss fight. I think these are just mobs I pulled before the boss, which like I said, I could have killed them before engaging the boss. So just trying to be cool. We're up to 47, so we can use a shield now, and that's pretty much going to double our armor. Reduce damage taken by 52%. Before it was reduced damage taken by 37. This is a pretty cool room. And the boss is right here, very nice. Just get in here and drain everything. Not that much healing, actually. It's kind of looking a little bit sus. I'll have to actually pop a potion here, which is a rarity. Then as soon as all the ads go down, we're pretty much okay. Increase the amount healed by your drain life while you're below 20% health. Increase the damage done when the target's low. I think that makes drain life do way more damage when the target's low, right? Because it's considered a shadow ability. And I think the more damage drain life does, the more healing you get. I wonder if there's a possibility that we just end up using this build at 60 and trying to refine it, even though it's supposed to be, you know, just like a meme. We're also now 50, so we can try out this Blade of Eternal Darkness. I'm gonna have to look in my combat log to see if it actually is working. We got Molten Fury, which is that enchant that I have that is 4% more mage spell damage when the target's low. Now we just got 6% more on top of that. It says that the thing's dealing 100 damage and restoring 100 mana, but I don't know how often it's proccing. I need some kind of mod to test it out, like recount, but for some reason it's not working. Like we look at add-ons, we can see that recount's red and it's out of date. I think in order to install a mod, I'd have to reload, and then I think that would kick us out of the mana storm. I'm not 100%, but I don't want to risk it because we are in level 15. Once we get to level 21, then we can install recount and figure that out. Because I'm curious as to like how much Burst of Thorns is doing. It doesn't say how much damage it does. I don't even know if it's worth casting that ability, and like Emanating Light as well. I want to see if I'm, you know, proactive in using that, if it's actually adding to our damage. And accuracy is pretty good. 3% more spell hit chance. I haven't really noticed our spells are missing at all, but extra hit chance definitely doesn't hurt. I will say in some of these dungeons, it really helps to know the loadout, because this one was not obvious unless you know exactly where N2 Soul is. I think you can probably Google it, and there's a lot of mobs on me, so I gotta focus here. Some drain life going, and suck these guys dry, and drop a fear as well, just to, you know, make things go a bit smoother. Then I also forgot about Smoke Bomb, which I should be using more often. And I think these guys are gonna, they're gonna get into my melee range. When I use that ability, it forces mobs to charge me because they can't see into the smoke cloud. Then yeah, like in this instance, Red Ridge Mountains, it spawns you over there, and there's mobs further in that direction. But if you know where Gathelzog is, which, you know, a lot of people that play WoW know where Gathelzog is, you know that he's in this castle. Sometimes they have arrows pointing like where you're supposed to go, and it would be nice if it was a little bit more obvious for newer players where to go. And this is not even Gathelzog. I think he's in the castle actually. And I'm taking a lot of mobs right now. Let's actually focus here. Smoke Cloud for sure. That ability is clutch. And then we're going to fear in a second. Yeah, just fear now actually. Use the potion even though I use it and it didn't work. I might actually be donezo here. Drain. I don't even know what to pop here. Potion. And then just use some more AoE. Use this thing. And then potions coming up in a second. I'm chugging potions now. Seems like Drain Life is doing nothing. Did it actually work there? Like, I don't know. Where's the healing from Drain Life? I don't feel like it's doing anything anymore. I'm getting 3 health every time Drain Life is ticking now. I knew something was up, and I think because these mobs are so low level, it messes with the scaling or something. We're in Blackrock Spire, which is higher tier mobs that are scaled down, so I gotta be careful because I feel like they're gonna have harder mechanics. And then we can also try out the Unbounded Drain Life. Pop a potion first, and then Unbounded Drain Life. We should be healing for more. We're only healing for 7. What the heck is going on? I wonder if it's my enchants that are just somehow screwing the ability up. The ability was working fine before I installed all these enchants, so I'm just going to destroy all of them. And we get Rain of Fire, which is amazing. That's actually perfect timing because, like I said, I'm not going to be using Drain Life anymore, unless it actually starts healing here. It says we're getting plus 13, plus 8, plus 7. Yeah, I don't think it's doing anything. It's going to empty my bags here, making space because I just found Doombringer, which sells for a ton, and skill cards as well. And what the heck, we just got Fear. I will say the loot bot's not even really helping me much at this point, and I should be manually looting the mobs anyways, because it's just putting a bunch of random trash in my inventory and I'm constantly having to filter it out. Don't get me wrong, the items still pay to win. It's just once you've been in the Mana Storm for a while, you have to actually start looting mobs, because look at that, another epic seal card. Holy cow. Alrighty, we're on the final boss of Mana Storm level 20 and we're level 58. So this boss is actually skilled up to a pretty high level and our gear is falling off pretty hard because I've not been opening caches. Like, I'm not sure how many caches we have right now. I'm seeing 8, I think, and we can't really open them up because we just don't have space. I probably could have opened them up, but I was just too lazy. As long as we pull the boss by himself like a normal human being, we are actually able to just own him. So we could definitely progress quite a bit further even with this gear. It's just we're level 59 right now and we're halfway to 60. And I'm pretty late on getting this video out. I'm trying to get videos out every day. So maybe we just kill this boss to make sure that we get the checkpoint saved. And I'm not even sure if the checkpoint's saved for our next prestige. I think if we do prestige and start over at level 1, we'll have to start over from Mana Storm level 1 again. But just in case that's not the case, let's finish off this boss just because he's right here. And I think the further you progress in the Mana Storm, the better rewards you get anyways. But we'll say Rain of Fire has a really nice synergy with the build we have so far, because when it does crit, we get Ignite procs. And one thing I never talked about, just because we had no fire damage abilities, I never talked about how we had rank 4 out of 5 of Ignite, so our fire crits make the target burn for more damage. Oh, we can see here that our progress did save after beating level 21, and we can check out the rewards. 1500 marks of Ascension, 3700 of these Bonza bolts, 2 ability and talent seal card packs, and 105 of these Bedlam bullions. We're now at almost 1400 Bonza bolts, and at 2000 we get this sprint serum, which increases run speed by 50%. I looked over all the rewards and this seems like the best one. This one seems pretty good too. Does fire damage and incapacitates targets in a 5-yard radius. And then for quite a few Bonza bolts, if we wanted to save, we could get 40 more spell damage for 2 hours. And I wonder if you can use this at like level 15. 40 spell damage at level 15 would just allow you to just one-shot mobs. And this one increased attack power by 50, which I think is a lot, but I don't think it's as good as the spell power one. But I'm not exactly sure how the scaling in that works. Either way, we got to 60, and that's gonna be it for this video. We have a lot to vendor, and I have a lot in the mailbox that I have yet to retrieve. I put up a bunch of mystic enchants, and I know at least 100 gold worth of enchants sold, so I'm thinking we should be able to buy at least 3 packs of golden skill cards, and possibly more if I do a little more playing of the auction house, and it's going to be 100% legit above the belt, no selling of DP. I'll show you guys everything that's selling, and we'll do that in the next video. So first thing we're going to do today is buy some golden skill cards and see if we get anything cool to make a build with. I'm vendoring all the random loot we got from yesterday's Mana Storm. After doing all that vendoring, I spent a bit playing the auction house, so we're down to 71 gold. My goal right now is to get up to at least 150 so we can buy 3 packs of golden skill cards. And we'll really quickly go over what all sold in the auction house. So Mithril Shield Spike is something you can slap onto a shield that reflects damage. Traveler's Backpack is a 16 slot bag, and we have 4 of them. Then we got some Mystic Scrolls. I don't know what that one is. Blade Twisting is a Sinister Strike buff, I believe. If you have Sinister Strike, I think you want that. Improved Immolate selling for 25 gold. I don't know what it exactly did to Immolate. I think it just increased the damage. Another improved Immolate for 25 gold. Empowering Smite just buffs the Smite ability, and in previous seasons I've seen a lot of people like the Smite build, so anything to do with Smite seems like it might sell. And I don't know what this Mystic Enchant is. Then we got a couple more that are going to sell for not actually that much. Usually I'll only put stuff up if it's like 3 or 4 gold at least. We're now to 185 gold, so we'll buy 3 more golden skill card packs, and we're now going to open 3 golden talent and regular seal card packs. We'll go for the ability card packs first. Glacial Spike is a rare ability, and it does AoE and it freezes enemies when cast out of combat. Not really seeing anything too interesting here. Fires a bone arrow that does physical damage and cause a target to bleed, and has a chance to trigger the rapid killing talent, which is this one that has 2 parts, and I think they mean the second part where it increases the damage of your aim shot, arcane shot, or chimera shot. So you're gonna want one of those shots if you have bone arrow, and then you're also gonna want the rapid killing talent. And speaking of talents, we're gonna open the 5 golden talent card packs. We got nothing maxed out here, which is quite a bummer, and yeah, this is all looking pretty lame. Increase the range of your abilities, I guess, is not terrible. So open the next pack. We got Shadow Attunement. Increase the chance to proc this talent. And there's a lot of reading here, but essentially this just buffs one of these 4 abilities. I'm thinking mainly with stuff like this, you're going to want to combine it with that Molten Core talent maxed out, which I don't have, but maybe we'll find out later. This one's maxed out, and it buffs judgments, so they now slow melee attack speed mainly. On second wind got changed. This would probably be good for like a bear tank or some type of physical tank, or really any melee class actually. And I'm pretty sure I already have improved defensive stance maxed out. Yeah, I have 2 out of 2 improved defensive stance. What the heck? But you can get duplicates, but they fill this meter, and once you fill it, you get a free pack. All right, let's open the final golden talent card pack. And we got 2 epics. Reduce the channel time of Mind Flay by 1 second from 2.75 down to 1.75, but maybe it does the same damage, so you're getting a ton more damage on Mind Flay with that. And Pyromaniac's really good. 3% free spell crit chance and allows you regen mana while casting. This would be something be good for any caster build really. And really quickly, we'll go through all the ability seal card packs. We'll see if we get any really cool abilities to make a build around. Unbounded Mind Flay, and we have the Mind Flay talent. We almost have to go for this, I think. Devour Mind is a new ability that channels disease and transfers 15% of the damage done to you and gives the Devour, which buffs Mind Flay. Whoa. So we got single target with Devour Mind that heals, and it buffs Mind Flay, which is an AoE. Okay, this is like the build that we got to go for today, I think. Alrighty, we're going to prestige, and really quickly before we do, you can now destroy Scrolls of Fortune just by dragging them out of your inventory and clicking and destroying the way you destroy anything, basically. We'll now prestige for all these rewards, and we still do have a cache that we've not opened yet, because I'm not sure what I want my level 60 build to be yet. I think it's better just to hold on to those. One cool change they just rolled out is when you prestige, you unlock all the level 1 skill cards, and you can basically choose your first 4 starting abilities without having to endlessly reroll. Like for example, if I wanted Bear Form, I activate that, and then I reroll these 4 abilities, and you'll see Bear Form pop up. Then I lock it, take Bear Form off, and then say I want Blessing and Might. Activate that, and then reroll all these other 3 abilities, and then one will be Blessing and Might, then I lock that, and then roll the other 2. So after doing quite a bit of thinking, I think our best bet is to go for another Manaforge Barrier tank build, which I know we just did that, but while you're in Manaforge Barrier, you cannot be interrupted. So even though we are dealing 40% less damage with Mind Flay, we can always channel it, and while we're channeling it, melee attacks have a chance to give us a ton of mana back, and Unbounded Mind Flay costs a ton of mana. So I think this is just the safest bet, and later on we can change this out for something else if we want to switch the build up, but I think this is just a really good starter. Also, we're going to go for an intellect buff, shield block, which is usable with Manaforge Barrier, and then Dominate Undead, I think has pets that do shadow damage. I think the Banshee does like AoE, so let's keep an eye out for a Banshee. And as we progress, I'll try to tame various undead. We can check out their abilities. And so yeah, now that we have our 4 starters chosen, we'll roll those and keep them. As for our skill cards at level 20, we're getting Devour Mind, which is the ability I talked about earlier. Single target spell that has lifesteal, which is going to buff Unbounded Mind Flay, which does AoE. And then for our other 2 skills, I'm just going to go for armor increases. This one slows enemy attack speed just to make us mitigate more damage. And then Demon Skin gives us armor and increases healing received by Devour Mind mainly. With talents, we're going for Power Surge again when we're hit while channeling, which is going to be all the time because both of our main abilities are channeled. We have a chance to deal shadow damage to nearby enemies. Arcane Fortitude makes us more tanky, and quite a bit more tanky because we have Manaforge Barrier. And then increased crit chance is hopefully going to apply to our spells as well. If it doesn't apply to our spells, we could just end up rerolling this anyways using a Scroll of Fortune. Although we could go for Pyromaniac, which is 3% more spell crit always, even when we're full HP, and gives us mana regen. Let's just go for that because I know it applies to spell crit. Master Flare is hopefully going to make Mind Flay do way more damage, and then we're going to hope we get Moon Conform on this prestige, and if we do, then this could be an endgame build. If not, then this is a waste of talent, but there's really not that many options to choose from, so whatever. Our first random talent's pretty decent. Increase all of our stats by 4%. We'll definitely hold on to that. I'm going to do the starting zone quest till we're up to level 20. Do keep in mind we are using Aura and the XP potion, which you get 50 free XP potions if you just verify your account, so shout out to Ascension for doing that. The Aura is 10 DP, which is $3.33 if it is still a 3-for-1 on the DP special. But yeah, with those boosts, after doing a good amount of the starting quests, we're up to level 22. And this talent's pretty good. Increase your magic damage by 2%. And the secondary part actually wouldn't be bad if we get those shadow spells. There we go. We got Devour Mind. That's one of our main 2 channel abilities. And Unbounded Mind Flay, the other one that we need. So we're ready to go into Mana Storm now. Before we head in, a new feature they've added is you get caches for completing quests. And from one of the caches, I got this really cool trinket. It's the first trinket I think I've come across. Another thing they've added, I think pretty recently, is these Cases of Fortune, which gives you Scrolls of Fortune, but they are destroyed upon prestige, so we have to use them for this prestige. Before we head into the Mana Storm, we'll try to buff ourselves up a little bit. Increase crit chance of Mind Play is pretty cheap. Might as well just buy 3 of those and not even extract it, I think. And this one's really cheap as well. Increase the damage over time of it. It's only 53 silver a pop, so we'll just buy 3 of them, not extract it. We'll save our Mystic Extracts for something that's actually expensive, like maybe Brutal Mind Play. Increase the critical strike damage of it. 3 gold, 50 silver is quite expensive for a green one. Let's just buy it and extract it. And then maybe we extract Focus Mind Play as well. Increase the scaling of it. That's 4 enchants, I think, for Mind Play. It is our main ability though. Increase critical strike chance of Mind Blast, Mind Play, Mind Sear, and Shower Death by 3%. Why is it only 30 silver? I don't know, but I'm buying a bunch of them just in case after the video people are like, oh yeah, that's something you're going to want for a build that involves any of those abilities. And what the heck, we can actually just buy all of them. And I'm gonna put this back up for like 20 gold. I think what happened with that is somebody just didn't know the worth of it, and so they put it up for like 1 gold, and then everyone else tried to undercut them instead of realizing the power of that enchant. 3% crit chance of so many abilities. Like, what the heck is going on? I'm gonna put it up for like 28 gold bid, 29 gold buyout, and I'll put like 3 of them up, and I could actually see them selling. Disenchant increases shadow spell damage by 2% for 9 gold. It's pretty expensive. So because Focus Mind Play was like 2 or 3 gold, we're gonna save that to our collection using one of our Mystic Extracts. So we have 25, and then we're gonna do the same with the Brutal Mind Play. We're gonna save that as well because that was like 2 or 3 gold. But then a Cruel Mind Play and Critical were both really cheap, so we're just going to activate them, and we slap 3 of each of them onto our character, and later once we switch the build up we could just destroy these for free, or we could actually extract it or a Mystic Extract, but we probably won't just because they were so cheap. Now with the Brutal and the Focus Mind Play that we extracted, we'll put those onto the character, and it's only 3 Mystic Orbs for each because they're green enchants. If we want to do like Lunar Guidance, which I should have had on my last prestige, I just completely forgot about this, we're definitely going to want 3 Lunar Guidance. It's 6 orbs each. Yeah, you can see we're running out of space here, so we're just going to dump Molten Fury because we're not using mage spells. And then actually I just realized we're not going to have space for everything we need. We got to choose, do we want Brutal Mind Play for the crit damage or Focus Mind Play for the bonus scaling? I feel like the bonus scaling would be more damage, but that's just my guess. So we'll exchange the Brutal Mind Plays for Focus Mind Play, and if we have any space left over, then we can add the Brutal Mind Play. The other enchants I wanted were 1 Mystic Scroll Darkness, which we will save because that was like 8 gold, and then Mind Melt was like 1 gold, but I just changed the price to 30, and I'm hoping it's going to stay expensive, so we're going to save that as well. Now we'll put 3 Mind Melts on there to increase Mind Play's crit chance by 9%, Darkness to give us 2% more shadow damage, and then 1 Brutal Mind Play, and just like that we're good. We've got 8 gold left to spend on some gear upgrades. This Magician Mantle is really good for only 2 gold, and I'm looking for modifiers of the Magician because you get intellect, stamina, and spell power, and a crazy amount on this level 12 cloak. I think we'll grab that for 3. These robes give some nice stats and they're super cheap, and of the Invoker looks like a pretty nutty modifier. That's a crazy amount of stats on level 20 legs for 1 gold. Oh yeah. And really quickly I'll go over the gear we're using. This hat we found yesterday, the Magician Mantle, the cape, and the chest piece we already talked about. This sword, which is crazy overstated for level 13, as is the shield. The trinket we just found, crappy boots, the leggings we just bought, this concentration belt, and these gloves. And then really quickly before we head out, we don't have a ranged weapon, and I found this really good level 6 bow. Because we're now level 20, we were able to claim the level 10 Scrolls of Fortune plus the level 20 ones, and already there's a couple of abilities that I don't think are going to work with the build, like Dampen Magic, and we end up getting Curse of Agony, which is a shadow damage ability. We'll hold on to it, and we get a really good talent to increase our crit damage by 20%. Base crit damage is 175%, and while right after that we get 4 out of 5 of Rune, which basically does the same thing. If only we got rank 5 out of 5 of it, we would get huge bonuses for our shadow damage. Dang. And whoa, we're getting super lucky here. 25% more damage for our pets. Rank 5 out of 5 of that. Jeez. Elemental Reach increases the range of our spells by 6 yards. Unfortunately, the capstone bonus doesn't really do anything for us, but we'll still take the 6-yard range increase. Reduce the duration of movement slowing effects on you by 20%. And whoa, we got another one of these 4 out of 5 that increase spell crit damage. If we hold on to it, we can get a 5 out of 5 version of it later. So I think we'll just end up rerolling Burnout because we want either Rune or Shadow Power 5 out of 5. Before we head in, I clean up the bags. The only thing we still have left is gear that we'll be able to use while leveling. and we'll just slap it on and maybe just destroy our old gear. I'm not sure. We also do have a Mana Storm cache from the previous Prestige. We'll open that and see if we get anything good. Boots are actually better than what we were using. And some Pants of the Magician. Are those better than what we're using? It's 13 spell power versus 8, and I think for that reason, we'll take the new pants. And already we're heading back into the Mana Storm. Our progress did save from our last Prestige, so we get to start at level 21. And already this is gonna be really interesting to see how we progress. So far, it's not looking like we're having much problems doing the damage. We're kind of twinked out right now because we have such good gear. So I'm pretty sure, let's actually try the single target ability, by the way, on this boss. And we're actually taking a lot of damage. So there's mechanics in here that just do crazy damage, like that AoE. If we look at the damage that these mobs are going to do to us, I don't think you're going to notice them doing any damage at all, really, on just their basic abilities. But then there's certain times where you have that AoE red storm thing, and it will just do crazy amounts of damage. Oh, and wow, we just got a Worgen form, which is crazy cool. Essentially, it allows Shadow Word Pain, Devouring Plague, and Vampiric Touch the ability to benefit from haste, and then dealing shadow damage reduces the cooldown of Goldrin's Fury, and Mind Flay reduces it even more, which is the ability we're spamming. And here's Goldrin's Fury that we could roll into later. Increases shadow damage dealt by 15%. And then the other part we're probably not going to use. We have to use cat form abilities to deal more shadow damage. And we get to morph into a Worgen. I don't know if there's really a point to being a Worgen right now because we don't have that ability that increases our shadow damage. And I just realized you cannot use Worgen form with Mana Forged Barrier. So never mind on Worgen form. We're probably just going to reroll that. Or we could just hold on to it in case we get some type of Worgen form synergy later. Like maybe if we get more shadow abilities, it'll be more worth it to use Worgen form. But yeah, the level 22 boss is going down super easy. We don't even get below like 95% HP, I think. And we're now heading into the Plagueland zone, which is a pretty brutal zone. These Soulless Ghouls give you a nasty debuff. They also mana burn. We definitely want to focus them down. This place does drop really expensive loot though, because it's a high tier zone. And this Hanzo sword vends for 4 gold. And this rare Putridus, I think always spawns here, which is fantastic. And yeah, our single target damage with Devour Mind is doing some work here on this guy. And once we use 3 stacks of it, then we can use Unbounded Mind Flame, and it deals 30% increased damage. And it rare is really nice. Drops 3 things that give us some extra gold. I wonder if the play is to farm all the mobs in this place, or did we just go for the boss? Oh, and I'm actually getting owned right now. Got to keep my wits about me in these higher tier mana storms. I think the play here is just to speedrun through these and try to get as high as we can, because the higher level we get, the more our gear and build will fall off. I feel like right now it's peaked. These mobs aren't really scaled up to that high level, and I do wonder if for that reason maybe we shouldn't even use the Ore of XP while we're doing this. I feel like the quicker we level up, the harder the Mana Storm is going to be, and I want to just get really high in the Mana Storm for the extra Mana Storm rewards. And while 4 to 5 endurance training increase the HP of our undead and my total HP by 4%. I think because I already popped the aura and the XP pots, I'll just keep them on, and we'll just try to speedrun this build to 60 and then maybe test it out at 60, which is a massive pull here. I've been trying to stay away from doing these bigger pulls just because sometimes the Mana Storm will send out some weird crazy effects. So I've been trying to keep it more under control, and that's what I mean. It opens up a storm cloud and it starts sending arcane projectiles at us. Yeah, do just keep in mind when you're looking at the amount of damage we're pumping out with Unbounded Mind Flay. If you'd want to try this with the same exact loadout as far as gear and stuff, you're not going to be doing nearly as much damage unless you have that talent where Mind Flay takes 1 less second to cast. And I feel like that's a really cool thing about this season, is that you kind of just got to roll with what you got. I know there's been quite a few people complaining about this system and you know how it's so much RNG, but really it does force you to be able to think outside the box, and you can't just use the same build that you've used every season. And that's what I feel like a lot of the sweaty people want to do. They just want to use the same cookie cutter build and own, and then when they can't do that, then they get upset. Fears all enemies within 8 yards of the target. Whoa, that's pretty crazy, because we got Psychic Scream earlier, which fears 3 enemies, and I forgot to even put that on the bars, but this one fears all enemies. I've never seen a fear like that before. Oh, and one thing is I did figure out why recount wasn't working. So you got to go to the character login page and choose load out of date add-ons, and after doing that, recount does work, and we can now see how much damage the pet's doing. Is it dealing 37% of our damage? It very well might be, and if that's the case, that is crazy, because the pet was supposed to be just kind of an afterthought shot type of deal. And well, we just got a really cool blink ability. Kind of trying to read that, and I'm also kind of trying to focus on these mobs. It doesn't work like normal blink in a sense that it will free you from CC, but it does damage. The more things you hit, the more it lowers the cooldown of the ability. And holy crap, we got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of numbers going on. I might just remove the numbers thing. Oh jeez. We're getting sunlocked. I can just go back into this thing though, and it resets the aggro. That safety net thing despawns after like 2 minutes, so you can't, you know, constantly abuse it. And this is a higher tier dungeon, so I'll take out the loot bot. I've been not putting the loot bot out in the lower tier dungeons because, as we've seen, the loot in lower tier dungeons just is not vendor for much. Oh, we got an epic skill card. I don't know if you'd ever skill card silence in any builds unless you're just gonna be a hardcore PvPer. Got another skill card disarm, which is a pretty bad one for an epic, I would say. Oh, this is really good. Traveler's backpack plus 15 gold, and you'll find traveler's backpacks in the higher tier dungeons like this one that are supposed to be like level 55 or plus, but are scaled down. That's why we have the loot bot running. Just gotta keep the space freed up so loot bot can keep delivering the loot. We gotta watch out for that tornado. That thing is spawned from the mana storm, and it does not want us to whoa. Oh geez, this is looking bad. What the heck is going on here? We got double tornado, and we got another one spawned. I think one of these mobs are spawning tornadoes. Usually it's like pretty obvious which one it was. Oh, it's this Crypt Scarab that had the buff, and then like this guy, we can see he had the buff as well. And you'll get more of these, I think, the higher tier of Mana Storm you get to. That's a really cool addition they did. Pretty groundbreaking if you ask me. We just got an epic Dwarven hand cannon. And the strat with these BOE epics that are scaled down in level is, I think, just hold on to them in case we get some crazy hunter build. So we put this up in the auction house, the level will go up to like a 54 level requirement, I think. The damage does scale up too, but then you have to wait till level 54 to use it. But yeah, so far so good. I've been playing it a lot more chilled than I have in my previous videos, and I've just been making sure to go slow. Although with this build, I mean, we're not going slow at all. We're going freaking quick because we're just killing everything so fast. I will say I'm completely out of mana here. Not sure if this guy's draining our mana or what. We do run out of mana though. We got the Endless Mana Storm Potion, and the Devour Mind ability does not actually cost that much mana. And if we get hit while channeling, we get a bunch of mana back sometimes. Like we just got the proc, and you can see our mana is starting to spike back up. We have a chance to get 30% of our missing mana back. So if you're low on mana, you get tons more. Really good talent. 2% more spell crit chance. Arugo's Blink makes our blink deal shadow damage, and we just got a blink ability. I don't know if it's going to synergize with that though. Well, we can definitely try it out right now. Blink, and then I think we just did a bunch of shadow damage. That is actually crazy cool. And we just got Voidwalker. Whoa, I gotta be careful. I'm taking quite a bit of damage from that. This BFD is kind of rough. You have to kill this boss and then the final one. Although this guy doesn't have much HP at all. Let's try the blink on him. And that does so much damage because it's doing arcane damage from the fairy blink and shadow damage from the other effect. I'm gonna be ballsy here, and I'm gonna activate all the lanterns. I did one of them already, and that was too easy, so I decided to do the other 4. And crap, this is what I actually should have probably tried to avoid. Yeah, I was not sure if oh no way. Disaster. We actually live here. Let's do the mass hysteria. Oh no, this is bad. Potion. Never again am I gonna pull more mobs than I have to. That was so sketchy, and we're so close to the next tier Mana Storm, so why risk it, you know? Like if we just got the checkpoint, then fine, but that is not the case. Already final boss. So far we're pumping some pretty good damage into him. I also am starting to use Curse of Agony because we got Endless Agony, which as you can see is increasing Curse of Agony's damage as time passes. Increases damage by 105%. That's a crazy mod. And Endless Agony actually has good synergy with Mind Flay, but it doesn't apply to Unbounded Mind Flay, I think. I think Endless Agony only procs if we're doing single target damage with Mind Flay. Like you can see right now it's procking, and it's going to start stacking up really quick because, well, okay, I think it's better to actually Devour Mind when I'm doing single target until I get the 3 stacks, and then I can increase the Mind Flay's damage. And we're now in Mana Storm 31, which means we did get the checkpoint. So we could actually just dip out and go vendor. We do get paid based on how far we progress in the Mana Storm. And I think what we'll do is just try to YOLO to this boss. He is kind of far, like we got to go into this crypt and then we got to kill a few mobs. But we're just going to ignore all the mobs and just run right to the boss. I'm completely okay with, you know, losing here. We could also do mass hysteria on these mobs, even though they are undead, so I don't know if they can be feared. A lot of them are immune. The healing potion, even though healing effects are reduced by 75%. So we're kind of countered here. Although we do actually get them, I think. The tornado's pretty nasty. Oh, yep, we got him. Increased crit chance of our spells and our undead. Very nice. And one thing I forgot to do is tame undead. Try out different undead. Oopsie daisy. Like, we were just in a crypt. I could have definitely tried out something different. I'm sure there was something I could have tamed in there. But yeah, I don't feel bad not looting in Nomer, because like all the loot that drops in here is going to be worth garbage, basically. Although, geez, I am spiking here pretty hard. I had to actually pop shield block there. We're now at a place where I really want to loot Winterfall Village. What I should do is just dump some stuff that's low value, even though I have already sorted the inventory quite a bit. We'll just really clean it up here because, yeah, the value of this stuff is definitely worth our time here. And already, we're going to vendor all the junk we got, plus all the greens and blues that I couldn't really see us using or I didn't really think would sell for too much in the auction house. And we now got all these caches to open. I will open them right now just to free up space. This offhand has insane stats. 40 spell power is just so much. And we were using this shield that had basically no armor anyways. I'm also starting to level up enchanting, so anything that doesn't sell for much means that the item level is low and we can disenchant it for mats. And if they're selling everything we didn't need, we're back up to 58 gold. We'll now head over to the ogre and claim all these scrolls of fortune that we got from leveling up to 30 and 40, and we now can reroll 9 abilities and 15 talents. Concussion blow is good for PvP, and we got Riptide, which is a really good heal. Mana Spring Totem is very interesting, not because we necessarily need the mana, but earlier we got Totemic Focus ranked 5 out of 5, which reduced the mana cost for our totems, and for every totem up we get 16 haste and crit rating, which is quite a bit. And Powerwood Shield is a very nice ability to have. We're now going to start rerolling talents. This one's synergized with Powerwood Shield, but buffs our next heal. Improved Blink's pretty good because it synergizes with Fairy Blink. We got another totem buff. Placing a totem increases attack power and spell power for 5 minutes. Okay, it's definitely worth to use totems now. Mindflay deals 3% more damage and costs 5% less mana. Oh yeah. Damaging pre-shadow spells, which is Mindflay, has a chance to increase our shadow damage. It's only 33% chance, but when you're hitting 5 mobs, it might stack up really quick no matter what. And wow, we just got Void Touch Mine ranked up to rank 3. Mindflay does 9% more damage and costs 15% less mana. And Mindflay ticks increase the periodic damage of Void Eruption. And this is Void Eruption, which we don't have. It does AoE shadow damage, and you kind of need Shadow Word Pain and Shadow Form to make this really good. Restorative Totems buffs our Mana Spring Totem, which we just got, and it goes up from 26 mana per 5 to 33 mana per 5. And already we're back into the Mana Storm. Drop my totem, and I put Curse of Agony on this dude. We're just gonna focus him down. We'll see how much damage we're pumping out now. We also got the self heal, which might help out. We do have a bunch of spell power, which I'm not sure if that's increasing the amount we heal. Pro tip, focus down the ad first. He drops greater heals. And yeah, he just goes down really quickly if you focus him. We're now in Eastern Plaguelands, which is fantastic. We're gonna drop the loot bot, and we're gonna grind all of these mobs. Skill card Dragon's Breath is really good, and Cone of Cold on the same drop. Wow. And one of the mobs in this dungeon does do Dragon's Breath, so I think that's who dropped it. And already we're on the boss, and we'll see how quickly we can nuke her down. Need to use the totem. I didn't use Curse of Agony. Oopsies. Looks like it's not going to matter though. We got Meditation 3 out of 3, more mana regen while casting, and increased spell crit based on our spirit. Right now we have 124 spirits, so that's what, like 12 spell crit rating? Which I don't think is that much. I don't know, either way this next boss is right next to the entrance, which I'm very grateful for. I'm standing in the fire, but right now it's not mattering. And overall, it did not matter. I didn't even have to worry about the mechanics of the boss. Just tank and spank. I love Shadowfang Keep. Spawns you right next to Rethelgore, which is the guy you gotta kill. Dude is just dying to the pet. Like, it's not even, like he's got no chance. Although that thing is nasty. Gotta run away from that big whirlwind thing. Oh, it's so close to Vampiric Embrace. I think that was Vampiric Embrace that heals you for 10% of your shadow damage. Although this is really good. 4% spell crit. Black Fathom's Deep boss goes down super quick. I think that took like 15 seconds. And we're now in Ubers, and this boss was right next to the entrance. We do got to be careful because some of these ads could have some powerful buffs on them, so we'll just fear them all away. I'm not noticing that they do have any buffs. Usually there's little particles when they do, so I think we were actually fine to just face tank that. Either way, this boss is not giving us any trouble. So onwards to Mana Storm level 37, which is this Magnus boss yet again. He is buffed up a little bit because we just progressed 2 Mana Storms, I think it is, between last time we saw him, but I doubt it's really going to matter too much. And would you look at that, Shadow Weaving just got ranked up from 1 to 3. I haven't been paying attention to how often we're proccing that, but we should be able to proc it really quick now. We're in Skullmints now, and these are some nasty mobs. Just got this Wandering Plague debuff stacked up to 9. Improved Shadow Form rank 3 out of 3. It's not even that good, I guess. I mean, increase the duration of Psychic Scream, which is cool. We do have that ability. And while Borrowed Time is really good with Powered Shield, and I have not used that ability yet, it's definitely worth using now. Cast Powered Shield, and you get a huge haste buff, which is going to make this next cast pretty much instant. And then, of course, the mob has a fear to interrupt it. Let's try it again. Powered Shield, and then instant nuke. 20% spell haste on our next cast is quite a lot. This boss actually does have some mechanics to her. There's this thing where she spawns a bunch of illusions, and you're supposed to know which one it is some way, somehow. I also got to be careful for this thing, which is about to own me. Yeah, I can't get out. There's nothing I can do. Is it lagging or... Wait, what? So I think the obvious way to do this is just kill one illusion at a time and make sure you're not in the middle where you could accidentally kill multiples. So I believe the stun that they do does stack on you. Like if we just have a 5-second stun and then that red cloud pops up, we should be able to get out of it. And we killed that one, and then the red cloud spawned right on top of her. It's not even gonna get to us before it despawns, I think. There we go, we killed the right one, I guess. Let's finish this girl off and let us be done with this place. Jeez, we got down to like 200 HP, I think, at some point. Get me out. On Streams of the Past is an AoE fear that does shadow damage. I used that ability in my last prestige. What the heck is going on here? I don't know, some just crazy lightning damage is hitting me. I've got a million debuffs on me like I'm Onyxia or something. Mind Mastery increases spell damage of our ints. Ooh. And already Mana Storm level 39 boss. Should not be too difficult. The only thing that's really doing damage to us in these Mana Storms is the random effects like that red cloud. Like there's a lightning cloud that does a ton of damage too. And after that boss, we're at level 60. We still have 2 more Mana Storms to go though. If we want to save our progress. Rank 5 out of 5 Demonic Tactics. Increase our crit chance by 5% and crit chance of our undead by 10%. Whoa. This could be the build. Like I'm just getting so much good vibes from stuff I'm seeing, and that's cool. These undead mobs in RFD I think we're in are tameable. This one seems like it's more physical based, and the Necromancer is a humanoid unfortunately, so we cannot tame that. And already here's the boss, and he cannot be tamed unfortunately. If we did tame him, imagine if it messed up the Mana Storm though and we didn't get our progress saved. He does have Drain Life though, which would be a cool ability for our pet. I have Mind Play and then the pet has Drain Life, imagine. But yeah, so we make it to Mana Storm 41, and I think that's where we're gonna end this. We could keep trying to progress, and like the boss is right down there. I kind of feel like YOLOing, and I'm not sure this is gonna work, but let's just try it out. Just train. Dragon's Breath as well. Sometimes does not go off for some reason. I think it's because of lag. Mass Hysteria. Look at the amount of mobs that just got feared. I've never seen that many mobs feared. And they're still feared after, I want to say, like 8 seconds. I'm going down here in a second, but I'm fine with it. I'm kind of over this whole thing. I want to go eat. Yeah, okay, that's fine. We got 4,000 Bonzo Bolts almost 2k marks of Ascension, and 105 Bedlam Bullions. And then we also got a crap load of Mana Storm caches to open. And I'm wondering if we should just keep progressing with this build and keep trying to refine it. We have 17.5k marks of Ascension to spend on scrolls to reroll abilities. And even if we don't get any crazy good abilities, we'll still get a bunch of sealed card packs for talents and regular abilities for our next prestige. So maybe we just try to go all in on this build to try to make it work. And yeah, I think that's what we'll do in the next video. We'll just dump all of our marks of Ascension on rerolls, and we'll try to do some level 60 content. So yesterday we spent 150 gold on golden skill card packs, and it was looking pretty hopeless. We weren't finding any great abilities or talents to make it build around, but on the final golden pack we find this talent to buff Mind Flay by quite a bit. We then open regular card packs and find Unbounded Mind Flay, which makes Mind Flay AoE, and in that same pack we find Devour Mind, which buffs Mind Flay the more you use it. As we're leveling to 60, we find some really interesting abilities. Worgen Form buffs 3 abilities that we don't have yet, but also if we find Goldrun's Fury later, we get a buff that gives us 15% more shadow damage. We also get this talent to buff Mind Flay's damage, and this one for 10% more shadow damage, which stacks up almost instantly. For a scary werewolf build, we got mass hysteria, which makes all enemies flee, and I've never seen a fear effect like this before. Usually fear effects will cap out at like 5 or 6 nearby enemies. Like this one we end up finding later, which is instant cast and does shadow damage on top of the fear effect. And it doesn't share cooldown with psychic scream, which we also end up finding. I'm telling you, this is a very scary werewolf. After turning into a werewolf, our hero, not in control of his actions, kills his beloved wife, and in this video we'll raise her as an undead banshee and check out her abilities. Plus I want to see the abilities of some other undead pets. Pets did get buffed in the last patch, so they now scale with the player, and we got this talent that gives her 25% more damage. Plus this one's also maxed out, which increases her crit chance and my crit chance. To make this build even more thematic, we find Fairy Blink, which is an upgraded version of Blink that does damage, plus Arugo's Blink, which makes it do shadow damage. For even more damage, we got War Mage, and improved Blink lowers the cooldown. The final ability I think is worth mentioning is Borrow Time. After casting Powered Shield, we get a 20% spell haste buff on our next Mind Fillet, which I think is crazy good. We'll now grab all the reroll scrolls we get from getting to 50 and 60, plus we're going to turn all of our marks of ascension into reroll scrolls. We roll into this talent Animal Handler, which increases tame beast attack power by 5%, but that does not apply to our raised undead pet. And now I'm wondering if improved demonic tactics, which I rerolled into earlier, does give our pet more crit chance. And there's actually someone on the Discord asking that same exact question. If the talent does not mention the specific pet type, it most likely is not working with it, and it does not mention raise undead, so we're gonna reroll that, unfortunately, because that would have been a lot of crit. I think increase your chance to hit with spells by 2% and 2% spell haste. We'll definitely hold on to that. And wow, increase your shadow damage mainly by 3% and summon demons crits. And it even elaborates that it does not work on enslaved demons, so it's literally only the standard warlock pet demons. Reduces spell pushback and increase spell crit chance by 2%. We'll hold on to that. And wow, we get 30 intellect from this talent. We got Goldrin's Focus for werewolf form. We have to use a finishing move, which right now we have no way to gain combo points. We can also cast Mind Blast or Vampiric Touch while Goldrin's Guile is up, and we can get increased damage on our next Mind Flay by 80% and reduces cast time, and this stacks up to 3 times. And here's Goldrin's Guile. If we use finishing moves, our next Mind Blast or Vampiric Touch can be instant. I just don't know how you gain combo points with a caster build like this. I feel like it's gonna be really hard to make that work. Increase the spell damage of all party and raid members by 2%. That's worth holding on to for now, I think. So I rerolled all the talents and got some basic buffs, but nothing that's really gonna change our playstyle that much. I started rerolling abilities and got another pretty good totem. This one gives 3% spell haste. We also have 2 talents that give us buffs when we use totems. With enhancing totems, you just gotta drop one every 5 minutes to get the buff. But then I found out with totemic focus, you can run really far away from it to the point where you're not even getting buffed by the totem anymore, and you still get that buff. We've now got 2 totems total. Mana Spring gives us mana regen, and if we do find this ability, Call of the Spirits, we can place them both down at once. Hardens your skin, reducing all damage taken by 30%, and we cannot be interrupted or silenced for 6 seconds, so that's really good. And crap, we just got the opposite of the totem thing I want. If we could just remove the re part, then we'd be good. Launches a grappling hook and pulls yourself towards a target location, and then you can recast it, pulling yourself to an enemy and rooting them. So you go grappling hook, and you can grapple pretty far away actually. That's super useful. It's something worth holding on to. Even if you're never going to use the grappling hook follow-up because you're a ranged caster that's trying to run away all the time. Unfortunately, you can't grapple like on top of this building because there's no path available. Although that wasn't really a clear path. It was definitely clearer, but you can kind of go around obstacles, I guess, just not that much. Instant cast launches shadow artillery to target location, dealing shadow damage, and an additional shadow damage every second to nearby enemies. Restores 35% of your base mana upon casting. Whoa, that seems amazing. So I put all the abilities down on my action bars and binded them all, and moved them to the left a little bit so I can see debuffs on my target. Somebody in a previous video was trashing my interface. Just thought I'd explain my thought process. Before we continue progressing in the Mana Storm, there's a few things that sold in the auction house. I'm gonna quickly go through them just so you guys know I'm not selling DP. And critical mass is 2% crit chance for fire spells, I think. Nothing in here is really selling for all that much, so it's not a huge deal. Mind Melt was the 2 or 3% crit chance for a Mind Flay. I think I actually sold that a couple days ago. And then Lunar Guidance I think is a lot cheaper than 10 gold now. And then I sold a ring for 5 gold. That's pretty much it. And then to get some more gold and some gear potentially, we're gonna open up all these Mana Storm caches, which all got sent to me because a while I was in the Mana Storm, I ran out of inventory space. Let's really quickly open all those guys up, and hopefully we'll find some good stuff. Well, I'm seeing a lot of blues. Did they buff Mana Storm caches? I'm seeing like 3 blues in some of these, and I didn't really see any greens. They must have buffed them. Among the loot was this epic Book of the Dead, which isn't even actually that good. I don't know if it's better than the Cloudstone we're using. It's a level 46 blue. Gives less spell power somehow. And we got a really cool ring here that lowers the duration of silence or interrupt effects. I equipped everything that I thought was going to be an upgrade. And we got some semi-decent upgrades, but for the most part, this is just a lot of vendor trash. From prestiging, we now have 2 prestigious caches, and we'll turn them into intellect gear. And from that cache, we got 3 Mystic Droughts, which are going to give us 1 Mystic Extract each. And then this ring's pretty good. I'd say it's better than the Underworld band, so we'll equip it. And then this sword is pretty trash. Is it even better than our level 13 sword? I would say yes, but not by much. And that's all we get from the prestigious cache. What the heck? I'm going to go ahead and say we got unlucky on that one. Let's try the next one. And wow, we get garbage loot on that. I mean, it's Insightful Hood's okay. Is it better than the Eye of Flame? I would say yes, it's better than the Eye of Flame. You get less spell power, but you get a lot more useful stats like stam and more intellect. You used to get at least 1 epic, if not like multiple epics from those prestigious caches, if I remember right. I'm gonna look for some cheap gear in the auction house, and like right now I'm seeing a good chest piece upgrade. Although this one actually has the same stats and it's plate, so it has more armor. And the way scaling works now is a level requirement only affects like armor and damage. It doesn't affect the stats, because a level 56 found this bow, for example, off of a really low level mob that's scaled up in the Mana Storm. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but basically now you got to keep an eye out for what the stats are on something, not the level requirement if you're looking on the auction house. And like, yeah, this is a prime example of what I'm talking about. This level 54 sword only has 4 more intellect than our level 13 sword. And what happened is a level 15 found this level 13 sword in like a Western Plagueland zone in the Mana Storm, and the damage was scaled down, but not the stats. I could replace it for the extra 4 intellect, but it's not worth 20 gold to me. We got a really nice upgrade on this chest piece. It's like 30 more spell power, and all the other stats are increased for only 5 gold. What a steal. And then a little bit of a neck piece upgrade for 2 gold. Or we could splurge on the heroic version of this next piece for 15, and it gives quite a bit more stats. I think it's worth. And then for some reason, these heroic pantaloons, which I'd say are a pretty good upgrade, are only 4 gold, 64 silver, so we'll grab those. And the item was not found. Someone else just grabbed it before me. Crap. Well, these legs are also heroic, and they're quite a big upgrade for only 13 gold. Alrighty, I think we're finally ready to pick up where we left off in the Mana Storm at level 41. We're currently at 22,500 Bonzo bolts, and if we farm up to 40 or 50,000, we get a special potion that gives us huge stats. Right now we do have 722 spell power, so it's not a crazy upgrade for us. But if we do prestige again and we're at like level 15, 40 spell power is crazy amounts. There's an undead here that I want to tame to check out his abilities. The one we've been using has Disease Cloud, which does AoE damage. It's gonna be hard to replace that. Infected Wound increases physical damage taken, and Limb Thresh does single target damage. It says we can't tame creatures in heroic, mythic, or ascended instances, and I just abandoned my undead, so I'm gonna have to go find a Banshee, I guess. First thing we'll do, I guess, is go team that if we can't do it in here. In Ogrimmar, there's this first class experimental teleporter that you can use to teleport to Western Plaguelands, I guess we'll do. And it does cost 8 gold though, ouch. And we drop in on top of Ruins of Anderhall, which has quite a few undead, like these Soulless Ghouls are casters. You should check out what abilities they have. Soulless Ghoul has Chomp, which does damage, leeches HP. Limb Thresh just does physical damage, and then they can leap behind the target enemy, so it's definitely not a caster. Well, this skeletal acolyte definitely has to be a caster, right? He's got a freaking staff. It'd be cool if he cast Shadow Bolts on our enemy too. And no, he cannot. He does frost damage, reduces magic damage done by the target, launches Frostbolt at the enemy, which slows them, and then Frost Nova. Don't get me wrong, having a pet that has Frostbolt that can slow an enemy from range is really useful, but I do want something that does shadow damage. We can see that the Syrian Ghoul has the same abilities as that other ghoul, so I guess all ghouls just have the same abilities. I'm guessing all skeletal mages have the same abilities, and we can check out the Abomination though. And he has Cleave, Constricting Chain, immobilize the target, and Strike does damage. Yeah. When we get to the main event, there's Banshees in this field. Really quickly, I wanted to see what this Hungering Wraith has. Reduces magic damage done by the target, reduces physical damage dealt by the target, does damage. Yeah. Banshee Wail does shadow damage to the enemy. There we go. Banshee Curse does shadow damage over time, and Anti-Magic Shell absorbs magic damage. I wonder if she'll automatically cast cast it on me, or if I have to keybind that. Oh, she automatically casts anti-magic shell on herself. That's annoying. I'll have to figure out a macro to cast it on me. With a simple Google search, I figured out the macro command. So I'll just put this under my Devour Mind macro, and I just made a macro for this, so my pet will attack whatever target I'm devouring mind. So before, if you guys remember, I was saying you can't vendor while you're in these mana storms, so you got to be careful on like what you loot, and you don't want to have the loot bot running all the time. But shout out to the comment section for this macro, which has two purposes. You can target the greedy demon. Apparently can spawn pretty often actually, and I killed one greedy demon before and it dropped quite a bit of stuff. It was like 22 gold, and it wasn't even that high in the mana storm. I bet maybe in higher tier mana storms it can drop more. Skill card Earthbore Acid. Sprays targets in front of you, dealing nature damage. Reduces armor. Interesting. The macro will also target and mark Finkel Einhorn, who's apparently pretty far into this dungeon, because I headed towards the icon. I got quite a bit of progress before I just realized that I wasn't getting much closer to him, so I just turned around. I guess you can use them to vendor, and we do have quite a bit of stuff in our bags, but nothing that's really high value, because this place is really low tier, and like this meat cleaver only sells for 12 silver, for example. We got a greedy demon already. He's right here. I just clicked the macro, and where is he? He's right on top of me. Very nice. Loot the greedy demon for 22 gold. But then there's other numbers that pop up around the greedy demon. I don't understand that part. But then there's these swords that we can loot, and holy cow, that's a lot of epics. There's 3 swords total, I guess, you can loot. And each sword drops different stuff. And there's another greedy demon. We can see it through the wall. It's down this way. How far is that though? It's probably near the map chamber, which is pretty far. But I think we should go for it. We just got 22 gold from one. We found it, and it wasn't even that far. What's crazy is I think there's even another greedy demon in this place. I don't know if we have to kill it fast too, or like it'll despawn like they do in Diablo. All right, let's loot it. 24 gold in that one. And holy cow, more epics. And we can check the stats on all of them, might as well. These are pretty low level boots normally. And then I think these shoulders are also lower level. Full Flame Shield was not selling for much more than its vendor price in the auction house. And I was actually thinking about using it, but we lose out on 3% crit and 40 spell power, which is so much. But if we use it, we can use shield block, which right now we cannot use. We can try it out. I mean, it looks freaking cool, so there's that. We also got Hurricane, which is scaled up quite a bit because it's level 60. The proc I don't believe is scaled up, so for that reason it kind of sucks maybe. And Bow of Searing Arrows actually is a pretty good bow. Again, the proc is not scaled up, I don't believe, but it's pretty slow, 2.7 speed. And as long as we don't put it on the auction house, it will remain a level 60 bow. So this next dungeon, we do make it to Finkel, and I already vendored all the trash for the most part, as far as like the grays. I'm about to vendor it while this really annoying boss is on us, and I have no ability to kill him. I tried for the last like 5 minutes, and when he gets to like 60%, he'll use a heal, and it's not interruptible. At least it's not with the abilities we have. Like if I use my stun, he's immune to stuns, so I have to have some type of kick or something, which I don't have. So he's just straight up not doable, which is fine. We'll just have to vendor stuff while he's beating on us. Like, do I really want to hold on to this Hurricane bow and Bow of Searing Arrows? If I found Bow of Searing Arrows like level 10 or 15 or whatever, then it would be really good. Same with Hurricane. I think sell those. Alright, I vendored everything I wanted to. We'll open up these caches as well, and I'll quickly try to go through these and see if there's anything good. I just decided, since this dude's being really annoying and we can't swap out gear while he's beating on us, and I can't vendor my other gear, I just decided to vendor it all. Still trying to figure out the shield's worth to use. We lose 80 spell power and 3% crit for the shield, so it's 52% damage reduction with the shield. Without it, it's 44.7. It's so much less damage though, and the shield gives no bonus stats really that we really care about too much. And I think someone was saying you should farm the higher level zones like Stratholm, for example, because like each mob's dropping 5 silver. This recur longbow is vending for 90 silver, and just in general you're getting way more loot. And Finkel is here as well, so we should just stack up the bags. We just got an epic skill card, Banshee's Whale, stuns nearby enemies and drains their life. Whoa, that'd be really cool for this build. I'm looking for more life drain stuff. Like, I do kind of miss drain life. It's just Unbounded Mind Flay I think does way more damage, so I think I'd rather have Unbounded Mind Flay than Unbounded Drain Life. What I'm thinking is the majority of the damage from this place is coming from these random effects like the red cloud, and I would guess those are all magical effects. although the red cloud might be some type of physical dagger ability or something. I'm gonna go ahead and guess they're all magical effects though, and I haven't really noticed us taking too much damage from these mobs, mainly because I guess Mana Forge Barrier is helping us quite a bit with the damage reduction. So I'm thinking maybe it is better just to use the offhand for the extra damage, just so we can get more clear speed. We farm pretty much this whole place, and we'll vendor at Finkel, 7 gold for all the grays. And I'm just gonna vendor that shield. I really don't think it's that great. We did find another pumpkin bag in here, so that was pretty good. Plus all the gold that we just got, which I don't think was actually that much. I think maybe just kill the boss and then keep progressing, looking for greedy demons. In the level 45 boss, we get 2 Mana Storm caches. We get 1 Scroll of Fortune talents. We might as well just open up the caches, I guess. Or maybe we should save them actually till we find Finkel again, because we're taking up more inventory space if we open up the caches. This ring is definitely an upgrade though, so we'll put that on over the Flaming Band. Now we're back in Winterfall Village, which is a fantastic place to be. Right next to the entrance, you got a rare mob that drops quite a bit of stuff. World Force Scroll, Wizard's Curse of Agony. Dealing periodic damage with Curse of Agony has a chance to give you Wizard's Power, which restores mana and increases your spell power. The higher Mana Storm you get, I think the more random mobs you find though. And so there's a lot of crappy mobs in this place that are going to drop, really low tier stuff like Silk Cloth. The Snapping Crustacean I think is from BFD, which is like a level 26 instance or something, or somewhere in the 20s, I'm not sure. So I do think maybe the strat is just try to speedrun the bosses, then kill the rares of course. So we do another Stratholm and Finkel's there again. We vended a bunch of stuff to him. And then I'm on the phone during this next Ultiman, so I wasn't really paying attention. There's a greedy demon that we just killed, and he dropped some stuff that I guess we can loot thankfully, because there's some decent stuff in there. I'm gonna try to loot the other stuff as well. I can't kill this mob because it's the boss. And if we do kill the boss, then we're teleported out of here. Very nice, some more stuff. And then in here, there's another greedy demon. So I guess Ultiman's the place if you want to find greedy demons. We'll take that, 23 gold. And then we'll take the loot. Flurry Axe I actually think sells for a lot. Or maybe it's a different axe that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Iron Foe. Because it's scaled up to level 60, Flurry Axe might actually be really good for a melee build. So we should hold on to that. We also got Destiny, and its damage is scaled up to 60. And the proc still is pretty good at 60. I'm not sure how often it procs, but that could definitely be worth holding on to. I think it's like a level 52 sword normally. Warden's Staff seems pretty trash because Bear Tank can use shields, right? So I think this is just vendor trash. I started the boss again and I realized there's another greedy demon in here. We're gonna go hunt that down. Alrighty, so it dropped 20 gold plus some blues, some epics. Sash of Mercy might be good. 28 spell power is a lot. And then Brain Hacker is a really quick swinging axe. I feel like that's not what you want for a weapon. I feel like you don't want a quick weapon. We're now in Mana Storm 52 and we have reached the next checkpoint of Mana Storm 51, but I do want to finish this because there is a greedy demon here and there's Finkel. So we could loot the greedy demon for 22 gold and then loot all of his goods plus vendor most of the stuff in our bags. And then we can loot all these mobs as well. I'm sure a lot of them dropped a bunch of good stuff that I was not able to pick up because my bags are full. Just in case this greedy demon loot does despawn, we'll loot the epic stuff. Hammer of Northern Wind could be good. Does a slow effect. And around, and there is the Fink Master. There's quite a few mobs in here, but I think we should be okay. I haven't really been having any problems lately, and like our damage is not falling off. Mobs are getting stronger, I believe, and like I've been noticing boss HP is increasing, but we're still doing completely fine with like survivability and everything. And I think that's maybe because of Mana Forge Barriers. For vendoring everything we don't need, we get about 40 gold. We'll also open up all the Mana Storm caches, because might as well. Circle of Flame, 36 spell power on this thing. Is that better than what we were using? We're losing out on so much intellect and stam, and the crit rating and the mana per 5 though. I just don't think that's necessarily worth. Unfortunately, it looks like all the mobs I killed did despawn, including the greedy demon loot. It was just the green stuff, so it is good I grabbed the blues and epics. This boss is normally pretty nasty. She does a mana burn, but it's only 10% of our mana, so I don't think the ability is scaled up that hard. And yeah, you can see we're not having problems with mobs. I do wonder if we should keep going up to level 61 because we're already at 53 now, and we just need to get to 61 to save our progress. I do have a bunch of stuff I want to put in the bank in the auction house though, so we are kind of running out of space, but we still do have a lot. On level 54, we find another Finkel, so we do get a vendor. Although I'm not really seeing we're vendoring a whole lot of high value stuff. On the level 54 boss, we get this Mana Storm cache for heroic dungeons. And all this loot is heroic? Whoa, this ring is really good. Oh, it's just a better version of the one we're using. This belt is definitely an upgrade over the one we were using. And it looks like just the epics were heroic. Wait, was that all in the same cache? We got another one. Holy moly, Circle of Flame heroic. Yeah, that's definitely better than what we were using. 45 spell power versus the non-heroics only 36. Whoa. All Surge Girdle heroic. That's a lot of stats. Is that better than what we were using? I'm not sure. It really depends on how good that mana per 5 is, because that's a lot of mana per 5. One thing I just noticed is the boss HP is not going up between level 55 and level 54, so I'm not sure what's up with that. I think level 53 had the same HP as well. Maybe the bosses have the same HP till you get to the next threshold, like level 61, the HP will increase. From that last boss, we also got another heroic cache. Luminary Kilt is not better than our legs that we're using, I think. Those legs are just too good. And then Deadwalker Mantle probably is an upgrade over what we were using. We lose stamina ints, but we gain a little bit of haste. That's actually pretty close to call. You think a epic heroic would be much better than a blue. I just realized the damage of these whirlwinds doesn't really scale up that much. I think it was dealing 200 damage back when I was low level, which is why I was spiking so hard. But now it's not really affecting me much. We're on to 58, and there's a greedy demon right next to the entrance, which I'm very grateful for. And we get 21 gold from him. Plus, I don't really want to kill this boss, so I'm just going to try to loot this stuff while the boss is beating on me. We got some stuff that we'll check out in a bit. And there's another greedy demon in this same area. What the heck? We'll take that for sure. Thank you for the 22 gold. And we'll take more epics. Some good stuff here. Another flurry axe for a dual one-hander build. Although you kind of want to use this in your offhand, I think, because it attacks so quickly. And already final boss for the video, probably, because once we defeat this one, we'll be up to 61. You see his HP is the same as the previous bosses from like the last at least 5 mana storms, I think. And one thing I forgot to mention was, how's our pet's damage doing? Only dealing 12% of our damage. Before it was dealing like 38, I think it was. My theory is the fact that she has to cast to get her abilities off is not good. And like the zombie pet we had before had an instant cast AoE ability that I think was pumping damage. Because like by the time that she gets a cast off, the mob's already dead. I think that's the problem. And she has a damage over time effect that does more damage the longer the ability's on a mob. And it works on bosses fine, but it doesn't really work on mobs. This boss is just right here, so we might as well get him. And he's at 48.5k HP, which is the same HP as bosses from previous tiers. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Another boss right next to the entrance. The game just wants me to keep going. But you can hear me say that, you know, after the next boss I'm done. And it gives me these 2 bosses right next to the entrance. And this one's 53k HP. Okay. So at level 62, the difficulty increases the level after the checkpoint. This next boss is also really close. He's right in that house, but I'm going to call it here. As for rewards, 5,400 marks of Ascension, 9.4k Bonzo bolts, 315 bullions. The final thing I did was some quests, which I think might reset when you prestige, or they might be dailies. I'm really not sure. This one I highly do not recommend doing. I killed like 5 mobs and they didn't drop it, and there was tons of competition for this area. And I did tank a heroic, which was very easy to do even without a shield. I was taking basically no damage, and unfortunately for some reason, even though we beat the final boss, we did not get progress for completing the heroic dungeon daily. Although I did win this compound power skill card, which gives combo points for steady shot and arcane shot. And then this one was a huge cluster as well. There was tons of competition for these mobs, but they have a really fast respawn time and you get credit for every mob you kill, and for the most part they drop the item that you need. Plus I end up finding 3 World Forge enchants in this area, and they buff Devouring Plague, Corruption, and Curse of Agony. We're now going to turn those quests in, and the game is just automatically turning them in for me, which is very helpful. And for each quest, we got, I think, 4k marks of Ascension, so we're back up to 23k. Plus, we got these callboard caches, and we get quite a few things in them. Heroic gear in the callboard caches, some tank gloves, a ring that I think is better than our blue ring. Yeah, it's definitely better. Some gloves and some gold. Let's open the other ones. Stone Shell Guard Heroic. Finally got a good shield. This might actually be worth using over our offhand. Some gloves that are probably better than what we're using. Oh yeah, way more spell power. The heck is going on here? How are these callboard caches so good if they're dailies, but the prestige caches are so bad? I think they messed up the loot there, and the prestige caches should be this loot. Heroic chest piece. And I just realized we're still using that green one, even though I bought the epic one, and I'm pretty sure I bought that in this episode. I just forgot I equip it. A heroic tank belt, Dread Mist belt heroic, which is super cool. I was looking at that set bonus as something I'd maybe want. The shield is not bound to me, so I'm going to try to put it in the auction house for like 100 gold. And since it's heroic, the level does not go down, it stays at 60. And the funeral pyre vestments are also not bound to me, and they're going for 100 gold right now. I'm gonna undercut that by a couple gold and I'll see if they sell. They are good, but they have Spirit on them, which is kind of a wasted stat for our build, I think. I'm thinking in the next video, we're going to save this build no matter what, so we can do 60 content, but I'm wondering if we should spend all of our marks of Ascension to try to refine the build even further. With 23k marks, we could get 24 talent rerolls and 12 ability rerolls, and all the talent and ability card packs that come with that. And then we could use those to prestige a second build, assuming we do find something in the 10 golden skill card packs we can buy with 500 gold. Let me know what you guys think about that plan for the next episode. In this video, we're going to do some high risk PvP where you can drop gear if you get killed in PvP, and we'll be doing that in high risk tier 3 zones. But first, we'll try to get some upgrades for the spec. So I did a pretty good rundown of our main spec in the first 2 minutes of the last video, and we're now going to try to refine that a little bit further and possibly make some use out of organ form, while also searching for good golden skill cards. And we're going to buy 500 gold worth of golden skill cards, which is 10 packs. And if we get a really good combo with that, we'll dual spec another build and try that from 1 to 60. Fires a shot that deals 200% weapon damage and sends your pet to a frenzy. And I'm thinking about changing our pet back to the zombie pet today, because that does do AoE damage with its poison cloud. We also got the increased pet damage modifier and increased pet crit modifier, so anything to buff our pet's going to be pretty useful, I think. I'm starting to dump more useful abilities, like the spell magic is definitely useful, but it's something extra to put on my bars, and I don't think I'm good enough to remember to use it. And up to this point, I've had it for I don't know how long, and I've not used it. Gives us increased armor, 15% more damage, reduced chance for crit, lasts for 30 seconds, and it's on a 3-minute cooldown. That is really good. What I don't like though is it gives us 4 extra abilities that we have to put on our bars. This one is not too important, it just taunts nearby enemies. This one though does fire damage, we should probably bind that. Shadow Cleave does damage to nearby enemies, and then charges an enemy and stuns it. Thematically, I kind of like the idea of having Metamorphosis, because it's like the moon comes out and then we transform into this super crazy demon beast, whereas we can always have Worgen form up, so I guess he can just transform into a werewolf at will, but then he transforms into a super demon werewolf when the moon comes out. Increased crit chance with spells by an additional 3%, and has a chance to lower our next Shadow Bolt cast time by 100%. My basic spell crit chance is now 36%, and then I have 3 critical Mind Flay REs for another 6% on Mind Flay, plus 3 Mind Melts for another 9% on Mind Flay. So that's what, 48% crit chance on Mind Flay in AoE. That's pretty good for clearing. So we finished rerolling all the talents and didn't find anything crazy. We're now going to dual spec, and it just so happens that Tome of Dual Spec is 50% off right now, which is basically $1 if you're taking advantage of the 4 times DP that lasts until Christmas, I think, or the day after Christmas. And hopefully they'll still have the 4 times DP by the time this video goes out. Anyways, so with the Tome of Dual Spec under the character advancement tab, if we go over here to the right where spells normally is, if we choose specs, go to specialization 2, we can activate that, and we'll do it when we're about to prestige. I have to stable my pet first, I guess, or I could lose it. We're now going to buy some golden skill cards, and we should be able to buy some more with the stuff I got from selling auctions. I sold 3 travelers backpacks for 4 gold each only. The price of those just plummeted because I think they're really common in the Mana Storm. We also sold a heroic shield that I probably could have got more money for. There was none in the auction house, so yeah, I kind of screwed myself there. I should have put it up for like 200 or 300 because it's a heroic shield, and if you're a tank, you're going to want that. And we're now going to dump all that gold on golden skill cards. If we don't get anything good and the next build is going to suck, we can still farm using our main Worgen spec, which isn't really a Worgen spec yet. It's more of a Mana Forge barrier spec. And already, we'll start with rerolling our 12 ability seal card packs. I think the talent ones are more exciting. And these are exciting too because they're golden skill cards, and you kind of want to make your build around these because they're a lot more rare than regular seal cards. And Fell Cleave is really interesting. It's a melee, shadow, or fire synergy build. Chimera Shot in pack number 3 is surprisingly not rare anymore. I think it used to be. Stormhammer does a ton of nature damage. We're probably going to want that if we have a nature build. This costs rage though, which is going to be weird for a nature build. Judgments make Flame Strike instant and deal 30% more damage. Whoa, that's a lot of AoE. And Judgments now make it so dealing damage with Flame Strike now reduce the cooldown of Blast Wave and Dragon's Breath. So if we got Blast Wave and Dragon's Breath, we could essentially just spam those abilities for massive AoE. Tamed Pets auto attacks now deal shadow damage. I wish I had that for this build. Dealing damage with those abilities, increase the damage of your Storm Strike. Rampant Tornado is actually really interesting. Once we reach max stacks of Rising Winds, which basically we get from dealing damage with Hurricane Strike, Storm Strike, or Whirlwind, we deal quite a bit of nature damage and get 20% attack speed and increase Storm Strike damage for 4 seconds. It seems like we could make a build around just these 2 talents if I was a little bit smarter. Devastating Pound. That's wrong about that. So after quite a bit of thinking, I want the next build we roll to be pretty much perfect as far as our golden setup, because it's going to take so long to get to where we're at with this build. Like, we have so many talents that give us crit chance and spell power and stuff. I don't feel like the next build is going to be competitive with this one at all unless we're really ready for it. And I think people do maybe want to see high risk PvP, for example, which we could do in this episode. So game plan for this video is we're just going to focus on progressing in the Mana Storm, farming some money up, and farming Bonza bolts so we can get up to 50k Bonza bolts so we can buy that really good potion that buffs us in the Mana Storm. And at the very end of the video, we'll do the high risk PvP quests where we can drop gear if we do get killed. But with the money we farm from doing this, we'll buy a lower tier gear set, so if we do die in PvP, we're not losing our heroic gear. So we're now on Mana Storm 64. I've done 3 trying to record the intro for this video and trying to figure out, what we're going to do. And starting now, we're going to keep an eye out for how much damage the Banshee's doing using Recount. I'm thinking that it's not going to be nearly as much damage as the zombie pet, because the zombie pet just does constant AoE, and I don't think the Banshee really benefits from Frenzy Shot, because this is all about auto attacks and the Banshee just constantly is casting. So maybe for that reason we shouldn't even worry about even doing testing for this, and we should just try the zombie pet out. So before the boss, the Banshee was doing like 17 or 18% of our damage, and when we're killing the boss it does increase up to 20 because she's more single target. We'll now abandon the Banshee and use the blood-soaked vellum, which you start with at level 1 to summon the zombie, and we'll see how his damage compares. Can also use Frenzy Shot to make his attack swipe, although there's no AoE here, so that was pointless. Before doing the boss, I forgot to use the Greedy Demon macro, and there is a Greedy Demon in here. Some guy was saying he did like 40 Mana Storms and didn't find a Greedy Demon, but there was actually one in the last Mana Storm. I just decided not to go for it because it was too far away. This is a lot of mobs, by the way. It might actually be Dunzo here. Oh, this is a little bit sketchy. Let's use this thing, which is not bound yet. And for some reason, I just popped out of that form because I used Powered Shield. Oh, then I'm not using Mana Force Barrier. That's the problem. So Metamorphosis is not something you want to cast while you are getting, dumped on by a bunch of mobs. I'm lucky so far none of them has spawned any whirlwinds or anything like that, because I did notice they buffed the whirlwinds and the random effects that spawn in the higher tier Mana Storms. Or at least that's what I was noticing in the last dungeon I just did. Try to face tank this one and see if it's actually dealing damage. Okay, that one didn't seem like it was really that buffed. Oh, did we just kill 2 greedy demons in that group? I think we did. 23 gold plus... I tried to loot the greedy demon. I'm still trying to loot the greedy demon here. I don't really care about the blues. Just want to see how much gold is here. I think maybe the bot already looted it. We're up to 61 gold though, and we only started with like 10-ish, I think. So I'm pretty sure we did get around 50 gold for looting both the greedy demons. That greedy demon dropped a life stone, which so far we do not have a second trinket. And then this Myrmidon signet might actually sell. It gives quite a bit of physical stats. Since we're between Mana Storm 51 and 100, we get these heroic caches. We might as well open these as we progress, just because we can use the gear to progress quicker. These Maelstrom legs definitely look better than the ones we're using. This Deadwalker mantle is again worse than our blue, but these shoulders are actually better than our blue shoulders. Wow. And they're part of the element set. If we find 4 pieces of that, we get that really cool set bonus. We can see the damage of the red whirlwind is still 200, so that didn't scale up. So for this next boss, I'm gonna be pretty aggressive here and clear the entire room, and we'll see if the zombies damage can keep up with my damage. Let's just go straight for the boss if we can. Just get the dots up on it, and then just start pumping AoE. You're gonna see my damage is gonna go crazy. Normally I was dealing like 1k if I was kind of just going slow. Right now I'm dealing like 2300. Let's pop some cooldowns here. Unending Resolve lowers damage taken by 30%. It makes it so we can't be interrupted. Although we already can't be interrupted, I think, with Mana Force Barrier. And yeah, we're doing pretty good here. Damage is keeping up. The pet's damage is only 12%, but I don't think that's really an indicator as to how much damage it's doing, because I'm dealing so much damage there. And like, okay, if we look at this pull, for example, which by the way, that mob does have Mana Bomb. And a problem with the Banshee was she has a mana pool, and if she gets Mana Bomb, then she's dealing way less damage because she runs out of mana and then she can't cast Shadow Bolt. And one of the Mana Storms I did earlier, there was a lot of mobs that had that buff for whatever reason, and the Banshee was pretty much out of mana the entire time. The Mindless Zombie does not care about that, so that's something it has going for it. And if we look at the damage, it's dealing 17% now, which is more because I wasn't AoEing down as many mobs. And the one thing I did forget to do to help its damage out is use Frenzy Shot, which we can try to do here. 2 red whirlwinds just spawned, which is kind of nasty. That's 400 DPS, so you gotta walk out of that for sure. Also pop the damage reduction buff. Then I could go Metamorphosis here for the extra damage. We got another Cloud. I think Metamorphosis is too risky, and I don't think I'm ever really going to pop that in the Mana Storms. But in PvP, I could definitely see myself popping it because it has that charge with the stun effect on top of it, which I think is definitely pretty useful. I did try to pop it on a boss earlier, and it didn't seem crazy for our damage increase. And the problem with going into Metamorphosis and not using Mana Forge Barrier is our Unbounded Mind Play costs so much mana. And normally we get mana back when mobs hit us with Mana Forge Barrier. Like right now, for example, if I'm tanking these mobs and spamming Unbounded Mind Play, every time they hit me, I have a chance to get a pretty good amount of mana back. So I'm wondering if Worgen Form's even something we could ever use, or if I would just constantly be out of mana using that ability. I do wonder also if we can roll into the regular Mind Play later, which doesn't do AoE, and I think it has more range. That could be really good in PvP. I will say I've not seen Mind Play yet, I don't think, or maybe I just have not been paying enough attention. And I don't remember seeing regular Drain Life when I was running that Unbounded Drain Life build. And so far that's pointing to us not being able to find the regular Mind Play anymore. But who knows, maybe I just was not paying enough attention. That is a possibility. I've also just been thinking about Frenzy Shot and if it's ever something we'd use, even with the fact that we have pet buffs. And I really don't think it is. It's annoying to use because you can't use it in melee range. So that's one thing you gotta, be aware of. And I feel like I just do so much damage that me using the global cooldown to cast that ability just is not gonna be worth. It just makes the pet's auto attacks deal AoE damage, but I'm already dealing so much AoE damage. Like it's 600 every second. The pet is hitting for what, 200? I should have also cleared all the mobs before doing this boss because she is a timed boss. Over time she takes less damage, and right now it's at 10%, although she is down to a pretty low amount. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think we definitely got her. This mob that keeps draining me is very annoying. I don't think it's draining that much. Yeah, it looks like we did pass the damage check here, so that is fantastic. One thing I've been noticing is the icons are much larger now for bosses and for pretty much everything you mark, I think. So it's much more obvious where the boss is and where the greedy demons are as well, if you are using that macro. Although sometimes you can't see the marks through the wall. Like if you notice when we go to this spot or anywhere past this spot, we cannot see the skull anymore. But then if we go here, we can see the skull. I think when you spawn into the Mana Storm, it points you in the direction you're supposed to go. So as long as you maintain your bearings, then you should be okay. Core of the Elements Mythic. I don't know if that's better than Feral Surge Girdle, but it's 2 pieces of the Element set. If we get 4 pieces, I'll definitely replace Feral Surge Girdle with that. The Feral Surge Girdle is a lot of mana per 5. I just don't know if we need it with this build, because we're constantly getting mana back when we're getting hit. We got a greedy demon near the boss this time. Very nice. Gotta make sure we kill the greedy demon and loot it before we kill the boss. And okay, I wasn't really paying attention. The boss is getting pretty low. Did I loot the greedy demon? Yeah, I did. But I didn't get off. No. And we can't loot it. Crap. Oh well, I got the main thing and that was the gold. On Mana Storm 81, we finally find another greedy demon. There has been greedy demons in a few of the other Mana Storms, but I didn't go look for them simply because I couldn't see them through the walls. I don't know if that's a change they recently did where like you can't see them anymore through the walls or what. But yeah, we're gonna have to try to loot the greedy demon while Andre is beating on us. And Andre is one of the harder bosses, I think. Just does so much damage. We got the loot, and I'll just quickly flash it on the screen if anyone's interested in, what that stuff actually does. And then I'm trying to loot the last greedy demon loot thing, the blues, but it's not gonna happen, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this stupid boss. He is nasty, like he is way overtuned. We didn't get the blues, but I don't care. That guy was dealing like 400 damage per second or something. Let's look at the legs we just got. The proc has a 15-minute cooldown. It's like, are you ever gonna use that proc? I know I'm not. I can't even manage to use Blood Fury or Orc Racial, which is really good. It's the reason why I always roll Orc. I have not used it once on this character. This is the first time I used it, and it's a big damage increase. Like, I should be using this on cooldown. I should bind this to one of our abilities that we're spamming, like Unbounded Mind Play, and just use it whenever it's off cooldown every 2 minutes. Or maybe I'll bind it on Devour Mind, because that's single target. And when we're doing single target, it's usually on a boss, and so we want the damage increase for the boss. And we'll try to do it right now. With the way that macro is, casting Blood Fury actually interrupts Devour Mind. I moved it up in the macro, so if we cast it now, Blood Fury does not interrupt Devour Mind, it casts first, and some abilities like Blood Fury don't have a global cooldown in them. Normally with abilities, when you use them, there's a global cooldown before you can use your next ability, but Blood Fury does not have that. So you can actually cast it in a macro, and you're not really going to notice that it's there. We're in Winterfall Village, and the rare that spawned here got replaced with another rare, and it's a lower tier rare, I think, because it's a null. So I'm guessing it's going to drop us crap loot, and we're going to feel kind of ripped off. Let's see if that's the case. And yeah, it's garbage loot. Although, whoa, talent skill card for Blood Rain. I'll take that over some vendor trash blues. Storm Strike now increases bleed damage against the target. Well, that opens up other possibilities for the build that we want to roll into. It is a regular talent skill card, and we got a lot of good regular talent skill cards. This is actually quite funny. We made it to Mana Storm level 86, and I was thinking about quitting anyways. And it turns out it's this boss that I don't think we can kill. Oh, there's a greedy demon somewhere. I should maybe look for that. And this guy is especially nasty. He does a consecrate effect that does tons of damage. Then the reason why we can't kill him is because he has a self-heal. And yeah, there's the Holy Light. It's going to heal for way too much. And it looks like you're going to need some type of interrupt to progress into the 80s if you're now going to start running into this guy, because up till now we've not needed to kill him for any mana storms. And I think different bosses unlock when you get to higher tier mana storms, and we've, I guess, just finally unlocked this boss. Well, I found the greedy demon. I did have to go into this boss's boss chamber to find him though, so yeah, it looks like RIP greedy demon farming. It was like that party's definitely over. And as for the loot, nothing that is looking interesting at all, but it still is a lot of gold. For that progression session, we got quite a bit of talent and ability seal card packs, 345 bullions, which are more cosmetic things, but then 12k bonzo bolts. We just need 6k more for the bonzo bolt potion, and then 6.6k marks of Ascension. And one thing I need to remember to do is hold on to stuff that's maybe not as good, but it's decent enough to take out to high risk and use to farm with. And essentially, if we lose it, then oh well type of deal. Those Cloudkeeper leg plates we found only sells for 6 gold, and they vended for almost 5, so that's a big bummer. And then the Myrmidon Signet vendors for 2 gold 40, and only is selling for 4 gold. It's not even worth putting up there. So we're about to do some high risk PvP, meaning that we can drop gear in PvP. So I wanted to test out kind of where we stood in a battlegrounds, and I do end up owning this dude. I don't know if his build was super weak or what, but I'm pretty sure I would have ended up killing him even if my allies didn't step in. I do complete the BG daily, plus get 2 Cases of Fortune and an ability seal card pack. So I'm assembling my PvP gear set, and I've been looking over one-handers, and nothing really even comes close to this blood etched blade. And we want to use a one-hander with an offhand, so we can use this really good cloudstone. I bought like 4 of these off the auction house for 2 gold each. I was also looking at 2-handed wizard staffs, and it doesn't seem like you get even close to the amount of stats that you get from using the one-hander offhand combo. There's these Bloodforged Zulian scepters for 37, which are better in PvP because they're Bloodforged, meaning someone died carrying this and then it got dropped and it became Bloodforged. Or I think maybe they found it in high risk and was already Bloodforged. It increases PvP power, whereas our blood etched blade increases PvE power. And so even though the blood etched blade doesn't have as many stats, I think it might actually be better in PvE and, you know, farming mana storms and stuff. I think because there's no real good options for one-handers, we're gonna splurge on this Bloodforged scepter, and hopefully if we die in high risk, we're not dropping that. There's 3 daily high risk quests in Silithus, which is a high risk tier 3 zone, and I want to go there at the very end. But first we're gonna do a little farming in Winter Spring, which is a high risk tier 3 zone, and we're just gonna kind of get a feel for what the high risk tier 3 loot is. You know, is it worth sacrificing our crappy gear for this high risk loot potentially? It's a demon bound hidden cache up here, by the way, which we need something for, right? We need a magic key, or we can smash it. What happens when we smash it? We get a pouch of mostly destroyed treasure. 3 silver. Wow. Okay. That's pretty bad. But yeah, we'll just grind some mobs, see if any good stuff drops. My gear is high enough level so that we can find Zul'Gurub gear, which is the place that my mace is from. And we also have this little notification, by the way, that my gear is not protected by Fel Commutation. And essentially in Orgrimmar, there's a Fel Commutation portal. So we've got our gear set on, comprised of stuff that we really don't care about losing. If we did care about losing any of it, we could Fel Com it at the Fel Commutation portal. We're not going to Fel Com anything except maybe the mace. That's the only thing I would consider Fel Comming, because if that item were to randomly drop, 29 gold would cover the cost of buying a new one. While we have a rare over here, let's quickly dispatch of this guy. And where's my pet, by the way? Raise undead. Okay, I get the pet out there. And while I'm doing this, just make sure that I'm staying pretty healthy in case I get ganked. With Mana Forge Barrier, as long as my mana pulls up, I get a ton of damage reduction. some scrolls we can activate. We might as well just activate it all. It was the Draconic Mystic Scroll, I think. Draconic Corruption and Curse of Agony. Whoa, I think we want to hold on to that, right? Does that just go into our spellbook, or is that in our inventory right now? I gotta definitely keep my wits about me here, more so than we're getting a ton of scrolls here. Fighters, Moonfire. I'm not even gonna look at this stuff right now. I'm just gonna activate it, and then later on I can check it out. Because right now we're just in such a precarious position. Just gonna keep activating this stuff. Found 2 more Primal Mystic Scrolls off of the bear. Primal Corruption. I cannot roll any new Mystic enchants of this type. Huh. So in different areas in high risk, you can get different high risk materials which are used for specific professions. But not only do we not have any professions maxed out, none of this stuff was really selling for that much in the auction house. Most of it was going for like 30 silver to 50, and then pretty rarely a mat would go for like 4 gold. To the south, there's an area where you can farm heroic Bloodforge gear as long as your item level's high enough. So we go back to Ogrimmar and I try to get our item level up. Okay, so I spent pretty much all of our money buffing our item level up, and really quickly I'm going to go over the gear. These gloves say they're item level 65, but I don't think they actually are. So if we look at like this heroic belt, for example, it says it's item level 60, but I tried swapping out with the green that said item level 65 and we lost item level. So the tooltip on item level here isn't actually correct in a lot of cases. And yeah, some of that stuff is heroic, but we have better heroic stuff, so I'm not worried about losing it. And this ring was like 10 gold, I think. I got it for a steal because the other one's 20. I could have got another one of these maiden circles for 20 gold and we would have got a higher item level that way. And the Lion Horror Storm one was like 7 or 8 gold. Orb of Deception was really cheap. This is not actually item level 65, by the way. I'm not sure what it really is. And this bow is not item level 63, I don't think. I don't know what it actually is, but there wasn't many bows in the auction house. This thing was 30 freaking gold, and I had to get it because the Cloudstone's such a low level. I don't even think it's better than the Cloudstone, but we just had to do it for the item level. This thing's our most expensive piece. And then next we got these bracers, which were like 20 gold, and we have the 2-set bonus now for 18 extra spell power. The chest piece was around 30, I think. It gives quite a bit of stam and other stats that we need. I found this cape randomly. I think it goes for like 4 gold in the auction house. Deadwalker mantle actually really sucks. It's worse than a blue. This thing was only a few gold, maybe like 5 max. Gives us a nice item level boost. It says item level 64, but I don't think it actually is. And then this pretty decent headpiece, but it's not better than what we have. And then really quickly, I decided to dump all of our marks on 4 ability rerolls and 8 talent rerolls, and we're going to try to just buff ourselves in PvP as much as we can. So we're about to get sweated on. Mental quickness, spell damage is increased, but we have to have primary stat strength or agi. Melee abilities increase your magic damage done by 10%. Range abilities increase your magic damage done by 5%. And we do have shadow artillery, which hopefully is going to work with that. So I did some testing, and both parts of the talent require you to have your primary stat as strength or agi, so that talent's doing nothing for us. We got another totem. This is going to synergize nicely with totemic focus, and we get 20 more haste and crit rating. And already we're almost to the heroic Bloodforge gear farming area. These things have a lot of freaking health, and I think they hit really hard. So far so good. The mob's not even hit me once. I just mainly want to make sure my mana is pretty much at full before I get ganked. That's the main thing. And then yeah, just keep an eye out for bogeys. I'm killing the first guy. We get nothing really that's too spectacular. For the next dude, we get a copper mark of war, which gives 100 marks of ascension. A third mob does drop a case of fortune talents, so we can reroll a talent right now. I'm trying to keep my HP full, but it's definitely hard with these initiates. I should have brought some food and water. And there's actually something you can buy to conjure refreshments as an ability, and I don't think it takes up an ability slot. I think I'm just gonna hearth out of here and buy that, just because we have no way to heal up right now. So this is the tome that you can buy at Millhouse Manastorm using Bedlam Bullion's Helm of Conjure Refreshment. Gain this permanent spell, which gives you quite a bit of regen. There's other abilities as well, like Mind Vision, Levitate, Eye of Kilrog, which lets you scout. This is just a skin because it requires polymorph. Mind Sleuth lowers the attack range of enemies. Safe Fall, I think, makes you take less fall damage. That wouldn't be bad. I guess we'll just grab that. And I wasn't sure what Tome of Call the Elements does, so we'll grab that as well, and we'll activate all those abilities. And so yeah, we now have this buff, Safe Fall, which reduces damage from falling. Call the Elements is this one that places up to 4 totems. What? So we can place all of our totems at once now, I guess. Yeah, we can. Okay, that's OP. And that's 3 less things I need to bind now. Holy cow. That's perfect timing. We just figured that out too, because we just got our 3rd totem. Then on the mage page, we also now have Conjure Refreshment. And I'm pretty sure these don't take up an ability slot, so we just got 3 free abilities. So we make it back down here, and I've been farming for a bit. First cool thing I found was the skill card for Shadow Smash, which does Shadow Strike damage, and I think that's physical and shadow damage. I moved a bit deeper into the gorge and ran into this lieutenant that does does tons of damage. I just fought one while I was fighting another mob, and it's looking like we're actually gonna be okay here maybe. Although it does a stun effect, and then its melee attacks hit like a freaking oh, okay, and that thing's on us now too. All right, we're just gonna fear this thing and then run the heck away. And I'm actually thinking I'm just gonna dip out of here because the loot we're getting is pretty trash, and we're only able to kill one mob at a time really. If we aggro two, then we just have to run. And we've killed, I want to say 15 mobs, and we're just not getting the loot just based on the amount of time I've spent down here and the fact that I'm having to farm with this really high level, high cost gear set. There's just no way that this is worth. I decided to try to do the daily quests in high risk mode, and though I could lose some of my equipped gear if I get ganked, I wouldn't run into any players who are playing in no risk mode. This pays off as I don't run into a single player and I'm able to speedrun through these dailies. Also, the loot over here actually seemed to be better than the loot we got from killing those elites. Maybe it was just because we were able to kill so many of them, but there's also a ton of rare spawns that no one's killing because no one's coming over here in high risk mode, so they're not seeing them. Also, when you kill a decent amount of mobs in high risk mode, special rares can spawn, like this armored crypt swarmer, and he drops a full talent seal card pack. We kill another rare in the daily quest area, and his loot's not great. This ogre drops a talent card to buff blood horror, which is actually a pretty cool ability that heals you and fears whatever's attacking you. It would be cool with this build for sure. We're now going to do the high risk dailies in Silithus, and you have to do these in high risk mode. And Silithus is not an honorable combat zone, meaning you can get ganked by multiple players while you're out here. There are 2 honorable combat zones, I believe, and if you get ganked in an honorable combat zone, it sets you up in sort of a duel with the first player that hits you, and only that player can do damage to you, and they can't be healed by other nearby friends, which is a really cool system that Ascension implemented. You can drop quite a bit of items from your bags as well, especially in the tier 3 zones, which Silithus is a high risk tier 3 zone. In tier 2 zones, you can also drop gear, but it's a smaller bag icon, meaning that I think you drop less items from your bags. And I just realized in tier 3 zones, you drop 3 times more gold for your Felcom items, so it's really not worth the Felcom in tier 3 zones. I also just realized this whole time I did not have Manaforge Barrier on, which explains why those non-elite mobs were actually damaging me. After killing 14 out of the 16 elites we need to kill for this quest, we got these really cool Bloodforged Betrayer boots, which actually might sell for quite a bit. They're a huge upgrade over what we were using, and they say they're 64 item level, which I would actually believe because they're epic level 60 boots. I just don't trust it when it's like a blue or a green and it says it's level 60 with item level 64 or 5. And yeah, our item level does go up quite a bit over these Wolf Runner shoes that we were using. It's really low right now because we're using a throwaway gear set. All the stuff we're using, except for those boots that we just got, is probably max like 2 or 3 gold for each piece. So if we do get ganked by some kind of gank squad, we're only going to lose a couple gold worth of items and then potentially a lot of stuff from the bags, but so far we haven't really found anything good except for those boots. We did again find a lot of profession mats, but yeah, so far I haven't seen any of those sell for a decent amount. And there is someone farming these dust stormers, so we're probably gonna be finding some action here momentarily. Alrighty, well, I looked for him for a little while, couldn't find the dude, so we're just gonna heart that out of there and turn the quest in. We'll now turn in all the high risk dailies, and for some reason you get less marks of ascension and other stuff, I believe, than you get from doing the no risk dailies, which makes absolutely no sense. There was no risk versions of those high risk quests we just did. I think I could have done those at the same time. Either way, we're gonna open all the Callboard caches we just got. Already seeing an epic trinket, which is pretty cool. I'm seeing caches in caches, by the way. I'm seeing crazy amounts of stuff. Bonus Callboard cache. The heck? I wonder if those are from the high risk caches. I should have checked, but I just forgot to. So we got the first good trinket that I think we've come across. Although we don't need the mana regen from this. Could use it for the set bonus though, I guess. But the set bonus really blows. Figul's Harpoon is something we could hold on to and use for another build maybe. Jindu's Bag of Whammies gives you 57 spell power. That's a crap load. Another one of these crappy trinkets that we could just use to buff our item level, I guess. Probably is actually 64 item level. Zandalar's Confessor Wraps probably are better than any bracers I have. Jindu's Hexer is definitely better than the Blood Ash blade I was using. This will be our new PvE weapon. Zandalar Freethinker Arm Guards give melee stats as well as spell power. It's interesting. Peacekeeper leg guards. They're definitely better than our heroic leggings in every regard. Draconic Infuse Emblem gives us 6 spirit and 10 spell power. It gives us a huge spell power buff on a 1 minute 15 second cooldown. Whoa. I'll add that to my Blood Fury macro and we'll test out to see if we can cast Blood Fury and the trinket all at once. And no, actually casting Blood Fury puts the trinket on like a 15 or 30-second cooldown, so you can't use them both at the same time. This is weird. I've been trying to use this in different types of macros, and it doesn't seem like they allow you to do that for whatever reason. Even though when you use the trinket, it doesn't have a global cooldown, so you should be able to cast something right afterwards. It just does not work if you put in a macro. Well, that's something I'll try to remember to use, but yeah, if I can't put in a macro, then good luck to me. We got another really good trinket, mana regen, and spell power on this thing. Whoa. And never mind, we actually now have 3 really good trinkets. I didn't notice this thing, which I might actually just use over the Draconic Infused Emblem, because you always get that extra crit rating, and that's a little bit more than 1% extra crit. And yeah, it's gonna be it for the video. The loot we got in the high-risk zones was pretty bad, at least compared to the Mana Storm farming. So I think in the next video at the start, I'll do some more Mana Storm farming, and we'll try to get some cool golden skill cards so that we can prestige a new spec. So in the last video, we dumped 600 gold on golden skill cards, and I found a few interesting things, but we still have room for improvement before I want to reroll a new build. Starting in this video, we're pretty broke. We're down to 43 gold. Some stuff did sell in the auction house, and I want to really quickly go over that. A Zandalar Predator's Belt, which we found in the last episode, farming in the Eastern Plaguelands, and these Bloodforged Betrayer Boots, which I talked about towards the end of the last episode that we found in Silitus. Then we got some Copper Marks of War, which you can find from mainly farming high-risk zones, I believe. And then we got some high-risk mats, 2 of these Demon Seeds, which I think were part of the daily yesterday. Before we head into the Mana Storm, I want to try to refine our build by dumping all of our 30k Marks of Ascension. So I used all of our rerolls and didn't find anything too exciting. We're now going to use some of these Bedlam Bullions, which we used to buy a couple tomes yesterday. We're now going to get Tome of Mind Vision and Tome of Eye of Kilrog. And for 1,000 of these Bonzo Bolts, we're going to buy this thing that can interrupt an enemy's spellcast. With that stuff, we're going to head into the Mana Storm at level 86 now. Your progress now gets saved every 5 levels, which is pretty nice. And my plan now is when I use this Greedy Demon macro to target it and mark a Greedy Demon, even though I probably can't see it through the wall. I guess I can see it, it's right over there. If I couldn't see it through the wall, I could use Mind Vision on it to see through its eyes. And I think you can use this out of line of sight. Or I could use Eye of Kilrog to scout it. We don't need to do that here, obviously, so we'll just go kill the Greedy Demon, and we'll try this strat in another Mana Storm. As for the loot, let's loot the green, I guess, because that's what we want to do. Got some epics. And mainly 23 gold, though. We'll definitely take that. Make this next one interesting. We could try to pull this whole room, which may or may not backfire. And I'm not even sure you can still do this with the way this is set up. Yeah, it looks like they're not all linked, which is cool. We're going to not pop my defensive here, actually, because I already used it. Yeah, I think we're screwed here. I did a oopsies. I think I did a major oopsies. We're just going to try to get the heck out of here, actually. And we're going to use Grappling Hook, which I've not used much. I could reroll that, probably. Oh, and we're going to get grappled back in. I'm going to use a Healing Potion, actually. Which isn't ideal. It's not the worst thing. And blink out of here. Metamorphosis, I guess. No, wait, that was a bad idea. Yeah, that's it. So I think it was 4 or 5 Mana Storms later, we finally run into another Greedy Demon. And this one is close enough for us to use Mind Vision on. So we're going to try to do that. And we can see that it's somewhat close. If we look at the map as to where that was just now, I think it's on the exact opposite side of where we are right now, which is really helpful to know because the boss is right in front of us. And we're going to have to skip the boss and go to the left a little bit. And yep, would you look at that? We found the Greedy Demon. So I do think Mind Vision was definitely the way to go. And I think it was worth those Bedlam Bullions. Let's really quickly loot this one. And there's another Greedy Demon. I think actually this thing is visible from where we are. Oh yeah, it's right there. And yeah, to the guy saying he was not finding any Greedy Demons in any of these Mana Storms, you're definitely just not looking hard enough. And I just pulled half the dungeon. It's actually not looking good. I need to just Mass Hysteria everything. That's going to be a huge fear. And then keep it running. Crap, we just keep running into more mobs. I need to line of sight these mobs. This is going to be massive if we can get out of this situation. And of course, the tornado spawns. That thing's going to be doing constant damage while we're fighting. I just got stunned, by the way. That's why I wasn't doing anything. It's hard to notice when the stuns go off, but yeah. Let's do just a regular fear. Run this way. And then we could Mass Hysteria again. And fear all those mobs. Mass Hysteria is such a clutch ability. Because like I said, normally you can only fear like, I think max 6 mobs at a time. With Mass Hysteria, you can fear unlimited mobs. While we do make it back to the Greedy Demon in time, we can loot all of its gold and all of its beautiful items. and we get some epics that we've seen before. Normally in this room, there's a lot of crappy dogs that are not elite, but since the Mana Storm pretty much replaces every single mob at this point, it's all elites, which is kind of funny. We could pull everything, but at this point, I'm not looting any mobs at all. I'm only going straight to bosses and going to greedy demons if I do see them on my macro. I will say, since it does do checkpoints every 5 levels now, I could probably loot more stuff really quickly. We can just test out to see if the loot's worth it. Let's drop the loot pod. Let's see, we get a pumpkin bag, which is soulbound, and a bunch of garbage, I think. It really depends on how much you want to play Garbage Collector Simulator, I guess, and is the time that you're spending sifting through the trash going to detract from how quickly you're clearing. There's also a button on the Bagnon mod where you can auto sort your inventory. So I'll let that sort the inventory out, and we can see it. There's 5 caches that we might as well just open, although we just got 4 items that we have to keep in our bags. Okay, maybe it's not worth actually to open those. This heroic tome is not better than Jindo's bag of whammies, but it's still pretty good. We could use it for a high risk, high item level set, assuming they do buff the high risk drop rates, which I talked about in the last video. They have kind of this weird system where the better gear you have on, the better stuff can drop from mobs, which I don't really understand. I think just make mobs stronger if you want them to drop better stuff, you know? It should be kind of your choice to decide, like, do I want to farm with my best gear and kill mobs quicker, or do I want to kind of struggle a little bit but have less chance to drop my really good stuff? I think their system is interesting for sure. Like, it definitely is not easy to implement a system where, you know, the better gear you have on, the better stuff drops from enemies, but it just kind of doesn't really make sense. It's just like the rich get richer type of deal for doing the same amount of work. Like, imagine you're competing against someone for really anything. Like, one of you guys made a YouTube video on Ascension and I made a YouTube video on Ascension, and my video is infinitely worse, but it just does better because I have more subscribers. That is actually kind of how YouTube works, or used to work, I think, in a way. So maybe that is a bad example. Now though, I have been seeing a lot more channels with like no subscribers be able to, you know, get into the algorithm pretty easily. And actually I think that was not a bad example, because if we're looking at, you know, which is better, a system where you have to have 1 million subscribers to get any views at all, or a system where anyone can make a good video and start getting a lot of views. I think the system where anyone can make a good video and it gets a lot of views is a much better system, as long as the video quality is actually good. And the analogy here for the video quality is the difficulty of killing the mobs, if that makes sense. If everyone has to kill the same difficulty of mobs, aka make a good quality video, they should basically get rewarded the same. Let me know in the comment section what you think about that analogy. Was it just horrible, or was it actually okay? And just on a side note, to interrupt my incomplete thought, there's 1 greedy demon already in Zul'Farrak, and we're about to run into another one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is the second time I've seen 2 in this room. Maybe you've seen 2 in this room, even more than that. I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we'll loot the greedy demon. It's the same stuff, which I think the loot you get should go up as you get a higher tier in the Mana Storm. Like, I think you should get more gold and stuff versus someone that's just doing like, you know, Mana Storm 20 and they run into a greedy demon. They shouldn't be getting the same stuff. But that's just my opinion. We make it to level 96 and our bags are pretty much full. So we're going to dip out. And for progressing 10 levels, we got 5k Bonzo bolts, 2.6k marks of Ascension, some other stuff. Plus we can also vendor all this vendor trash, which is pretty much all the loot we got from greedy demons. It's all pretty much garbage. We'll now open all the Mana Storm caches and we'll see if we get anything good. So as far as the cache loot, there was nothing too crazy. I do think I'm going to use 25 gold to unlock that bank slot, and another 25 to unlock the next one. And we're going to put these pumpkin bags in it, and we're going to dump pretty much all the loot we just got into the bank to potentially use for high risk farming. I continue progressing in the Mana Storm to see what we get for getting past 100, seeing as the heroic caches say they're only for levels 51 through 100. Unfortunately, it's not some super crazy cache, it's just a case of fortune, and I assume you get this for any boss past 100 because it was basically the same reward for the next boss. From doing those extra Mana Storms, I banked some more gear, plus got some random crap that we don't need, so we're just gonna vend it all. We're now gonna head over to the tier 3 high risk zone Winter Spring and do these 3 high risk dailies. Plus there's some regular PvE dailies that you can do in high risk or no risk mode, but we're just gonna try to get them done in high risk. As for what we're using, it's our YOLO gear set. and I would highly recommend figuring out how this equipment manager thing works. It's actually not that hard. Basically, you just go new set, and if I wanted to make this set that I'm wearing part of this new set, I have to click edit set and then change the name to cool guy set and then save changes, and that would save the name and all the equipment to that set. And then like say hypothetically I wanted to not use this trinket, I would take out the trinket and then save it to the cool guy set. And that's pretty much it for the mod. One cool thing they did is if you're not in high risk mode, you can actually swap your set out to another set. Unfortunately, that does mean I'm not in high risk mode because I forgot to swap. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to Orgrimmar to swap my risk mode. I forgot I had these golden seal card packs on me, so I'm really quickly just gonna open them just in case they can drop in PvP. Reduce the chance enemies have to detect you while stealth. And we got an epic talent. You can read that if you want. I don't think it's that good for us. And this is for Hunter with some pet synergy, I guess. Then we got 2 golden ability seal cards as well. We might as well open those. Interesting finisher move. That's like a caster rogue hybrid. It strikes with your offhand weapon with a one-hand weapon. Okay. This ability that does nature damage. It's usable while shapeshifted. And summon Voidwalker. That's really good for a golden. And then I want to do the rerolls too, just in case our reroll scrolls can drop in PvP, which I don't think they can. We did get Carrion Swarm, which is interesting. This shadow damage, and we finally have a healing reduction. Increase the damage dealt or life drained by your shadow spells by 4%. We'll definitely hold on to that. This person is high risk, just like me. I could gank them. If I use that one thing, mercenary for hire, I think. We're gonna fight. I don't know if I want to fight this person though. They have 7.5k health. That's with metamorphosis up though, right? Or is that just their tank? Whatchamacallit? Oh, that sucks. Oh, that really sucks because they're mounted now. And yeah, they're not going to gank me. Okay, fair enough. So that was kind of an oopsie. Could have been some high-risk PvP there. Somebody was saying that you take 100% more damage while you have this Manaforged barrier up in PvP, but I did beat a guy in a battleground, or like it felt like I was gonna beat him, so I don't know. It might still be good even though it was nerfed. I think I just get crushed by other casters though if I have it up. So if I notice I'm getting casted on, just swap out of it and then go in a Worgen form, I guess, or something. So we gotta now kill this boss for the no risk daily. He has 290k HP, which is quite a lot. Bosses in the Mana Storm have like 60k now that we're above level 100. There's gotta be a trick to this guy. There's no way we have to burst through 300k health, right? Well, we've gotten through most of his HP, about 250k's worth. I feel like I missed something here where there's some kind of trick that you can do to down him quicker, because there's a boss with this identical HP pretty much in Eastern Plaguelands for one of the dailies, and you have to kill something behind the boss and it will take out like a third of his HP or something. But yeah, the guy just doesn't do much damage. He's just kind of a damage sponge. We are able to just out-sustain his damage with Devour Mind that transfers health and gives us a percentage. And yeah, boss down. Never again with that quest, that's for sure. Onwards to these furbolgs in Winterfall Village, and we are getting more stuff from killing them in high risk versus coming over here in no risk and just doing them the normal way. And the loot we get is good, it's just these mobs have double HP, so they are kind of annoying to kill. And golden mark of war for 1,000 marks of Ascension. Very nice. We did another daily and found no players there, which was great. We ran into this rare Cascade. Actually hitting quite hard. Gonna have to drop my totems for this guy. Frost Bomb, what's that? Holy moly. I just dropped gear. Well, my unclaimed belongings are still here, and I can loot my stuff. Very nice. Already attempt number 2 at Cascade. He is fearable, so when he does that big Frost Bomb thing, then I could just try to fear him. Maybe try to burst him down. Fear. Yeah, fear him. Okay, that works. Just burst him down, I guess. We got it. Nice. Got the achievement. And we got talent skill card for Frost Pulse, which is this ability that one-shots everyone around you. No, I'm just kidding. If you deal damage with Frostbolt or Cone of Cold on your Frost Bomb, deals AoE damage. And Frost Bomb is this ability that lasts for 6 seconds. So you put your Frost Bomb on something and then you just pound it with Frostbolts. We're now getting close to the end of our daily run. We have to do this elite quest and then go back to Dark Whisper Gorge and kill a bunch of elites there. We got to do both these for the high risk daily. And so far I've not seen anyone, which is fairly interesting, I would say. So we had to kill 10 of these giants, and I now aggroed a rare spawn giant, which does have quite a bit of HP, 62k. It's pretty much actually just what a Mana Storm boss would have. Guy doesn't seem to be doing more damage than the Frostmaw Giants either, so we should have this. And already rare down. We got a Mega Frost lockbox. Ours lockpicking 300. On skill card for Shatter as well. I think you use that with Ice Lance because Ice Lance is instant. There might be some other instant frost spells as well. And already we're back in Dark Whisper Gorge. We gotta now kill, I think, 16 elites. These Heterine Slayers are really easy for our build. But then once we get in a little bit deeper, we have casters to worry about. Also, we've still not ran into anyone yet, but one thing I forgot about was these dailies could have been from yesterday, and I just didn't do them, so maybe that's why we are not running into people. Also, our bags are full, and I could go back to Ogremore to swap out our gear set for the higher level gear set, so we could potentially find Solgura Bloodforge gear down here. I think I'll do that. We have so much extra gear. We also turned in all the PvE quests, and I'm going to open the callboard caches for those, and holy cow, we're getting a lot of stuff from that. And I thought you only get extra caches from the high risk dailies, but no. And we got another Jindu's Hexer. So we're back in Dark Whisper Gorge with a 60.4 item level, which is high enough to get the heroic Bloodforge gear drops. I didn't see anyone as I came into this place, and I ran by a bunch of mobs to get to where I'm at. And yeah, I did find out about the drop rates in this place and how that whole thing works. So it used to be about 1 in 20 that you'd get the Bloodforge gear, but it's 1 in 15 now, which I still think is probably too low, depending on what the Bloodforge gear actually is. Because I mean, you saw from the dailies I was getting, you know, so much really good gear. And I don't see why you'd even want to come down here when you can just get, you know, pretty much the best stuff, like a better mace than this one from the dailies. If you have to kill 20 elites that hit like a freaking truck and have a stun effect like this dude, he's about to stun me and do massive damage to me basically. There's a stun, and then I'm actually getting beat on by another mob too. And I guess this mob's not that hard. I could definitely have done this if I didn't aggro the other thing. It was definitely doable. The point is that these mobs are somewhat difficult, and okay, I'm getting aggroed on from this side too. I don't know how this thing aggroed. And I just realized I dropped my Zandalar robe, which is like 30 gold, and then the sash. See if we can loot that. Yes, we can. Very nice. And I just realized when I dropped my Banthok sash, which I think was heroic, it became Bloodforged. I think I just lost some item level there. And it's not really stupid in the sense of it loses stats from being heroic, like whatever. But the fact that it does lose item level and you need high item level to be in this area, I think that part's dumb for reasons I talked about earlier. Some really good loot from that guy though. Golden Mark of War for 1k marks. And I've never seen this before. Combine 10 of these with the Demon Magic Key to empower it. I want to just kill these lieutenants and then get the heck out of this area because lieutenants only spawn in the back and they're by far the hardest mobs. The caster succubus girls are kind of annoying, but they're not nearly as bad. That next lieutenant didn't drop much, so it's not like all lieutenants just drop crazy stuff. These melee mobs are really easy. I'm able to kill 3 of them at once and it was not even difficult. And then one of them dropped a healing effect that sometimes can drop from any mob, I think, where it will just heal you to full pretty much. So that's nice. We don't really get anything too crazy from these guys though. Like these epic weaves, I don't think sell for much, but maybe I'm just not selling them to the right buyer. Our first drop is a heroic Bloodforge drop. Should I even know you could get heroic Bloodforge? I guess this is like the best PvP stuff maybe, which I did not realize that was the case. I kind of just thought it was regular ZG Bloodforge gear. And then speaking of ZG gear, we do get a ZG drop. Same thing I'm using, which is what I was expecting more of. And that's only 30 gold. So, you know, that's like less than 1 greedy demon in the Mana Storm, which is just not worth it all. The heroic Bloodforge gear is very intriguing though. Also, we can try out Carrion Swarm for the first time, and that is cool looking. Pretty much on the next mob, we get heroic Bloodforged Zandalar Predators Bracers, which don't seem crazy good. I guess for bracers, that's a lot of stats though. I don't know. And we're killing the last mob. And of course, I'm getting ganked by a lieutenant, which isn't the worst thing. I can probably actually manage this if I pop my damage reduction buff and then try to interrupt that and fail. So it's probably a loss here. I could pop a potion, might as well. I have a ton in the bank. They just randomly drop all the time. We got to interrupt his next Shadow Bolt, right? Does he do Shadow Bolt or does he just keep auto attacking? Power Shield would be helpful. And we'll use a fear. And then interrupt that with a fear. Ooh, might be doable. Nope, it's not doable. Unfortunately, that mob is sitting right on top of this chest. I just want to grab my loot and hearts out of here. Can I do it? Grab the loot. And then dip the heck out of here. And already we got out of there. I'm going to turn in the high risk dailies. See if we get any special caches for that. I don't think so. I mean, this heroic charm is pretty cool. Well, it buffs our item level, but it actually really sucks. This two-hander though might be really good. 69 DPS, very interesting number for that, and can do 150 shadow damage, which is not much. 40 damage every 2 seconds for 6 seconds is not much either. That might be one of those things where it shows a number on the tooltip, but it's actually way more. We got Belt of Untapped Power, which I think is definitely better than the belt I use for PvE. We can compare the heroic Bloodforged bracers to the regular ones. You can see the stats are really not noticeable. It's one of each stat, I guess. That is really lame. I mean, I'll put them up there for like 150 and see if they sell. And this heroic Bloodforged mace does have like 7 more damage than the regular one, and it's selling for a ton right now. I'll put that up for like 600 gold maybe. If anyone wants to donate to the series, then feel free to buy that. No, I'm just kidding, don't do it. So it's the next day and the price of this mace just plummeted, and there's no real way to tell if something's heroic Bloodforge or regular Bloodforge. Like we look at the bottom here, this one's heroic Bloodforge, but someone just looking at these auctions would have no idea unless they look over each mace. And so for that reason, I'm just going to undercut all these and sell it for like 61 buyout and just try to get rid of it ASAP so it's not taking up my mailbox slots. We're also up to 417 gold, and I'm just going to enter a lot of crap in my bank that was just taking up space. With that gold, we're going to prepare for the next prestige by buying 2 Crusader enchants, and then with the rest of our 300 gold, we're going to buy 6 golden booster packs. Plus, we might as well just use all of our marks of ascension to try to refine our current build and then get a bunch more packs. And mainly talent card packs. I'm pretty sure what our regular abilities are going to be on the next prestige. I'm going to save the golden card packs and the regular card packs for the next video because that's going to be all about the next prestige. But then to end this one, I'll reroll 24 talents and 12 abilities and see if we get any upgrades. And this is interesting for Worgen form. Increases damage from all critical strikes by 15%. It says it does not stack with other similar effects though, and so I'm wondering if that stacks with like Shadow Power, which also says it does not stack with similar effects. And already I did all the rerolls and didn't find anything worth note, which is fine. I mainly just wanted the regular talent seal card packs, and the ability ones are good too because if we get duplicates, we get progress towards getting more goldens. And so we probably will have like 7 or 8 goldens to open at the beginning of the next episode, and we'll go over the build and what we're going to do with the Crusader enchants and all that stuff in that episode. So I just found out about what I'm not even sure is actually an exploit. It seems like it's kind of an intended mechanic almost to get people to buy these outlaw contracts boards on the shop for 35 DP, I think. And essentially the call boards last for 5 minutes and have a 30-minute cooldown. And what you can do with these call boards is place them near this quest guy, and you kill the dude and get the quest done. And you can turn the quest back into the call board, and you can repeat this a total of 35 times. It was when I started doing this repeatable quest for these call board caches, which have a ton of loot in them. And then all these marks of ascension, 35 times 4,000 is a gross amount. And yeah, you see every time I turn a quest in, the amount of quests we can do on the call board goes down by 1. So that counts for any other daily quest we want to do. But there's a lot of people doing this one because the boss has such a fast respawn and you just got to kill 1 mob. So yeah, I would definitely recommend Ascension devs change this system unless you're just trying to get people to buy call boards. But I think that's, you know, gonna maybe net you some short-term profit. But I think in the long run, people look at that and they're like, you know, that's not interesting or fun gameplay as, you know, a way to improve your character. Alright, so I did the quest 35 times, got my 35 caches, and I'm up to 140 marks of ascension, which is more than I've gotten the entire season probably. And I got a mount from, I'm not really sure what, I guess getting that many marks of ascension, and I got an achievement for that. So in recent videos, we got 3 talent cards that have good synergy. If we reach max stacks of rising winds, we summon a tornado that does nature damage, and we get increased physical stats. Plus Storm Strike can now reduce the cooldown of Whirlwind by 4 seconds. Probably the most important ability to go with that build is Storm Strike, which you can start with at level 1 and will attack with both your weapons. And with one of our main ability cards, Titan's Grip, we can use a two-hander in our offhand. And then for our other main skill card, I pretty recently found Wind Fury weapon, which gives each weapon a pretty good chance for an extra attack, dealing massive damage because they're two-handers. For even more extra attacks, I do have sword specialization 4 out of 5, and so if we're going to use swords from 1 to 60, then that could be an option. We're now going to open some card packs that we had left over from the last episode, and we're going to see if we get anything to buff the build. Starting with the normal packs, there's not really much here that's going to help us because we already have so many good normal skills and talents. And yeah, I didn't see anything too crazy in the regular talent packs. We did did fill this meter by quite a bit though, and we almost unlock a free golden booster. And we got a legendary skill here, which requires a single one-handed weapon. It's a finishing move that increases attack speed and decreases magic damage taken, lasts longer per combat points, and while it's active, when you parry, you get an immediate follow-up attack, but it reduces the duration of the buff. That is super cool for a single one-hander build. That means you can't have anything in your offhand. We got another legendary, Forbidden Technique. A shot that deals ranged weapon damage at shadow and teleports behind the target, gives you Shadow Dance. And Shadow Dance is this ability, which requires you to have some of these abilities to make it useful, I guess. I wonder if you even need the Shadow Dance ability to enter Shadow Dance with Forbidden Technique. Well, it looks like we're about to get a free gold in here, which is fantastic. And there it is. That's pretty much all we were after, because I think our regular slots are pretty filled, depending on what we roll into with our goldens. In that booster, you get one of every kind of pack, and we open the last regular talent card pack, and we got another legendary that synergizes with the legendary ability we just got. Sinister Strike allows Mongoose Bite to unleash a Pirate's Flurry, which strikes a target for 160% weapon damage 3 times over 1 second. So it's like a triple attack. I wonder if you combine that with Wind Fury. In order for this build to be effective, you might want all these Swashbuckle talent cards. Well, this one's not super important, but this one increases parry chance by 5%. This one increases melee haste by 20%. And this one gives you quite a few stats if you use a finisher move. Apparently you can find some of those in the world, if not all of them, but if we fill up all of our talent card slots with those abilities, we won't be able to use like Sword Spec, for example, and I'm sure there's a lot of other regular talents that are really good. So I'm thinking if any of these golden talents are a part of that build, we may commit to it. We don't have anything here, but we still have 6 more talent card packs to open. And this golden talent is amazing for both builds probably, right? 3 out of 3 of that is awesome. On our last golden talents, we have 2 things that may synergize really well with the Pyro build. Dealing damage with combo point abilities, aka Sinister Strike. Increase your tame pet's damage by 15% and restores mana or energy to the pet, I think. And then Blade Twisting increases Sinister Strike's damage by 10%. We also have 7 golden ability seal card packs, and there's a lot of options here. Like Whirlwind is something we've been waiting for on the goldens, and we finally got it. This would be amazing for the first build I was talking about, because we actually needed Whirlwind. And Summon Felguard is also really interesting. I'm not sure how well it scales versus the other pets. One would think since it's level 50 epic, it would be really good though. We got 2 Blessing of Kings buffs here, which I'm guessing is giving us more extra progress. Thunder Soul is really cool for a melee spellcaster hybrid. And then Unbounded Drain Soul, I don't think we've seen that yet. We've done Unbounded Drain Life and Unbounded Mind Flay, but not that one. I found a one-hander yesterday in high risk, and it ended up selling for 59 gold. And then I sold some other random stuff too, which wasn't really worth note. Traveler's backpacks are up to 6 gold now. Wow, I spent that gold on 2 more golden packs, and we didn't get any abilities, and we didn't really get any talents. Bummer. Shout out to the comment section for this suggestion. If you go to Chromie and you ask her for prestigious rewards, and you look over to the right a few pages, you can see there's heirlooms that you can buy for tokens of prestige. You get 100 for each prestige, plus if you do the prestige quest from 1 to 60, you get another 100. What I'm thinking we want for this prestige is either the Reforged True Silver Champion, the 2-hander, which is slightly quicker, so it has less top end damage than the Bloodied Arcanite Reaper, which I do think is better for our build. But if we are going to go for the extra attack sword specialization, I think this sword ends up winning out. I wanted to use the sword spec from our regular talent cards, but we don't have room for it, so we're going to have to use either 3 out of 5 poleaxe spec or a 2 out of 5 sword spec from our goldens. And what I like about poleaxe spec is it benefits axes and polearms, so it gives you more options, and I think for that reason we're going to use poleaxe spec. I decided we're going to buy 2 of the axes for 25 DP each on the shop, which in my opinion is pretty stupid that you can buy this stuff for DP, and I would just farm the item the normal way by prestiging, but I am running out of time. There's some things I got coming up that I haven't talked about, and so yeah, we're just going to take the shortcut here and buy them on the shop. We're going to put a Crusader enchant on both of them, and I bought these enchants off the auction house for about 55 gold each. One thing I didn't realize about Crusader now though is it does require level 30 to be active. Before we check out what skill cards we'll be using, a viewer informed me of an exploit, and I made a video on the whole thing. Essentially just allows you to do your dailies really quick, and we got 35 Callboard caches from doing that. And as I was opening the Callboard caches, we run out of space, and I just decided to vendor anything that's not related to our next spec, except I left one really good gear set for our Worgen spec just in case we need to go back to that. But I vendored pretty much everything else, and that includes stuff stuff that I could have sold in the auction house. My main focus right now is I just want to get this next spec as powerful as it can possibly be. So yeah, we just vendored pretty much everything except a few things that are going to benefit our next spec. With that gold, we bought 8 golden seal card packs, and one of them was this really cool ability, Herald's Legacy, which now I think about it is kind of just a really scuffed version of Bladestorm, because with Bladestorm you can move, although Bladestorm has a longer cooldown and it is legendary. And yeah, we got the Whirlwind Golden, which was awesome. We got Wind Fury, Titan's Grip, so we can use two-handers in our offhand. All damage dealt is reduced by 15%, but a lot of people use this, so I think it ends up being worth it. And then as for our talents now, so we have Raging Winds, which I already talked about, Storm Strike and Whirlwind Synergy, and Rampant Tornado, which synergizes with that and synergizes with Rising Winds. It was really cool that we got this as a golden, otherwise the build just would not have worked. Then we recently got Flurry for that 15% attack speed. I think that's gonna be really nice. And then Poleaxe spec could be swapped out with some other stuff, but we will just go with that. And then as for our last talent, there's some options here. Stormbringer is legendary and does nature damage, or we could also go for this ability, which gives us quite a bit of crit when our health is below 75%. And we get a heal when we kill something every 5 seconds. I think we'll focus this prestige more on the physical side of things, and I think this ability synergizes better with that because we got Flurry for the extra attack speed. And then our main ability cards are all physical. There's ways we can make this more nature focused with the future prestige maybe. Like I could toss out Herald's Legacy for Stormhammer, which does quite a bit of nature damage. But if we want to make Herald's Legacy do more damage, then I think Dance of Death is going to be better. The prestige daily today is Prestige Battlegrounds. So we're going to focus the build a little bit more around PvP by starting Charge for the gap closer, Thorm Strike, of course, as our main damage dealer, Hamstring for the slow effect, and Battle Stance for the armor pen. As punishment for my pay piggery, I'm not using the aura this time, only the free potions of XP you get from verifying your account. Although I will say you actually only have to buy one of the two-handed axes and they get sent to you as an heirloom, which you can duplicate for yourself, so you can use both of them. So I only really had to spend 25 DP on this, and it was very farmable. At level 12 we get a nature damage ability, but we need an air totem for this. We then find dual wield specialization. It's only 2 out of 5, but we'll definitely take that extra stats for our crit and our offhand. At level 13 we find impale to increase the damage of mainly our whirlwind so far. And then at 14 we get another warrior talent that doesn't benefit us yet, but it may have synergy later on. Before we queue up for a BG, I'm going to try to find some really OP twink gear in the auction house. Like this cape is amazing for level 19. It's basically like a level 50 or 60 cape, but it's scaled down to 19 because in level 19 found it in the Mana Storm. And that's pretty much the same story with this chest piece. It's probably like a level 40 chest piece. This build is also pretty nuts for level 16. These boots are also steel for 25 silver. And then like this ring has pretty good stats for level 18. Although I guess the protector band is also pretty good. We also got some mystic enchants, 3 Poleaxe spec for the 1% crit and critical damage, precision for the 2% hits, dual wield spec for the 2% crit chance, Stormforge weapon for the extra nature damage on our autos, 3 out of 3 critical whirlwind for the more crit chance on whirlwind, 1% more physical and nature damage, 3 unending fury for 9% more damage on our whirlwind, and 1 reduced cost for our physical and nature abilities. All those enchants were anywhere from like 5 to 15 gold, and ironically the green was actually the most expensive. That was like 20 gold when I bought it, even though it's the cheapest to make, and I should make a few of those and put them back on the auction house. And already we're now in a BG ready to own, maybe. I mean, there's not more twinked out people than us. We did get some gear from doing quests. You get caches that have random stuff in them. Nothing too crazy. These gloves are actually pretty good. And yeah, we're gonna see if we do some ownage here. My goal is just to win 5 BGs, and then after that, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and just own noobs to the best of my ability. That's a lot of damage right there. I'm getting owned by this guy though. Let's see if I can get a whirlwind. And I'm kind of looking at my abilities, and I'm trying to play the game. Got an ability here. We got Flurry, very nice. Get the extra attack speed, and this is actually not what we want. We're gonna be taking even more damage. I wonder if I could actually kill him at this HP. It's got the dual one-handers, but oh. I'm misclicking. Oh, he got me. Oh, and that dude was the guy who gave me the tip yesterday on the whole how to do all the dailies fast. This guy's a bear, so he's super tanky. He's gonna run away. Whirlwind that, and then a dude's focusing me. Let's see what we got here for a spell. Survivalist increases agi and stam. Reduced duration of disarm effects is also good. I think I got gear at 16. Got the belt, yeah. I tried to put the belt on, but it says you cannot do that right now. So we're stuck with the gear we have for this PG, which is okay. He's out of my line of sight. Let's go for this guy, I guess. Oh, I need to use the Storm Strike. Go for this guy as well. Whirlwind, big damage. I think I missed that. Storm Strike for big damage that we get now. We're going to start getting some random stuff, which is kind of exciting. 1% crit. I got kind of a low roll on that, which is unfortunate, but we'll take it. What do we got here? Squishy guy. I don't know if we whirlwind first. I think I just did big damage to that guy. I did Storm Strike that guy, but I didn't see the damage it did. And then I'm pretty much done so here. Whirlwind though. Big damn. Whirlwind should probably be on Q, and then I'll move Battle Stance to somewhere else, like way down here. I don't know why Battle Stance was on Q. Top damage done and KBs, which is pretty nice. My team pretty much sucks, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I would prefer my team to suck in a situation like this, because it makes me shine. Well, and that's big damn. We got a healer over here, or I don't know what she's doing. She's about to get one shot though. Oh, and she I think Shadow Melded. Q. There we go. And then charge this guy. I don't really want to be fighting this dude because he chose this fight. I kind of want to run to another dude. I feel like the Alliance here are way more twinked out. I got dudes on me. Whirlwind, and alright. I'm pretty sure we lose this BG. I think my teammates just kind of suck. No offense to them, but the enemy just is more twinked out. So I think I just dip out of here and maybe do like a Mana Storm. This is kind of a waste of time. I don't think we win this. Which is such a great feeling to be able to just dip out of the losing BG when you know you're going to lose. Wish the league was like that. But yeah, we're in Mana Storm 101 right now. But it's scaled down because we're only level 17. So we're actually doing okay here as far as our damage. Also, doing that BG was kind of awkward because I didn't have these macros ready. I highly recommend doing this for all your melee abilities so you don't have to right click people to start your auto attacks on them. And we get 3 out of 5 dual wield spec. And that's it for that Mana Storm. I don't know what just killed me. I also got the chest piece upgrade plus the 2 ranks. So we're now beasting. We're right by the boss. We are just crushing this dude. He stands no chance. This is Mana Storm 101, which is quite nuts. I wonder what we get for beating this guy. A Mana Storm cash. Okay. I kind of want to turn off my potion of XP right now because I just want loot and I want to be able to do another BG at 19 when I have all the gear equipped. So I'm going to turn these potions off even though I did stack them. And we get some of the potions back. Okay, nice. Increase attack power for every 150 armor we have. Okay. But yeah, we'll keep it pushing the Mana Storm. And I'm just going to make sure to watch my XP and make sure that I don't get past 19 so I can queue up for the easy battleground. What I like about this place is there's a high level area. And so like this ogre, for example, could drop some really good stuff for our level. It would scale down the armor and the damage if it was like a weapon or an armor piece, but the actual stats wouldn't scale down. Just how we have that cape, that's crazy good. It's not what I meant to do. We could just run this way maybe. Oh, we get stun locked. I'm getting rooted, and that's it. These mobs are just too good. Got some Bonza bolts off of that though. And already we waited out the deserter buff and queued up for another BG. And this is exactly why you have that mentality, because we're already winning. And I could have been in the last BG still, maybe. BGs might actually have a cap on them as to how long they can last. But yeah, this is what you need to be able to do in League, man. To be able to leave the game whenever you want. And then queue up again and crush on noobs. In your next BG. Had I stayed in the last BG, we could have still been wasting time and we would not have got progress towards getting our quest done. It's just mind-blowing how League community thinks that you should be stuck in a losing scenario, when you're doing practice especially. I'm not sure what's going on here. The water's messing up I think it might be different because I grew up with WoW, where like if you joined a bad dungeon group with the dungeon finder, or like you use raid finder and you found a bad group, you could just leave that raid or dungeon and there was no hard feelings. Like no one would message you after and be like, oh dude, what the heck. And I just really quickly want to interject, yes, when you were playing classic you didn't have dungeon or raid finder, and because it was actually hard to assemble a group for stuff, you wouldn't leave after the first wipe. But I remember most of the content that I did was with friends, and so we'd be kind of fighting through the wipes together, and the entire group would be improving. You'll know what I mean if you've ever queued up for anything with just even one friend can make you feel like you have to stay in the game to help them improve or see their strategy through. And if you guys call it and you want to abandon the dungeon or whatever, it's more of a group decision because you don't want to piss your friend off. We've got a really interesting ability. Haunting Strike deals damage as Shadow. I'm not sure if I read the whole thing about that, but we got the Dance of Death talent too, so we now get healing back when we get KBs if we're low, I think. and it's like every 5 seconds. Storm Strike's ready to go. Big Storm Strike. Got some healing back. I didn't see how much that was actually. Whirlwinds. Did not get healing back for that. Getting focused by too many people. Haunting Strike does deal damage as Shadow, but it deals percentage of our weapon damage. So it is still hitting really hard because our weapons are really slow. But I'm just going to see if I can get on top of KBs here. I possibly can. Big Whirlwind. I think I killed that dude. And then just go on this guy who's hard casting on me. I did join pretty late, but I'm already pretty high on the KB list. These guys have been in this for, I guess, 14 minutes, and I've been in here for like 2 or 3. And there we go. Pays to leave noob teammates, you guys. That's the main thing. And then I think for the next few levels, we'll do the Mana Storm, and we'll try to get up to 29, and we'll twink out at 29. And yeah, keep progressing. The Dance of Death procs are going to be really nice for keeping our HP up. Yeah, that ability Dance of Death is giving some really nice sustain, especially because like this tornado does about the same amount of damage of the healing of that ability. Like they're kind of just offsetting each other. But I did feel like tuning it down though, we could do a lower tier Mana Storm, but I kind of like our progression speed. I'm doing plenty of damage. Like this is a way quicker clear speed than my other character's build. At least for now, I was not killing bosses nearly this quick. Resurrection, ooh, let's reroll that. Aim shot is a healing reduction. We don't have a healing reduction yet. In Ultimate, there is a greedy demon, and we can't see him through the wall anymore, but if we use mind vision, we can see where it is. And yep, we found it. There could actually be some interesting stuff in here because the epics will be scaled down to our level, and the procs actually might be really good. And you can see the Lay of Lilies is scaled down, as is Crawl Blade. And King the Decapitator is actually the same damage pretty much as our two-handed heirloom. One would think an epic would have more damage than an heirloom. Oh, we got a greedy demon just randomly. I didn't even hit the macro. Oopsies. Free vendor trash, I guess. Oh, we got another one. Okay. I'm down. And you know how I said there's more greedy demons in the higher tier Mana Storms? Well, we got another one not that far away. Conveniently pretty close to the greedy demon is Finkel Einhorn, and we'll vendor pretty much everything we just picked up. Elemental Mage Staff vendors for 8 gold. Holy moly. Like Destiny actually is scaled down with its proc. Should try to use that in our offhand maybe, just for a little while. We lose out on some damage, but if it procs often, then it's worth it, I think. Oh, would you look at that? Another greedy demon. So that's 4 greedy demons. We just got the proc, by the way, for 1 increased strength, is it? Strength is at 324. There's no way that's a 1 increased strength. Yeah, it was actually 240 increased strength, I think. So Destiny might actually be the way. No way. I just found another greedy demon with my macro. So that's 5 greedy demons in here. It's not in range to mind vision though, so it's pretty far. So yeah, I think we're just gonna keep it pushing. We found 5 greedy demons on this level, so one can only assume that, you know, in the next one we might find at least like 1 or 2. Well, we got a pretty good interrupt here, and it does quite a bit of damage. 500 physical, and okay, we hit the jackpot. 4% crit and strength, and we don't even need the capstone bonus because Ren can already crit with battle stance. Greedy demon right next to the entrance. I was about to say we haven't seen any greedy demons for like the last 4 or 5 Mana Storms. I've been spamming the macro, but there's just none on the entire map pretty much. Dual wield mastery does not stack with dual wield spec. We'll keep dual wield spec because it's 3 out of 5, and the mastery is only 1 out of 5. Increased crit chance by 2%. Pretty much all we're getting from that talent, but we'll definitely take it. On Ministorm 110, we have yet another greedy demon. A nice Destiny proc as well. Nice proc right as we're starting the boss. And let's see what happens when we do another Storm Strike. We get it off before... Yeah, I think we got it off. It was like, what, 600 crit or something? And we're at 111, so we could just dip out because we got the checkpoint. But I want to see how well we did this boss, which has the self-heal. But we do have an interrupt, and we have a healing reduction with aim shot. If we even get to see the boss, though, because I'm getting sheep forever. I have a trinket. I'll just pop that, I guess. Jeez. That was actually lasting forever. It was like a 10-second sheep that doesn't break when you take damage. The hack game. Boss time, though. Commander Springvale. You're going to try to heal, but you're not going to heal because I have a book. It's going to make you shut up because we're in the library. Got to be silent in the library. And yeah, the guy just gets owned. Aim shots, just in case he gets a heal off. But no, easy peasy. This is the way. And we got Wind Strike. Hits an additional time while using an offhand weapon. No way. Wind Strike. That's totally in line with this build. And it's only on a 6-second cooldown. Nice Destiny proc on Gathelzog. Huge hit from our new wind strike ability. That's 600. We got dual mastery 4 out of 5, 8% attack speed and 26% damage versus 3% crit and 20% damage. Which one do we want? I would say the crit one's probably better, but we'll keep the 4 out of 5 thing just because it's more offhand damage. I think it's more important. We're a bit less than halfway through the next level, and we're just gonna try to own Springfield here, or Commander Springvale rather. And actually, we're gonna have to trinket out of that, and we trinket into a sheep. So we're done, but it's completely fine. I was thinking about dipping out at that point anyways, because we weren't going to be able to get to the next checkpoint probably before we got 30. And I want to queue for a BG right now. We're also going to look for some overpowered gear. Like these bracers are insanely good. 7 crit rating ends up being 1.3% crit, is that? And then on the auction house, we can buy these scrolls of enchant bracer greater strength. We also got these boots of the gladiator, which are definitely better than the ones we have. And then these leggings give 9 strength and 15 stam, and I just realized we have really crap leggings. Oopsies. What about these things? 11 strength and stam, or these ones give 12. And then we got to go for the Tuscan helm for that 12 strength and agi. And alright, that's gonna be it for the episode. In the next one, we're gonna do the 29 through 20 BG and just dominate that. And then at 30, we get Wind Fury weapon, and at 36, we get Herod's Legacy, so we can spin to win. So over the last few weeks playing WoW Ascension, I found these 3 skill cards which all have good synergy, and we're now making this sick Wind Warrior build. To support that build, we have this talent which gives a ton of healing when we get kills, plus a bit of crit if we get low, and then Poleaxe Spec for even more crit, and Flurry for attack speed when we crit. We're using dual two-handers with this ability, and Whirlwind swings both of them at once in an AoE, which hits really hard, and then Storm Strike swings both of them on a single target, which also hits really hard. And then randomly, as we were just progressing, we found this ability Wind Strike, which we'll use when Storm Strike and Whirlwind are on cooldown. We left off yesterday at 29, and at 30 we get Wind Fury weapon, and at 36 we get Herod's Legacy, and we'll check out those abilities in a bit. We've got a bunch of random enchants to support the build, and I went over them in the last episode, but I'll really quickly flash them on the screen. And mainly they're just buffing our Whirlwind damage, plus they're just helping our spec out in different ways. We're going to start this episode off by queuing for a 20 to 29 BG, and we're about to hit 30, which is pretty awesome because we're going to be able to use dual Crusader enchants that require level 30, and I'm really quickly going to go over to the gear we have, which I went over in the last episode a bit. Just gonna hover over it. I put a 100 health enchant on this chest piece, and it was like 10 gold for that enchant, and then I looked today and it was like 50. I put a 7 strength enchant on these bracers, minor speed increase on these boots, which again was like 10 gold, and we'll really quickly go over to the gear. I just bought this belt today. It's a really good belt. And then I put a 5 strength enchant on these gloves, and then we got the rings as well, level 28s. I found this trinket randomly, which really isn't that good. 50 armor is basically nothing. And so yeah, we're in a level 20 through 29 BG, and we're about to hit 30 in like 4 bars of XP. And when we do, it's just gonna be all over for these people. Can't really imagine them having too much of a chance. I'm just gonna get in here and start swinging. I'm hitting a pet, okay. Oh, there's a dude right next to me, and I was getting focused a little bit. The middle is kind of a crap show. I do need to hit people that are going to give me XP, big damage. Oh, I hit him with the Whirlwind from really far away. I do take quite a bit of damage. Like, I'm getting focused by multiple people. You know, I can go down pretty quick. I'm looking at my XP, 98% towards level 30. And there we go, we're at 30, and we should be getting Wind Fury weapon here, by the way. Oh yeah, we got it. Activate Wind Fury weapon. We got it on both of our weapons. And we got a finishing move that gives us what looks like a pretty good stat increase. This guy wants to fight. Let's just hit him with a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and alrighty. There's like 8 dudes over there. Yeah, I just have not been picking good fights, which is completely fine. We're just getting a feel for, you know, what these people are all about. What is this guy doing? They're really trying to get in the video, huh? Josh? Did we get a heal for that? Did we kill Josh? Give me the healing. No. I keep feeling like I'm immortal, but I can't charge on like this group, for example. Let's go for this dude in the back who's casting. Storm Strike, Wind Strike. Big Dam. And then, alrighty. I'm pretty sure I'm getting focused by... Okay, it's just a pet. I need to turn the pet bars off too, because it's really distracting when I see the little name icon above the pet. Yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like I'm not getting healing back from Dance of Death. It's kind of brutal. I'm not even top on KBs right now. Need to step it up. Got a Crusader enchant, or Crusader proc for the first time. I'm gonna be hitting big. I'm just getting focused. Like, 3 or 2 dudes are on me right now. Big whirlwind though. And while we're getting 4 capped, we're about to lose in a second. If they cap that flag, wow, we lost. That was a brutal loss. Feels like we didn't even have a chance. From getting 30, we get some scrolls that we can use to reroll talents and abilities. And the first one we get is improved hamstring damage by 5%. It's not much, but we'll take it. And this thing increases spell haste, which we don't care about. But if we get below 30%, we're healed for a small amount, increased by healing power. That's not going to be that much, but we'll hold on to it for now, simply because we have more useless things to reroll, like ferocity does nothing for us right now. And wow, we got an upgrade on our hamstring talent. Yay, am I right? We got 3 ability rerolls as well, and the second one is this really nice ability flesh hook, which pulls an enemy to us, does damage on a pretty low cooldown. That is very nice to have in PvP. When we press siege and start over from 1 to 60, we got this quest, and to complete it we need to win 5 battlegrounds, and my goal is to complete that before we get 60, but I don't want to queue up for a level 30 through 39 battleground at level 31. So we're now going to do some Mana Storm progression, and we're at level 111, which is pretty deep in the Mana Storm, but because our build is so good for our level, we're just crushing these mobs right now. We just went from 111 to 116 in a matter of like 5 minutes, and on 116 there's finally a greedy demon, which is mainly what we're after. I want to farm some money, and the greedy demon drops 23 gold, somewhere around there, pretty much every time. And then epic weapons sell for a lot, like Hang the Decapitator sells for 4 gold. We had to backtrack a bit for that greedy demon, and since we had made it to the next checkpoint, I decided just to dip out. And we're really quickly going to open all these Mana Storm caches, which probably aren't going to have anything good in them. That polearm does sell for a lot though, I think. Yeah, 4 gold, 59 for that polearm. Pretty much everything else is getting vendored though for what I think was like a good 20 gold profit. And then before we continue more in the Mana Storm, we're up to 57k Bonza bolts, which is enough for one of these massive potions. These big ones do scale down. It's only 29 attack power for our level. And I was actually thinking of grabbing this one first for 20k bolts, increases run speed by 50%. And then this one makes us immune to stun and movement pairing effects for 10 seconds. I feel like that's really good. And then this one's also really good to remove debuffs. I think we'll grab that as well. Yeah, we can pop the sprint serum just to make us move quicker, obviously. Just going to increase our speed. Probably more than that attack power. And this was only what, 20k or 10k? And then we also have the other things which are on the same cooldown though. Oh no, that's super lame. So we just wasted a bunch of bolts for that. I wonder if I can get a refund if I put in a ticket. It probably would give me a refund just because I'm who I am. I'm so cool and special. I wonder if they would give a refund to anyone though. It does say it shares a cooldown with similar effects, but one would not assume those are similar effects. One's a movement speed increase, one's a stun reducer, and one's a dispel. Well, let's decide which one's more important, the sprint serum, motion lotion, or Mana Storm cleanse. I'm going to go ahead and say motion lotion. I'm going to ask to refund the sprint serum and the Mana Storm cleanse via a in-game ticket. We're going to open a ticket and I'll say this in the ticket and we'll see if I get a refund on that. If not, it's not the worst thing. It's just kind of lame that the tooltip doesn't really lead you to make the right decision there, in my opinion. Very nice. Greedy Demon at the very beginning of Mana Storm 114. I don't know why I'm doing Mana Storm 114 again. Should be doing 116. And there's another Greedy Demon here. So that's what, 40 gold plus the stuff we get from vendoring. Some really nice weapons actually. Was it like 12 gold for 2 of those weapons? And this thing's 5, and this thing's 5. Huge profit. Pretty close to where we just killed those 2 greedy demons is yet another one. So I'm actually pretty glad that I forgot to change the Mana Storm back up to 116, I think it was that we were at. Because, yeah, we wouldn't be killing 3 greedy demons in a row, which is just beautiful. We'll have to loot these while the boss is beating on us, which is annoying. This is one of the fastest attacking bosses I think I've seen. I was able to loot one of those though while he was beating on me. There we go. If you just keep spamming though, you'll eventually get it, I think. I'm not sure what that heal was. Was that talent we picked up recently that gives us the heal? And yeah, it is. We just got the proc again, and it's like a 1300 heal. We have 1900 HP. That is nuts. It says when we go below 30%, we're healed for a small amount. 1300 is not a small amount. This boss actually might be tough if he knocks us in the air. He does a stun effect too. Should use motion lotion. We're actually kind of getting crushed on here a little bit. There's a knock-up effect. Although we got him before we landed. Very nice. That did like no damage. Oh, because we have safe fall, which lowers damage taken when you fall. We got Herald's Legacy now. Plus, we just got Raging Winds, so we can lower the cooldown of Storm Strike, which is nice. And yeah, let's use Herald's Legacy even though we're kind of low. And oh yeah. Huge. Just get out of here though. Oh, that was really close. You gotta be careful when you use that ability because you can't move while you're spinning to win, which may in some circumstances make you spin to lose. In this next Mana Storm, a mob knocks me off the edge and I don't really know where to go. So we're just gonna dip out and queue for a random BG at 36. I was considering queuing for a BG around this level anyways, and we will run into people that are hardcore twinking out, but I'm pretty confident that we can definitely compete here. We'll also open the Mana Storm caches and we'll get ready to do a massive vendoring here. We're already up to 340 gold before we vendor. And then after we vendor, we're at a whopping 415 gold. This is definitely the way to farm money, doing prestiges and owning high level mana storms. We'll start out this BG by grabbing the berserking buff for a dude in the back like this guy. And then can I just move? I can't even move. I need to start looking for 1v1s like we got this dude who is about to get owned. Hamstring's on the wrong button. Oopsies. Spin to win. A little spinning here. Just gonna back off. You actually can't move while you're channeling that. This dude's pretty full HP. They can get him. I'm gonna use Ren. I don't know what that heal was. Was that my, whatchamacallit, Nature's Grace heal or whatever? For like the full heal every, so often. That's what that was. Reduce the duration of movement and pairing effects by 14%. Definitely take that. Big friggin' damage. Like I was using Maniforge Barrier, which doubles damage taken. Spin the win. See how hard I can win here. The guy just backs off. I think I just got a kill. Somebody was also saying to turn on HP bars. You can see how much HP things have around you, which we're gonna do. And I also turned off pet HP bars. Aim shot for the kill. Oh yeah, I finished him with aim shot, which is like no damage. Because I don't have any range attack power scaling. And, okay. Spinning to win, baby. Oh yeah. We got Battle Shout, which gives us 25 strength and agi at this level. That ends up being like 1.2% crit, I think that was, and quite a bit of increased weapon damage. Our flag is about to cap. We got to take out the enemy flag carrier. Really quickly gonna get in here and just spin to win on him probably, or just not even spin to win. Pick it up. I got it. And I don't know what that was. Spin to win though, and they all go down pretty much before I could even get my spin off. I don't even know if it hit there. Wow, our next talent is amazing. 3% more crit, bringing us up to 34.3 crits. We're now going to keep progressing the Mana Storm, or we're going to keep trying to progress in the Mana Storm. I'm not sure how you guys feel about the health bars, but when I'm in dungeons like this, seeing all these health bars just clutters my screen. It's kind of distracting. Control V turns it off and on, so I guess in dungeons I'll just turn it off. Yeah, this is way better. Like I can see my whole screen's not just littered with health bars. We'll spin to win on this next boss. And oh yeah, we kill him before the spin's even over. On Mana Storm 120, we finally found another greedy demon. It has been a while. Getting kind of unlucky with those, I think. And we reached the next tier, so we'll now go on a vendor run. We won't vendor this ring though. This thing's actually better than what we're using. So we progressed 5 more levels in the Mana Storm. Didn't find a single greedy demon. We get some caches that have some stuff in them that we can vendor though. So we got the response for the refunding of the potions, and it's not refundable. Next plan of action is I'm going to try to get them on different cooldowns, because they really should be on different cooldowns. We're now in a 46 through 49 BG, and this is the one where you just need to get a bunch of kills. If we think about this strategically, I have Flesh Hook, so I can pull something to our entire group like this dude. Pull him in. And people focus that guy maybe. She does not get killed, but it was a good amount of damage. I think we're just getting pushed back right now, and we just got to play the waiting game a little bit. We got an insane combo of abilities here. We just picked up Colossus Smash, and then immediately after, we get a talent that buffs that ability. After not even being that BG for that long, we went from 46 to 49. And if we hit 50, we can't queue for another BG in this bracket, so we're going to dip out. And as we're re-rolling abilities in the next one, we get 5% crits, and then our next re-roll is an upgrade to our pull X spec. So we just got 6% crit total in 2 rerolls pretty much, which was amazing. I have a bunch left that I should have done before this BG, but it's all right. And yeah, we're gonna help out Blacksmith right now. There's a lot of action going on. This guy in the back is about to be hurting pretty bad. Oh, that charge did not even charge near the dude. Not sure what's up with that. He's got a dude on me, but he's gonna have to continue charging. All right, I'm just gonna spin on you, bud. Super Hund wants to be in the video, I guess. It's just tunneling on me. Even when I'm spinning, he's just continuing to tunnel. That's how you know someone's trying to get in the video. When you pop Herod's Legacy, spin to win, and they could just walk away, but they decide just to keep attacking in melee range. Got a dude that's trying to step up. Like he's just gonna run away. I've been getting kited a lot. Let's charge this, trinket it, and then, yep, we're getting feared again. And now I have no way to get back on him for like a couple more seconds. Is he actually owning me here? I think I just got healed from my passive. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was my passive. There was no one else nearby. That fight was really awkward, and I'm trying to figure out how to bind my keys better. Like, F is charge, and then Shift F is hamstring. Maybe that's a better combo than having Shift Q be hamstring. Blood Surge has a really good synergy with Bloodthirst. We're spamming Whirlwind pretty much, so Bloodthirst should always have that proc. We just need Bloodthirst now. We're getting focused by a dude who wants to be in the video, maybe. 2 dudes that want to be in the video. I'm just going to spin to win. And unfortunately, you can get stunned while you're spinning to win. But while you're doing Blade Storm, you cannot be stunned, I think. It says you can be disarmed, though. Alright, well, there was like 4 or 5 dudes at the blacksmith, but they didn't take it somehow. I guess my ally showed up just in time. And now I'm going to try to assault the stables. Which there's a couple dudes here. This guy is not paying attention. Got the Crusader proc and the hamstring on him. And I'm already getting just nuked down by 2 dudes in the back. Stuck on that thing, and I clicked the wrong button for charge. Oopsie daisy. Normally I would just cut that out of the video, but I do think it's important to know where all of the alliance are and where they're not. I don't think there's any at gold mine, so we're gonna head down there. And there was actually no one at gold mine. This dude capped it by himself, and he did pick up levitate, so he was able to jump off that cliff over there. Which, by the way, you can go up this thing to get to the top now. They must have added that in. There never used to be a way to go down like that. But yeah, name of the game on Rothi Basin is just hold the 3 cap, and there's no one at gold mine, so just defend the gold mine. And I guess while we're defending, we'll reroll a few abilities. Tenacity is really good. It gives us 6% armor, and an armor increase equal to our strength. And strength is our main attribute. We have 325 strength, and that's going to boost our armor up to 2100. So it's not a crazy amount, but it's still a decent amount. I bet it's like 3% or 4% damage reduction. Switching warrior stances extends the duration of Blood Rage. This increases the effectiveness of your stances. So battle stance now gives you 20% armor pen instead of 10 if you're swapping between stances. And I'm doing tests on this. You can actually proc it with just 1 stance. You got to just back out of battle stance and go back into it. And there's no global cooldown on that. So it's not really going to mess up your rotation. Like, even if you're in the middle of killing something, you could still proc that and get the 10% extra armor pen. It's just something extra, you know, be aware of, I guess. Critical strikes with warrior abilities we don't have. Reduce the global cooldown of warrior abilities, but increase their rage cost. It's not going to do anything for us right now, but it's definitely something to hold on to. Bear attack used to be really OP, but then they nerfed it after I complained about it in a video. Cannot be used with pets, and we don't have a pet yet. So we'll definitely hold on to that, and we'll test it out. To get higher in the next BG bracket, we're progressing the Mana Storm. We're at 52, and I'd want to get to, I don't know, maybe like 56 or 57. That bear enchant's been proccing quite a bit, but we can see the damage from the bear is only 1% of our overall damage. So if we do find some kind of pet, we'll definitely reroll that enchant. And we got Mace Specialization 4 out of 5, attacks ignore armor, and increase our attack speed when we have a mace equipped. Whoa. We'll definitely hold on to that in case we find a good mace at 60. On Mana Storm 129, which is 3 after where we started, find another greedy demon and Zul'Farrak in this room. And usually there's multiple in this room. And yes, there is multiple in this room. I love Zul'Farrak. And you can see our damage is not falling off at all. This boss usually would take me like 2 to 3 minutes with my tanky Manaforged Barrier build that I was using in previous videos. And we get another pet buff for any pet, actually. It says that tame pet includes anything that's a pet, I guess. We've got that 10% increased crit chance for pets. And we got some other pet modifiers. So I'm really hoping we roll into a pet. And I believe you can now, even after level 1. You used to have to roll pet at level 1, but I'm pretty sure since it's only 2 ability essence cost now, you can roll into it later. I haven't had it happen on really any of my characters, I don't think. But they are epic, so I'm guessing that's why. I'm gonna try to pull this whole room. Bounce on library and then run. Hopefully nothing locks me in. Use motion lotion actually preemptively. One thing I didn't realize about that ability is okay, wait, hold on. Well, there's really nothing we can do actually because you can't move while you're spinning, and I just messed up really bad. We wiped on 130, so we didn't get the checkpoint for 131. Oopsies. Well, it wasn't all lost. We got those 2 greedy demons, which dropped about 50 gold plus their items, and then we got some caches that had some stuff in them as well, and we'll just spend all that. We're getting kind of lucky on greedy demons. On 127, we find a greedy demon. In the very next mana storm, if we do go back a little bit, we have another one, although we're in a little bit of a sticky situation here, as you can see. I'm not sure I'm actually going to get out of this one. In fact, I'm thinking I'm definitely not getting out of here. If I do, then I'll be very surprised. We could try to spin a win, but I don't think it's going to work. Yeah. Somehow I knew that mob was going to drop a talent skill card. Battle Mage just seems like it's something that's going to drop a cool skill card. Damaging warrior abilities now have a 100% chance to do Arcane Barrage, Fire Blast, or Ice Lance if known. They only deal 80% damage against players, but whoa, that's still really good. So we end up progressing up to Mana Storm 131, and we're getting pretty high levels, so we just dipped out, and we're going to sell all the stuff we got from that. We're now queued up for a BG, and hopefully we're going to grab our final win. Big damage. It's all me, I think, pretty much, and then someone else just hit her at the end. She just hit me really hard, though. Something. Big damage coming out. Hamstring him. I'm getting focused by some dude in the back, or he was focusing me, but I think he gave up. Yeah, it's this guy back here, Boomkin. I felt him on me. Storm Strike. Get a hamstring off, wrong button. We could spin a win on him. Probably that was stupid actually. My teammates finish him, okay. While I'm guarding mine, I'm just rerolling abilities, and we get two-handed weapon spec upgraded from 1 to 3, which is in total 3% more crit chance and damage with two-handers. We just got a bunch of respawns at mine, like half the team just respawned, which is not a good sign. It looks like I'm all alone defending the mine against what's probably going to be like a 4 or 5 cap. The enemy team is just way better than our team. Get on this guy, and I'm getting, whoa. That was lame. I got charged mid-charge. I didn't even know you could do that. Yeah, this is looking brutal. I think I'm just going to AFK out of this one. Not before we crush on this dude, though. Get some nice hits. I think he's getting healed, but we're just bursting through it. No, not quite. That one dude that was healing the guy was a Knight Captain, meaning he PvPs a lot. And yeah, we're actually getting 5 capped here. That means this one is going to be over pretty quickly, but we can just AFK out. No hard feelings towards my allies, because I can just go to the Mana Storm and wait out my 15-minute deserted debuff and maybe farm a little gold. We do end up finding a greedy demon, and as you can see, we're starting to take quite a pounding in the Mana Storm. We do survive though, and we're barely able to loot it. We're going to sell all the goods we got from pretty much just that greedy demon, and then I think we looted a couple mobs along the way. Holy nuts. And we're now in what's hopefully going to be our final BG. I'm trying to win any means necessary. And this guy's a melee? No, he's not a melee. I did a hamstring him though. Gonna get my full heal here in a second, I think. Big damage. I did Colossus Smash on him, so he's got like no armor right now. Or I don't really get affected by his armor. And crap. I feel like I could have played that better. I didn't hamstring that second guy. And wow, we just got 3 out of 3 enhancing totems. We just got to place a totem to get a massive attack power buff. And we do have 2 totems I haven't talked about. Stone Skin Totem gives us armor, and Grounding Totem will redirect 1 harmful spell. So we just drop one of those totems every 5 minutes, and we get that buff, which is fantastic. I got the flag carriers back, and so this guy's not going to be able to kill him if I can help it. Dude's going down in a second though, and this guy's trying to grab the flag if he dies. This guy should drop the flag for sure, because he's low. Drop. There you go. Wait, I said drop the flag, not AFK out of the BG. The guy think that was the only way to drop the flag. It looks like we are going to get a cap here, which is fantastic. I tried to charge that guy, but I couldn't. This guy's going to try to stop me. Heck no, you don't go. I didn't hamstring him, but yeah, this is revenge from that 2v1 earlier. And we 2v1 him this time. How you like it, buddy? We could just spin to win in this massive group right now, because we are now ahead, so I feel, you know, like I can do a little messing around here. This person's just face tanking. Yeah, they're not moving at all. I'm just getting pounded from the back, although we are getting healed, which I love to see. Need to really get better at hamstringing like immediately too. And I guess they did some anti-smurf measures where you cannot hit 60 in this BG, which is funny because I made a video doing that a while ago where like I'd hit 70 in a 60 through 69 BG and I would equip a full level 70 gear set, but they made it so you can't do that anymore. Well, that's big damage right there. I was thinking about spinning to win, but you can see how everyone's just ready to run away. Hamstring is shift F. Okay, I keep forgetting. Wait, can I charge him and then spin to win? I'm getting healed from something. I think it was a self-heal. And this guy just stunned me. And alright, that's 2 flag caps for your boy. I'm not even close to top KBs, although I am second on damage done, which is kind of funny because I've been mainly trying to focus on flag capping. I haven't really been in the midfield that much. And you've seen, like, when I go in, I either get kills or get killed really quick. I can't sit out here and just, you know, take pot shots at people and shoot at them from range. It is not what this build's about. The fact I'm able to keep up in damage is good. Like, this guy has no chance. Crusader proc, wind strike. I'm just gonna spin a win because there's a melee on me. I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. And now I just sit here like an idiot. And that guy's out of mana, so he's not gonna kill me, thankfully. I've got the 20% increased damage buff and the 10% increased damage taken buff. Debuff, rather. This guy's just given up. He's shell-shocked. It's like in those movies when there's explosions all around the dude and he can't really hear, and then there's like that ringing sound. And already I guess the timer ran out because it's been 20 minutes, and since we got 2 flag caps, we do win, and we now get to turn in the BG daily. And we could have done that for every battlegrounds we won because we can complete that daily quest 6 more times today. And I think I completed it 2 or 3 times total, but that was definitely a missed opportunity. Then if we talk to Chromie, we can complete the prestige quest and we get only 2,500 marks, which is not much, but the 100 tokens of prestige mainly. And if you do complete that quest on every prestige, you just have to prestige 3 times to be able to get like this thrash blade or any of the one-handed weapons. The two-handed weapons or the bows are all 1k, and then the armors are pretty expensive, 1,200 for the chest piece. Since we're now 60, we'll equip all the gear I was saving for this spec, and I have quite a bit of good stuff, but I'm also using a bunch of garbage that has nothing to do with the spec just to boost our item level up for what we're about to do, which is cheesing the daily quest. And I did a video on this, but essentially you can do the daily quest like 5 times per day, I think, and if you haven't done them in a while, they'll start stacking up. And we were able to do 20 of the dailies in really not that much time, and from doing the 20 dailies we get 20 cardboard caches, which gives us rewards based on our item level. And this system really makes absolutely no sense to me. If you don't have a good item level, then you're not going to get as good a stuff as me for doing the same exact quest. If someone can possibly explain that to me in the comment section on how that system makes any sense at all, and your explanation actually makes sense, I'll try to figure out some reward to give you, but I just think there's no way that you can make that make sense. We're mainly on the lookout for weapons, and among the loot is a mythic level axe, which we'll definitely be using. You can see the damage is way higher than this Grillex carver that I had for us to use. I was thinking about just vendoring the rest of this stuff, but I might try to bloodforge it and put it in the auction house, and we'll go over what the results of that are in the next video, just to kind of give people something to look forward to. And then we'll also claim all these scrolls of fortune that we got from leveling up from 50 to 60. We also have 249k marks of ascension, and we can buy 96 scroll rerolls, which is 192 talent rerolls. Should we use all of those to make the perfect build, or is this build not good enough and should we try to reroll into something else? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. So my last video, we hit 60 with this Wind Warrior build, and we're now going to do 60 content with it. If you want a bit of a refresher on how the build works, I recommend watching the first few minutes of that. In the last video, I opened a bunch of caches and we got some random gear that I said I was going to bloodforge and put in the auction house and try to get a profit for it, but they changed the bloodforging system, so it costs anywhere from like 30 to 120 gold per piece that you want to bloodforge, and it just didn't seem worth it. So we're going to vendor most of the cardboard cache loot because we just don't have a space for it. From doing mainly dailies and other quests, we have 250k marks to spend, and I asked if we should spend them all for rerolls to try to buff this build, and no one was really saying that was a bad idea. What we could do is spend about half the marks for 108 talent rerolls and 54 ability rerolls, do those, and then see where we stand with the build. After doing a few rerolls, we got Hurricane Strike, which actually has synergy with the core part of the build. And now I'm looking down the list of our abilities, and we have stuff that we could dump, like Totemic Overload Air or Haunting Strike, for example, but we could roll talents that have synergy with this stuff with our other abilities, or at least maybe it's possible. I'm not sure what all the talents do. At the bottom we have Moonkin form, which I'm not sure if this could possibly have any synergy with our build, but I'm not sure. So I'll save the rest of our ability rerolls and I'll start rerolling talents. Increase our strength by 4% and stamina by 2. We'll definitely take that. Increase the damage done by your whirlwind by 15%. And while Blood Rage is active, fear effects and durations are reduced by 30%. And a successful whirlwind, reduce the cooldown of your next whirlwind by 3 seconds. Whoa. Killing an enemy while below 20% health heals you for 10%. Okay. We got an upgrade on improved whirlwind to lower the cooldown further by 1 second and 3% more damage. Increase your attack speed by 4%. Rend, which we do have, increase all damage done to that target by 4%. I don't really use Rend much right now, but we'll definitely take that 4% attack speed. Increase your armor pen by 15% for your next 3 swings after dealing a crit. Ooh, we already get increased melee attack speed for our next 3 swings after dealing a crit. Attacks ignore up to 9% of your target's armor. That's the only thing I think we really care about with that talent. It's still really good though. We rolled, I want to say like 40 talents in a row, getting nothing that was even remotely close to being able to help our build. Finally, we do find Crackling Thunder though, which does nature damage, and we do have a little bit of nature damage with the build, plus 5% crit chance against nearby enemies. So we finally have a reason to use Thunderclap, which is an ability I rolled into a while ago, and that is why I held on to it. All attacks against you have a 10% chance to cause half damage. I think that's definitely something worth holding on to. We still have quite a few useless things we can reroll. Frost Shock increases your movement speed by 30%, but no longer slows the target. It seems like it might be really good. We got Hamstring upgraded from 2 to 3, so we now get the Capstone bonus. Hamstring will immobilize the target for 3 seconds, so we could spin to win on him and get 3 seconds of free whirlwinding off. I didn't think this ability was going to do anything because you have to do damage with Amalthazad's Malediction to get the crit, I thought, but we don't even have that talent, and it's still proccing a lot on just random abilities, I think. And like I've been noticing, we pretty much just have it stacked to 5% crit all the time. We went through all the talent rerolls and we're starting to reroll abilities. We got Feral Spirit, which is the Shaman level 60 ultimate, and this might use pet modifiers, I'm not sure. And we do find Frost Shock, which now increases our movement speed by 30% on a 6-second cooldown. That's pretty nice for a melee, so we don't get kited as much. Unleashes a wave of force in front of you, dealing 500 damage. It makes Earth Shock hit an additional target. I just tested it out on a training dummy, and it hits for a decent amount, but Whirlwind just hits harder, and I really don't care about the Earth Shock hitting more targets part of it. We do get Earth Shock, which is kind of funny. Summons a Wind Fury totem that provides 10% melee haste to all party and raid members. Okay, I think we'll just reroll Grounding Totem for that, simply because I'm not good enough to use 2 air totems. To simplify things, I'm just using Call of the Elements, which places one of each type of totem, and it can't place 2 air totems, so we got to configure that whole thing, and I'm just not good enough to do that. We got a different type of totem. Tremor Totem is an Earth Totem. We'll dump our other Earth Totem, Stone Skin Totem, because that one's just way better. We ran through all of our scrolls, and we could get 84 more talent rerolls and 42 more ability rerolls for the rest of our marks. We're also getting a bunch of seal card packs, and when we open those, we'll get progress towards golden seal card packs, and those will really help us if we do want to prestige another build. We just got Berserker Stance, and if you remember, we have this buff that doubles our stance power if we're swapping between stances. I made these macros to swap between Berserker and Battle Stance as we're using abilities. It does seem to be working okay here. I'm not really swapping out of my stances is the main thing. You can see if it's highlighted yellow, that means we're in that stance, and if both go completely unhighlighted, that means I've double tapped one of the abilities and we're no longer in that stance. But as I was looking at these fights, it seems like we're always in a stance. I think you can go into a stance instantly, but then there's a cooldown if you want to manually swap out of it, or something's going on there. So yeah, the macros are working out pretty well. There's no way I just rolled Enlightened Judgments into Enlightened Judgments. Like, that did not happen, right? We roll into this ability Fell Infused Weapon, which is a legendary weapon enchant, but it does not stack with Wind Fury. I'm wondering which one's better. We're gonna try hitting the training dummies for a full minute, and we're gonna see what the damage is. And I'll also use Herod's Legacy once with both tests. so we can count that into our damage. And while we actually get Herald's Legacy back up, because I think every time we hit with Storm Strike and Wind Strike, because it uses Storm Strike modifiers, if it does crit, we reduce the cooldown of Whirlwind, but Herald's Legacy does have Whirlwind modifiers, meaning that anything that affects Whirlwind affects that spell as well. So yeah, I think we could have cast it like 3 times before the minute's up, but we won't. We'll just cast it 2 times, and we'll leave the damage at about 5.5k, 5.4. And then if we look at the damage, we can see Wind Fury attacks dealing about 5.4% of our damage if we add up both Wind Furies. But I'm not sure if that's completely accurate, because Wind Fury, I think, makes your melee attacks do more damage. We're now trying with the Fel Infused Flames enchant, and I'm pretty sure we're getting like 2.5k extra damage, if not 3k with this enchant. And yeah, if we look at it, it's dealing 30% of our overall damage. What the actual F? So I guess we're going to reroll Wind Fury, because there's really no comparison. The problem with doing stuff like this and putting it in a video is Fel Infused Weapon might end up getting nerfed, but maybe not, because it is technically a legendary, whereas Wind Fury is only rare. It's not even epic. So Fel Infused Weapon should be better. Should it be that much better? You know, I'm not gonna say, because we just rolled it, and I don't want it to be the classic, you know, I say something's OP in a video and that thing gets nerfed. And to be fair, this season I don't think I've said any specific abilities are OP. I said mechanics are OP, like the cash system with the dailies, but I don't remember ever saying any specific, you know, build or ability is overpowered and it needs nerfing. On 4 to 5 totemic focus, so our totems give us quite a bit of stats. So we went through all of our talent and spell rerolls, and we're out of marks of Ascension now. From doing all those rerolls, as I said earlier, we have a lot of card packs to open, and unfortunately there's no way to just open these all at once. You have to actually manually go through each pack, which is going to take me a while. This process is more for a prestige that we could do in a future video. It's not going to help our current build out at all. And what I'm thinking we'll do now, instead of opening all these card packs, is we'll try to test that build out at 60 a little bit and see if we can get some stuff to reroll some more abilities and talents, because we still have some stuff that we could definitely replace. From the caches, we found a mythic axe that I don't think we'll be replacing anytime soon, and I was thinking about putting a Crusader enchant on that for only 34 gold. Or if we want to splurge for 160, we could get the Brutal Crusader, which I'm not sure what the difference between these is. Looks like it's the same thing. People in the Discord are saying Brutal Crusader just gives more strength, but the tooltip does not lead me to believe that. I'm going to go ahead and trust the Discord on this one, and we'll grab the Brutal Crusader enchant and test it out. And then we'll grab a Crusader for our offhand that we're probably going to replace pretty soon for only 34 gold. And speaking of gold, we did have some things that sold. I paid 2 gold for these Scarlet Gauntlets because they were the only ones in the auction house, and I resold them for 14 gold because maybe someone wanted the transmog, so it was kind of a nice play by me. 21 gold from these Predator Bracers, 14 gold from a Sentinel's Medallion, or I sold 2 Sentinels medallions, which are like level 18 neck pieces, I think. Or maybe they were level 28 versions, and a Traveler's Backpack. So we did get some of that gold back. And then also, to go off what I was talking about with the Scarlet Gauntlets, I did a full transmog to a Scarlet set. So I look a bit like Herod, and I did that because this is kind of a Herod's Legacy themed build. This season transmog is free, does not cost any runes of transmog. So you can, you know, set up your own transmog however you want. And alright, so I think the first thing we're going to do is some Mana Storm progression, just to get a feel for our new abilities and the keybinds for that. While they really buffed the red whirlwind effect, it does 600 damage per second now. Before, it wasn't really scaling up that much from low level to high level, but at 130 at least, it is scaled up super high. And we just killed a rare, and we actually got rare loot from it. A talent skill card for Voltaic Companion, which is this thing that makes the pet deal nature damage on its autos. I'm not sure that's something you'd ever want to use as a regular talent skill card though, but maybe with some builds it's really OP. I could see that being the case. On Mana Storm 132, the boss is right next to the entrance, which is fantastic. And one thing I've been thinking about is how rotation works. So we have Storm Strike, Wind Strike, and Whirlwind, and we're pretty much only using those abilities. But other than that, there's not really much room to use warrior abilities like Execute or Bloodthirst. I rolled in those a couple times, but just ended up re-rolling them because I was thinking that we wouldn't probably be able to use them, and it looks like I thought right in those cases. We get up to 135, and if we we can just kill this boss, we get the next checkpoint. But the boss has a 7 or 8 second stun effect, and if you miss time motion lotion, you're pretty much screwed. I also think I should have cleared out the rest of the ads because they're mainly spawning the random effects that are doing the most damage. Unfortunately, we didn't find any greedy demons, so the loot we're vendoring is not really selling for too much. We might have got like 10 gold profit, maybe 15 if we're lucky. We're now back in Nomer, which if you saw my previous video, I saw 5 greedy demons in one Nomer before. We already found one, and there is another one really close by. So yeah, Nomer is the place for greedy demons. We're just gonna kind of try to take this slow so we make sure that we can loot them. There was unfortunately only 2 greedy demons in that mana storm, so onto the boss and we'll keep it moving. We're back up to 135, and I'm pretty sure we got an easy boss for this. So I guess we just win. We can also spin the win if we want to. Maybe that was actually a really bad idea. Okay, yeah, that was a horrible idea. Get into the portal. Oh, there was quite a few people in the comment section trying to help out with that ability, saying to do a macro to cancel it. And I'll show you guys here that you actually cannot cancel it because it's considered a debuff. So you can't right click it. And by the way, we made it to the next checkpoint, so I didn't care about losing there because I wanted to vendor everything we got from those greedy demons anyways. And from just those 5 mana storms, we got like 100 gold, which is pretty good. We almost paid for our expensive Crusader enchant. And we also got a mana storm cache for Zul'Gurub, which I've never seen this before. Let's open it up though. And we get this offhand that's pretty cool, plus a heroic one-hander sword and heroic gauntlets of courage. And we have a piece that's set already, but it's a tanking set, so we don't really care about that. On mana storm 137, there was a greedy demon right next to the boss, and I'm glad I saw that because after you kill the boss, you can't loot. I think we just got both Crusader procs at the same time, and they're both giving us 100 strength. So it says they ran off at slightly different times, so maybe I can see in the edit if they are actually both giving 100 strength. So when the first enchant falls off, we lose 109 strength. When the second one falls off, we lose 108. So I think both enchants are giving us 100 strength, and it's boosted by our increased strength modifiers. There's also a good possibility that the more expensive one is proccing more often, although it is in our main hand, and I think our main hand is hitting more. Although I'm not sure, with a lot of our abilities, or maybe even all of them, it hits with our offhand as well. One thing I will say that's been bothering me a bit is how there's no visual effect for the Bone Storm. Like you can see this mob has the debuff, but you can't tell just by looking at the mob that it's going to spawn a super nasty AoE effect, and it's probably the nastiest effect out of all of them, I would say. And like, yeah, we can see this gargoyle has Bone Storm. There's no way to know unless you actually check the mob. And I wouldn't even, complain about it, but there's visuals for a lot of the other effects. Like this one has 60% increased movement speed. There's a little circle around it, but who cares about the mob having 60% movement speed? I want to know when the mob spawns a 600 AoE damage tornado that's gonna pretty much one-shot me if I'm spinning to win. If I get stunned, for example. So I know like to preemptively pop motion lotion so I can't get stunned. That's one thing that's definitely been bothering me that I haven't really been able to put my finger on till now. I was thinking maybe I'm just bad because I keep missing the visual cues for Bone Storm, but that's just not the case because there is none. Although I have finally increased buff size for enemies, so it's more obvious to me when they have buffs. It's easy for me to check them. On Mana Storm 144, I think it was, which was 2 away from the next checkpoint, I do get a little bit careless. Pulls me into the Bone Storm with maybe it was Vortex or something, and then the mob knocks me up. So you do a bit more progression and get 2 ZG caches, and one of them has the Eye of Hakar, which is definitely better than this caster neck piece that we were using. We've entered the rest of the stuff we got from caches, and we did find 1 greedy demon, so we got a bit of extra profit there. It's been 3 days since I've done the PvE dailies, so they stacked 3 times, and we go abuse that with this kind of bug thing that I talked about in the video. From doing those 15 dailies, we get 15 callboard caches, and I figured out how to bloodforge these for free, and I put a lot of good stuff on the auction house. I don't want to give away my method because if everyone does this, the price of things are going to fall dramatically. But my hint to you is, let's just say you got to be creative to bloodforge things for free. And that's all I'm going to say for now. I'll reveal the process in a future video. I finally start leveling professions. Tailoring is really easy early on as linen, wool, and silk is really cheap. So you can get up to around skill level 200 with not that much investment. But then after that, mage weave is really expensive. So I just stopped there for now. As for leveling enchantments, enchanting, using a mod, I can disenchant stuff in my inventory with just a single click. And usually I'll use an auto clicker for this and it will disenchant everything as I'm AFK, but I can't get any auto clicker programs to work anymore. There apparently was a Windows update that broke it, but if anyone has any suggestions, let me know. We're now in winter spring and we're going to head down to this zone where you can actually farm molten core gear now if you have item level 63 on, and we do have item level 63. And really quickly I'll mouse over some of the stuff we got. This belt is really low level, but that's the only low level thing we have. Everything else is decent high level, and a lot of this stuff isn't even good for our build at all. Well, not a lot, some of it I would say. Like this neck piece is absolute trash for our build, but it's item level 64. I did just come down here and farmed, I want to say like 8 mobs before I ran into a lieutenant, and I cannot fight a lieutenant. I was fighting 2 mobs at once, but I don't know if it really mattered that much. We'll stick to farming like these initiates, which we can pummel now because we have that ability. We can interrupt them, and these things are pretty squishy. They do get a shadow bolt off. It does hit pretty hard. That girl did not get her shadow bolt off. Wait till the last second to pummel, so it's maximizing the amount of time she's not hitting us basically. Does this girl get a shadow bolt off? Yeah, she does for 820. It's a pretty fat hit. And these mana stalkers are pretty easy as well. They do a mana burn, but it just doesn't hit very hard. 4 damage was that? That's definitely not skilled, right? Aged core leather gloves. I'm level 69. Whoa. They're definitely better than our blood wrench grips, which are giving us spell power. We'll put them on for now. Might as well. And then we should vendor everything at this guy. 11 gold for all the junk. Then we'll just vendor the greens probably. And really anything that's not something that we could put on the auction house. And then we also have these silver marks of war that we can use. I'm not sure if you can drop those in PvP or not, but we might as well just be safe with it. Oh, well, there's a dude over there. What? I don't think I want to fight him. It's 7.7k health. Like, I just gotta run. I don't know where I could hide from this guy. Like, maybe up here behind this thing. We hearth out of there, and I'm pretty sure the other guy did as well, because I came back with a really crappy gear set on and was looking for him, but he was long gone. After I scouted pretty much the entire place, we come back again with the 63 item level gear set, looking for a secluded spot to farm, and I thought we'd be safe in the back because you have to go past a ton of mobs to get here. I accidentally aggroed a lieutenant, and this fight was really close. I didn't do commentary for it because I was just so focused. But yeah, we barely bring him down. And he drops this skill card, which is really good synergy between Metamorphosis and Imp and Wild Imp. And then after killing a couple more mobs, we get probably the best drop I've seen farming out here, really farming anywhere. We get some tier 1 hunter legs, item level 66. And I think the stats on these are pretty good, as is the set bonus. These might sell for a pretty penny, assuming we can make it out of here and actually sell them. Oh man, that's it for me. There's no way I make it out of here. Yep. And we dropped the Bloodforged Giant Stalker leggings. Ugh, well, I should have dipped out earlier. And wow, I just looked on the auction house for Giant Stalker, and there's nothing up there for any Giant Stalker. So maybe those could have sold for like 500 gold, I don't know. Although on the bright side, we did not lose our wand, and that's going for about 100 gold right now. Another positive is the price of Mage Weave ends up going down, so we buy quite a bit of that to boost our tailoring. And you can see our gold supply is dwindling quite a bit. I invested quite a bit to level up enchanting, and it's up to like 270 now. I think if we cap it out at 300, we can start doing the high risk enchanting profession stuff. We try some more high risk farming, but it does seem like the word has gotten out about this place. Because yeah, I run into another dude farming, and I tried to mount up and run away when I saw the guy's stealth, but I had a mob on me and I just could not get it off. I'm also pretty sure the guy had PvP gear on anyways, and maybe if I didn't have mobs beating on me, then I could have fought him. I'm not really sure. Probably not though. I'm thinking this build is not going to be good for high risk farming because I don't really have a reliable way to get away. I tried some more Mana Storm farming, and this build's okay for that. It's just, it feels like melee is not that good in the Mana Storm because there's so many AoE effects that you end up running into if you're melee. So I'm not really sure what the purpose of this build is going to be. I'm thinking in the next video I might just end up prestiging, and I'll try to have more of a focus on like if we want to hardcore Mana Storm progress or if we want to do more PvP. And if you guys have any opinions on that, then write a comment below. cool. So in the last video, I said we're going to prestige and start a new build. To make our prestige better, we're going to open a bunch of golden card packs, and we got all these for free just from opening regular card packs. And if you open a bunch of those, you'll end up getting duplicates, and then you get free golden packs. And we got 16 of each. We also have 620 gold that we could use to buy some more, or maybe we should hold on to it. I'm trying to level up professions. We're going to get some more money here from checking out the mailbox. I sold a bunch of stuff that was blood forged, like this blood forged Zillion Slicer's a one-handed sword, I think it was, from Zul'Grub. This Halberd of Smiting is also from Zul'Grub, and I blood forged it. Orb of Deception for 18 gold is really high for the item. There was none in the auction house though, so yeah, we got a really good deal for that. Zul'Grub mantle that I did blood forge, and I told you guys there's a secret method to blood forging, which a guy actually did get in my last comment section. We got a random enchant here for shield mastery, which is like plus 2% block value or something. Iridescent pearl is for enchanting, and these were going for like 50 gold, but the price just dropped in the last couple days, and I accidentally bought two, so I resold one. Some more Bloodforged ZG gear for 15. The price on that stuff is going down. Bloodforged ZG gloves for 27. A couple more Traveler's backpacks. The price of these is going up, or it's fluctuating quite heavily actually. Same with the Righteous Orb. Those actually went down to like 2 gold. And we got a big boy here, Jindu's bag of whammies, which I just checked, and that's like 40 gold right now, but this was sold 2 days ago, I guess. Some more ZG gloves, I think, for 10. A ZG ring for 28. ZG belt for 6 only. Oof. ZG sword for 16. Jindu's judgment, which is a ZG staff, I think, for 40. Some decent plate healing gloves, I think, for 17. ZG belt for 33. Wow. And scarlet leggings for 10. And that's bringing us up to over 1,000 gold. We were at what, like 600 before we started the whole thing. And yeah, I just want to go over it so you guys know I'm not selling DP, and there's, you know, some accountability with that. We just got about 400 gold from those auctions, and we'll use all that to buy more golden packs. And we're now about to open 24 ability and talent card packs. A channeled frost ability that uses hellfire modifiers. That's pretty cool, but it stuns the caster if you cast it for too long. That's interesting. And to go with that, we have a legendary golden frostfall, which uses starfall modifiers, but it's frost. I wonder if we should try to make a frost build with this prestige. Another legendary ability, arcane bullet, which uses aim shot modifiers, but it deals arcane damage. Well, we're getting really lucky with the legendaries here. And golden hailstorm, which is basically like blizzard from vanilla WoW, the mage spell, but you just do a 2-second cast and then it will last for 8 seconds and you don't have to keep channeling it. Really cool ability. Golden beast mastery for a pet build, so you can get a really strong pet. Launches a bolt of frost that jumps to 4 nearby enemies, dealing frost damage and slowing them. And it uses frost bolt modifiers, so it's like an AoE frost bolt basically. And it does have charges, but if we find fingers of frost, which we might have already, we can get the charges back. And alrighty, that's all the golden ability cards. Now for the golden talents. And wow, ice shards 4 out of 5, unfortunately. If only we got 5 out of 5 on this. Fingers of Frost was, I believe, the thing we needed for the AoE Frost Bolt, right? Increase your total intellect by 10% and spell crit by 3. Whoa. And we got a legendary talent. That'd be really good for BGs. Oh wow, this is really cool. And multi-shot hits 3 or more targets. Some other shots will deal more damage and ricochet to nearby enemies. That is such a cool ability. And for our last golden, we get improved Frostbolt, which is only 2 out of 3, unfortunately. For our starting abilities, I chose Frostbolt as our main damage spell. Tethered Elemental, because there's a talent that gives you 5% crit with this, and the elementals might actually do pretty good with our build. Like, they scale with our spell power, and they have abilities like Rockbiter Strike does single target, and Shattering Slam does AoE, which can help with our clear, and then Boulder is single target. Arcane Intellect for the intellect and spell power, and just to make us a bit tankier, I went Frost Armor. Now for the exciting part for our skill cards, so we're gonna go Frostfall, which unlocks at 60, and I'm thinking this may be pretty insane in the Mana Storm just to be able to AoE everything around us. To help with even more AoE, we just got 10, so we already unlocked Absolute Zero, which does damage around us and lowers their movement speed, and if it hits an enemy 5 times, they're stunned for 3 seconds. It's an instant cast too, so you just drop that and then start channeling Hydrisicles, our main damaging ability, which we'll be using instead of Frostbolt when we can, but if we run out of charges, then we do have Frostbolt. And then pretty recently, we also picked up the legendary skill card for Moonkin Form, which makes us quite a bit tankier, and we get 3% crit chance, plus we got improved Moonkin Form for for a talent card, which gives us more spell damage and spell haste, and makes us even tankier. For another golden, we got Arcane Mind to increase our intellect and spell crit, and Fingers of Frost, which does synergize with all of our frost abilities. We got some other really good stuff like Piercing Ice increases frost spell damage by 9%. Plus, if we keep hitting the same target, we'll stack it up with debuffs that make it easier to crit and reduce its healing taken by 35%, I guess. And I think what's going to make this build really good is we picked up this legendary Amalthus Odds Malediction, which has a chance when we deal damage to make the target take frost damage and lower their movement speed. And I'm wondering if that's just going to do crazy AoE damage with Starfall. And really quickly on a side note, you may notice we're not using Shatter, and that's because we only got 1 out of 3 of it even on our regular cards, which I feel like is pretty unlucky. I just didn't feel like 1 out of 3 Shatter was worth it, and we're going to hope we roll into this later. And we randomly get Rapid Shatter, which I was considering going for. I don't know if we can cast Frostbolt twice and it will proc this. I'm pretty sure that's meant for this ability Ice Lance to just increase its damage, but we'll try to test it out and see. I gotta say, this dude has probably the coolest transmog I've ever seen with the eye theme, and I do always have a special place for those shoulders that I did manage to get back in Season 3. All party members lose 50% less casting or channeling time when damaged. That's pretty good. And we do get 1 out of 3 Shatter, which is awesome because I was considering starting with that talent because that's a lot of crit chance. Reduce the mana cost of mage spells and increase your chance to hit by 2. We'll take it. So we're 18 now, and we're about to queue for a BG, and hopefully we can dominate it. Before we do, I want to open a few of these adventure caches, which you get from just doing quests, and this is actually better than what we're using. And we don't have any shoulders yet. This increases hit by 19. That seems a little excessive. These gloves are better than our white gloves. We also got some upgrades to our legs, which were crap. And we didn't have a hat before, so we'll put that on. Juno's Shadow is actually not better than our green cape, which is amazing. Robes of Arugel, which are not better than our robes. Our robes are actually amazing, and I tossed a +3 to all stats on them because I can enchant that now. And already that's pretty much it. We got a bunch of talent Case of Fortunes though. Although we don't really have abilities that we necessarily need to reroll just yet. Student in the Mind's not great, so I guess we'll just reroll that. And we do get Ice Shards, which improves our crit damage by 5%, I think. It's not much, but I guess we'll just hold on to it. We'll save the rest of our rerolls. We have no boots, and I was looking at our tailoring, which is up to 237 now, to see if we can make any. And these Spire Silk boots are really good for level 19, and they're going for like 150 gold in the auction house right now, at least the ones with the good modifiers. Of the Owl gives it intellect and spirit. We don't really need the spirit. Boots of the Whale as well is an okay modifier for the stam. The third one we made was Boots of Concentration, which is mana per 5, which we don't need, but maybe someone would buy it. We'll definitely use Of the Owl for the intellect. We'll just sell the rest. Also, we're going to put a minor speed enchant on them that give us a slight movement speed increase. Before we queue for the BG, I want to get to level 19 so we can use those boots, because you can't equip armor in BGs anymore. So we're quickly going to grind some mobs in the level 151 Mana Storm, and there's a greedy demon near the entrance. Although as I'm looting it, we almost get deleted from whatever this was. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. Thankfully we are able to loot it though, and we get a epic ring, which is not scaled very well. Crawl Blade, which doesn't help us, and neither does this one-hander. Our one-hander gives us 7 intellect, stamina, and spell power, which is insane for a level 13 sword. And we can check out the blues. We don't need this mace. Acidic Walkers actually might be better than the boots we just made. And actually no, I'm gonna go ahead and say our boots are better just slightly in this two-hander that we'll just fender. Plus we'll take the 23 gold. Oh yeah. And we'll see how well we do in here. So that ability is super cool. The AoE on it is nuts. You can only cast it twice, but there's a perfect amount of mobs in this group, and it bounces to all 4 of them, which is so freaking awesome, in my opinion. I accidentally aggroed an extra pack here, and we can check out that Absolute Zero ability, which drops an AoE that we can kite mobs through, and it slows them, which is very useful. And I did forget, we ended up spending 50k Bonzo Bolts on the Spell Power Potion, just because I thought a Spell Power build would be better than the Mana Storm, and we're getting 12 Spell Power from this right now. We can try this build against the Mana Storm 151 boss. We can see our damage is alright. I should be using Absolute Zero, by the way. Do some extra damage. I think it will stun him at 5 stacks, right? Not sure if the boss can actually be stunned though. I wasn't really paying attention. I was just kind of tunneling on my abilities, you know, to get stunned him. We got him. Overall, not bad. And we're now up to 19, so we can equip the boots. Yeah, I queued up for a BG, and really quickly I want to go over the gear. We already looked at that stuff. The cloak as well. The chest piece. And then I got these Mind Thrust bracers and put a 7 intellect enchant on them. And really quickly, we got to do some ownage here. 1v3. Level 10. Level 10, easy. Level 15. Okay, this is actually doable. Just keep them off the flag is the main thing. You're gonna pull me to you. I'm fine with that. Stay in my AoE. Just AoE these people down. See if I can do this. I don't know what's going on. So they can't do that while moving. I think I'm lagging a little bit, or I'm not really sure. Level up. Very nice. Did we get this third guy? Oh, owned. 1v3, baby. And that wasn't even played well. And we just got lay on hands. I've never seen that ability yet this season. And it's funny because in previous seasons you would see it all the time because legendaries weren't really that rare. You just could only get like 2 of them. And so if you only had 1 or 0 legendaries, you would just constantly be bombarded with legendaries, but not anymore. So yeah, getting lay on hands is amazing. This could be the PvP build that we've been waiting for because that 50% heal is just so good. It does have a 15-minute cooldown, but situationally when you're doing like these high stakes, high risk battles, lay on hands can be the difference between winning and losing. And yeah, I solo capped Goldmine against 3 players and my team is holding 2 caps and that's enough to win if we can just maintain this. My goal is in every bracket, I want to do the call to arms daily and we get the honor plus the cash is the main thing. And we can do the BG daily 6 times, I believe, which I actually think is not a bad system to let the daily stack up. I do still stand by what I said in the video with that call board cash system being stupid though. Got a level 13 here. He's already casting on me. I just got to keep him off the flag. Then maybe call incomings, or maybe not. Let's see if we can get the absolute 0 off here. Is that the damage? Yeah, it interrupts him. And then I'm not really trying to just lay on hands. I'm not really trying to kill them all here. I'm just trying to stall, just to buy my team time. Because there's no way that let's just cast on this guy. There's no way that my team's losing in other places. I'm gonna get the res timer in perfect time. Holy cow, let's get back over there. I didn't put my buffs on myself, but that's alright. So we can get the oh, you assaulted it, dang. I'm just gonna sit back and cast. And get the bounces off. Oh, and then I ran out of charges there. It's a raid boss time, dude. I feel like a freaking raid boss. Another one down. This guy's about to go down 2 to the oh crap. Wait, my pet might have him. Oh, dang, he leveled up. And wow, I released at the perfect time again. So I instantly get rezzed. And if we look at the map, we're now 4 capping because the enemy sent so many players back down to mine. They did cap it, but it's not worked for them. There's no one defending a lumber mill, so I'm gonna go up there and check that out. I'm looking at my gear and we got these insane leggings that I want to put on so bad, but the Ascension devs are anti-fun. And then I just realized we had these bracers already that are just nuts, and we're gonna be getting those in 5 levels. I'm still down to spend, I think it was like 5 gold on the bracers we just picked up, and then the enchant was pretty expensive too. As far as the mats, I think it's like 10 gold for the +7 intellect enchant, and then we can see it here. It's 3 lesser internal essence, but it is orange, so it's giving us skill ups, so I'm kind of down for that. And I forgot to put a minor haste enchant on my gloves. I should have done that. 10 haste at this level I think is a lot. We got a bunch of people coming into lumber mill from stables, so I'm gonna type it in all caps because I'm that serious. I'm gonna try hard. I don't know if this guy sees me or not, but he's gonna wait for his buddies. And if that's the case, I probably should be mounted right now. I'm actually gonna mount and then not run. Let's absolute 0 that. Let's start AoEing down the noobs. I can't really hard cast. I think it's because of I'm getting interrupted. I think I just got healed by something. The dude behind me definitely healed. And yeah, I'm getting spam healed. This is awesome. Then I gotta watch my charges on the hydrisicles. I have 2 on my bars. Oh, we got a absolute 0 backup. I'm trying to click on this guy, but I'm missing my clickies because it's hard to click. Whoever just healed me, shout to that guy. Big heals. We're going hard with the caps lock today. This is serious business. I need to win this for that cash. There's going to be potentially quite a bit of stuff in it. I don't know if we need to fight this necessarily. That guy in the back's pretty good. This cauterizing flame ability. Although I think the healer's on me right now. He's absolute 0. And kite back a little bit. This isn't a great place to fight. Although I don't think anyone's at lumber mill. Like, we're kind of just keeping him away from lumber mill. And especially since we have the heals to, oh, we got a nice slow on this guy. And then I forgot, we just got winner's chill as well. So the enemy is slowed. Oh, and we got the curse going on too. I forgot about that. The enchant's actually accounting for 12% of our damage. That's pretty good. I'm just solo guarding the stables right now, and someone came from behind, I think from farm, I guess, to cap the lumber mill. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. We're doing pretty good in score though. I don't think there's really a way to come back from this. Huge fight going on over here in between gold mine and stables. I'll just help that out a little bit. Get some KBs. I haven't even checked the damage meter. I'm 2 KBs away from the top, and I'm 3rd on overall damage. And I have been defending a lot on this BG. Like, I could easily be way higher, but I'm trying to actually do the objective and make sure that, you know, I'm not getting ninja capped. I don't know what the heck this guy's doing. He looks like he's not ready for this though. He's got half my HP, and he's just going to be in pain. We got the curse on him. Yeah. I had berserking up too for the 20% increased damage, so it wasn't too fair. And then while I'm just sitting here watching the flag, I guess I can go over to the Mystic Enchants. So this first thing is not doing anything right now because we don't have Fingers of Frost just yet, but then we have 3 increased damage and mage spells against targets that are low, 1 increased chance to hit with all spells, and then we gotta actually fight this dude. I think this is my healer buddy. Just pump the Frost Bolts into him. And yeah, that guy's doing work with the heals. Yeah, I think that was the same healer. We have one dude with 13k healing, and no one else is really that close. The 4th on healing is actually the guy who's leading in KBs, which is kind of funny. And I think we will win, so part of me just wants to kind of go out and YOLO, and there's only 2 people at mine, and the healer guy's down at mine. We're gonna go over there and do a little ownage. And while we're heading there, I really quickly want to get through the rest of the Mystic Enchants. Increase crit chance of Frostbolt 3 out of 3, increase spell damage based on our intellect, increase frost damage by 2%. And then I left in critical mind flay because I forgot to get another enchant, although I will say there wasn't that many great options that I could see, but maybe I was just missing something. We got huge incoming here. This could be the finale. We're about to win anyways. Just drop absolute 0 and back off a little bit. Kite back because I think with my ping it's hard for me to try to just kite. I think it's hard for me to like follow people as they're jumping around me. I'm done so here, I think. No, maybe not. Oh, dang. My lay on hands is almost up, and the healer did end up dying, but we did hold him off for quite a while. We got 50 points left, so we'll have one more battle. I kind of just want to get in there and absolute 0 all of them. Although it's not smart for me to get in melee range. It's just that AoE is so powerful. And then, well, I guess they're just going to walk through it. We're going to take damage, though, if that guy wants to walk through it. I'm not even sure what I'm casting on at this point. And alrighty. One dude ended up with 30 KBs because he was not playing for objectives. He did defend one thing, but this meter does not show how much time I was just sitting there defending objectives, which to be fair, I didn't really even need to do that. I think it would have been fine if I was just running around killing things. And then we roll Fingers of Frost, which was one of our skill cards. And that's really important because not only is 3 of our Mystic Enchants going to start doing something, but when we get Fingers of Frost, we get a recharge of Hydricles. I think the final 3 Mystic Enchants we're going to go for is Ice Flows, which lowers cooldown on mainly Frost Nova for us right now by 15% if we do 3 of it. What that's going to do now is lower the cooldown of absolute 0 from 21.4 seconds down to 17.8 seconds. And the reason why it does that is absolute 0 has Frost Nova modifiers. We'll vendor a few of the things we got from the Mana Storm and the Greedy Goblin, and then we did get some Battleground spoils that we can open. And Lord Keeper's Ring is actually really good. I'm not sure if that's better than the rings we have. And then one thing to note about the greens we're finding in the Mana Storm is they could potentially disenchant for way more than their vendor price. Like this green disenchants for 3 greater eternal essence, which in total is above 30 gold right now in the auction house. And those vendored for what, 2 gold? So we got a huge profit for disenchanting that. It's mainly just good to disenchant greens that have a high sell value, like around 1 to 2 gold, and have a high enchanting requirement. Other than that, a lot of the lower level enchanting mats sell for pretty much nothing. And then also I almost forgot to turn the Call to Arms BG in. It's good that I remembered because the daily quest resets in about 4 hours. So when it does reset, I think this will go back up to 7. So that's gonna be it for the video. I'm actually in Thailand right now attempting a League series, which is why it took so long for this video to come out. I want to do some more BGs and Mana Storm progression and eventually test out the Starfall ability. So look forward to that in a future video. So we're gonna get the Frost build we were using in this video to 60 and test out Frostfall. the frost version of Starfall. We also randomly roll into Firefall, which is the fire version of Starfall, and you can use them both at once, which is pretty cool. When I logged in today to start recording this video, I noticed we were missing quite a few pieces of gear, and it turns out they nerfed the level requirement of a lot of stuff we were using. Like this sword was level 13 required, I think, and now it's level 55. These shoulders were also really low level requirement. I forget what they were exactly. And I know we were about to be able to use this headband at like level 29, but the level requirement got increased by a ton. I ended up just buying replacement gear in the auction house. Like we got these abomination skin leggings that say they're for level 23, but that's a mailbox glitch. They're actually for level 20. These hotshot pilot gloves are going to be good once we're level 27. Ignore that level 23 requirement. This cloak is going to be pretty good for level 28. These robes of Rugal, which we can use right now at level 20, and the staff, which does have a hidden stat to it. It increased our spell haste by, I believe, 10%. We don't get the increased spell crit from our offhand anymore, but I think the spell haste might be better, especially since we don't really have a good option for a one-hander. We've been spending quite a bit of gold to level up professions, and really quickly we're going to do a what's in my mailbox segment to see if we can get some of that gold back, and I'll do a little timer so that people can skip it if they don't care about it. We got some Bloodforged ZG gear, which the price of this is going down quite a bit. It's only 7 gold. Rune Perfection is this pretty good trinket that I'm using that you can buy from the honor vendor, and I put a few of these up and they end up selling for quite a bit. Scroll of Enchant gloves, strength for plus 7 strength, I think, and we got another one of those. Another Rune Perfection for 19 gold, and another one for another 18 gold. Spider Silk boots, which are level 19 boots with a mana regen modifier, sell for 50. It's way more than the cost of the mats. Plus 3 stats to chest for a whopping 46. Price this went down to 33, I think now. Another Scroll of Enchant glove strength. Mage Weave headband of the owl, which is something we actually tailored. Another plus 3 stats to chest for 46. Lord Keeper's ring of some level requirement. I'm not sure which. We have this one that's level 28, but it could be for any level. Bloodforged Crimson Shocker was, I think, the really high item level wands that we found farming high risk for 44. Another one of those Spider Silk boots sold. Another glove enchant for strength. Also, one dude did send me 1,000 gold, which I'm not going to take. I think I'm going to use it in this video's giveaway instead of the cash. And this is a good tip as well. Before you open the Callboard cache, equip really high item level stuff. Bolt of woolen cloth for 40. I don't remember selling this, but maybe there was a serious lack of wool in the auction house or something. Some enchanted thorium bars that we use to level up enchanting. Some low level bracers for 4. Some more ZG gear for 11. Keep in mind that was 7 days ago that sold. And enchant gloves minor haste for 18. And we got even more stuff going back a week ago. The Zilgrub offhand for 27. A ZG cape, I believe it was, for 33. And some ZG bracers for 13. And that's going to get us back up to a whopping 865 gold. Not bad. To get even more gold, we're going to do some progression in the Mana Storm at level 151, which does increase the XP we get now. I'm not sure if that used to be a thing, but there never used to be text indicating how much XP you're getting for each Mana Storm. Really quickly, we're going to overview the runes. We got 2% increased frost spell damage, 15% cooldown on Frost Nova, and since Absolute Zero has Frost Nova modifiers, it lowers the cooldown on that ability as well. Our spell damage is increased by 9% of our intellect, increased crit chance of our Frostbolt, which affects our bouncing Frostbolt ability, increased damage of our mage spells against targets that are low, increased hit chance of our spells, and increased chance to trigger Fingers of Frost, which is this ability. And when we do get Fingers of Frost procs, we get increased chance to crit from Shatter, plus we get another charge of our bouncing Frostbolt ability. We're going to go in here and just drop an Absolute Zero, and as you can see, our damage is pretty good, and there's a lot of modifiers going on. We get sucked back in, and that's going to be it for that Mana Storm. On the bright side, we can just queue right back up immediately, so we'll do that. And wow, we are lacking in survivability here. I definitely have to chill out with the mass pulls because the strategy of just YOLOing in here is not working. There's just too many modifiers to deal with. If we have packs like this, I think we definitely can just sit back and, you know, AoE them down. But this other pack over here is probably not going to be as easy. It is really tempting to just go in here and Absolute Zero, but let's just do it actually. Absolute Zero, and then let them all walk through it. And then just AoE them down as they're, you know, walking through the AoE. It's actually working pretty well. There's a lot of mobs in that pack. but we dispatched them just fine. And this next thing is absolutely terrible for us. Lay on Hands is no longer instant. We're gonna have to reroll that immediately. On 154, we find a Greedy Demon for what's probably about a 40 gold profit, and we beat the Mana Storm 155 boss, so we're now at the next Mana Storm checkpoint. And since we don't really have much gear for level 28 and 29, we'll queue up for a BG and try to get the BG Call to Arms daily done. Well, that BG is definitely not gonna do it. We instantly lose this one. We get halfway through 28, and we randomly roll into Spartan Kick, which is a pretty cool ability to push someone away from us. And then halfway through this next BG, I'm actually gonna have to go for like 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna run in here and YOLO with the Berserking buff up and see how much damage I can output before they bring me down. Also, if we do get up to 29 and we're not in the BG, we can equip this ring. And interesting thing about the ring is the proc scales down the higher level you get. We got a healer over here, or what's going on? This dude. Whoa, he's pumping damage. Is he pumping more than me? Oh, yep, he is kind of. Well, to be fair, he was casting on me as I was killing the other dude. We got a melee, Spartan kick him away, then knocked him back into more freeze effects. He might get me here. Get it kited though. Does he die to the AoE? No, he doesn't. That was close though. Oh, and I'm level 30. Crap. I had to AFK for about 3 minutes to get a delivery downstairs, and unfortunately my team fell apart without me, so we do end up losing the BG, and since we're 30, we cannot queue up in this BG bracket again. We roll into this decent escape ability as we're continuing progression in the Mana Storm, and we start getting pretty lucky with Greedy Demons. We find 2 in Mana Storm 157, 1 Greedy Demon in 159, and 2 right next to each other at the very beginning of 160, and then 2 later on in that same Mana Storm. I keep getting comments like these that say they're not finding any Greedy Demons, but I highly doubt you're using the macro plus the Mind Vision spell that you get from the Mana Storm vendor. We'll now vendor all the loot we got from Greedy Demons from what I think is the past 10 Mana Storms combined. I've only been looting Greedy Demons because I've gotten a bit lazy with that. Plus, we're also running low on space as I'm trying to level enchanting and tailoring, and we're getting really close to 300 enchanting, so we can do the high risk enchanting stuff. We do a few of these greater agility glove enchants, which are going for around 17 gold in the auction house right now, and that gets us a level up. And with that level up, we find Nature's Grasp, which has definitely changed. It only lasts for 4 seconds now, but only has a 20-second cooldown, so it's actually really good now for peeling off melees. We also get this talent Precision maxed out for less mana cost and increased hit chance of spells, and we pick up 1 rank of this talent that increases crit chance and lowers damage taken while CC'd. And just on a side note, the capstone bonus for this is really good for some kind of nature spamming build. I then max out tailoring by crafting these wizard weave leggings to free up some space, and we disenchant them for what's probably a net loss. Dream Dust is only going for like 5 gold a stack right now, and that's pretty much all we get. Since we're 300 tailoring now, we're able to learn all the high risk tailoring recipes, and we can explore more with that once we're 60. We grab the scrolls that we got from leveling up, and we're now doing some rerolls, and we find spell power maxed out, so our crits now deal 200% damage, which before I think they were dealing like 180, base is 175, but I think we had something boosting it by like 5. And the capstone bonus is actually really good for us. When our mana is below 50%, if we deal a crit, we get mana back, and we get 10% more magic damage for 10 seconds. I want to get close to 40 before we queue for the next BG, so we're going to grind some XP in the Mana Storm. And the strat here is basically just run into the Mana Storm, and if there's no Greedy Demons, just try to get killed immediately, and rinse and repeat this process till the macro finds a Greedy Demon. And eventually we do find 2 in this Blackrock Spire. After we kill 1, there's another Greedy Demon pretty close by, so we do get some nice profit from grinding in here. We rinse and repeat this process a little bit more and find yet another Greedy Demon, and we're now going to vendor pretty much everything we just got from both those Greedy Demons, and then I ended up letting the loot bot and loot a few things. We get quite nice profit there, and we're now really close to 40, so I queued up for a BG. Unfortunately, the enemy is looking kind of sucky, so we might actually win this pretty easily. Kind of wanted a challenge here. This guy's got Hydra Skulls as well. When I'm sitting in his AoE. Oh geez, I got kind of owned by this dude. I just need to be involved in 1 kill, and I think this is going to be it. That should be 40, right? No, it's not. This guy will be 40. No, he's only level 31, so I don't get XP for that. And this guy's only 31 as well, so I don't get XP for that. Or, okay, we get XP from something. And that should be Moonkin form. Yes, it is. Plus, we also get improved Moonkin form because that was our last skill carded ability. I'm looking at my stats and I'm seeing we get the 3% crit from Moonkin form. Plus, our spirit's increasing our spell power now. So we get like 40 or 50 spell power, I think. We also get a bunch of armor from Moonkin form. So 10% physical damage reduction. Okay, I'm down to fight you. I was looking at my stats, but okay with it, I think. I'm getting ganged though. Right? Or wait, was this guy actually helping me? That guy was just doing all that damage? Jeez. Got a massive incoming here. Who wants to go in and tank first, though, is the question. And they're grouping really nicely for Hydracles, so we can get some bounce action here. Oh yeah, those crits. I feel like no one's playing this Arathi Basin right. There's just caps going on nonstop and everyone's just trying to get in and get the XP, which maybe that is the way actually, because you get XP for kills. I don't think you get XP for winning, or maybe not as much. Yeah, I just got killed and I was looking at the map and I noticed no one at farm and the enemy is at farm, of course. I'm gonna get on this dude and just use this thing, Nature's Grasp. And then I should beat him, like there's no way, right? It's level 37 and I have Moonkin form. Ooh, that was close. I'm really not feeling the power of my level 40 power spike that I feel like I was going to be feeling. Oh, we got another dude here. Well, at least I recapped. Then hopefully I can spawn here before... I don't think I have time. Unless the absolute zero is on the flag, but it's definitely not. We're doing pretty good. We're holding 3. The enemy only has 2. There's 1 minute left. Should might be able to cap this. No one's defending it. I think they're just going super aggressive because they know they have to like 5 cap at this point to win. It says time remaining 0 minutes though, so I guess they have another minute because it just said time remaining 1 minute, which means there's probably another full minute before the BG's over. The enemy did end up capping a lumber mill, but we still got the 3 cap maintains. On this dude again, I've seen this guy a few times. And we got his buddy too. Keep hitting the wrong button for Spartan kick. I haven't used it once, I think, in this PG. Like I just hit the wrong button again for it. As for my score, 4 KBs, 9 deaths, and as for my damage, I was doing okay. And actually, never mind, I was sorting by lowest damage done. I'm pretty close to the bottom. This build is not the way for PvP, at least not yet. From getting 40, we get some reroll scrolls, and we reroll into Totemic Focus 5 out of 5. So we're going to be on the lookout for totems now, and we get this interesting talent Conductor. Frostbolt and Frost Nova give us conductor stacks, which lower the cast time of our next lightning bolt or chain lightning. And I was just about to reroll lightning bolt. Maybe it's something I should hold on to now. We do get Wind Fury totem. That haste is not going to help us, but we'll keep it for now for the totemic focus buff as we have no air totems. We rerolled a few more times and got 3 out of 3 astral shift, which is the talent I was talking about earlier. Some nice buffs all around with that. And we're now just going to focus on doing some mana storm progression with an XP pot running, simply because I'm not feeling too crazy about the build right now. I feel like we got some good stuff, but I feel like there's also so much room for improvement. And speaking of improvement, this thing is nuts. Frostbolt crits deal additional fire damage. Whoa, that's huge. As we're continuing the Mana Storm progression, randomly a bunch of people start getting banned for some kind of exploit. Like we're talking anywhere from 20 to 30 dudes are getting banned. And this was the exploit. You can kind of see why their builds got rolled back. But I'm not sure why they lost all their gold and their loot. I do think the people that knew about the exploit and were abusing it are already so far ahead of the server's progression anyways, because they're, you know, in the know on all the secret tricks and stuff. So them losing some progress isn't going to really affect anything. And in fact, it's going to be a boost to everyone else, basically. I was looking at the world chat after they got banned, and people seem to be pretty happy that people are getting banned for the exploit, even if it is for only 3 days. And I guess it's because they were maybe all getting golden marks 4, which you can sell in the auction house for quite a nice profit. So maybe that's why their stuff was wiped. We find a new type of totem, a water totem, and this one just gives us some minor healing, but it does give us a 3rd stack of the totemic focus buff. And with that, we're now going to queue for a random BG, and we're going to try to cap out our honor here. If we do win this, I believe we'll be close to the cap. which is good because they just introduced some new PvP gear and the old stuff is really cheap. So we can maybe make a really scuffed PvP set for level 60 and we could try some high risk farming. And I don't know how much 60 progression we're going to do with this build because I only have so much bank space and a lot of it is filled with melee DPS gear. And like as we're leveling, I'm not finding I have space to deposit leveling gear and I'm not really able to hold on to a lot of our caster stuff. Like I'll quickly go over everything that we got. We're still using some stuff from quite a while ago, so we're not really, twinking out as hard as we could. So overall in this BG, my performance is pretty mid. I did better than the last one, but I'm still quite a ways behind the top KBs or damage. There was this really good fight though, that's definitely worth showing. We're going to drop totems and then don't let this guy heal. We can help it. I got 2 people on me, huh? Fly away, fly away, fly away. Use Nature's Grasp. I don't have any healing potions or anything. This guy's, wait, he's low. Oh, jeez. This is actually a close fight. I have that. Metricals. I have Leon hands. Should just use that earlier. And then it takes me out of bear form. Or moonkin form, rather. Jeez, what is going on here? Them with my Entangling Roots ability. I'm actually doing work here, jeez. It's another dude? I just took out 4 dudes. More. And since I took out 4, there are 15 players at mine. We're now 4 capping and we're pushing on a 5 cap. Got 1v1 from this dude. I should have my totems out already. You guys actually pumping damage. Root him and stay in the AoE so I don't get yelled at by the comment section. Then I get an instant Mind Blast if I'm paying attention, which is a big if. We picked up this talent quite a while ago, and I wasn't sure if it's worth holding on to that talent and Mind Blast to be able to use that ability, because that's 1 ability and 1 talent slot, and we're not really going for modifiers for Mind Blast. Like our main modifiers are for Frostbolt and Frost Spells. For winning BGs, you get loot bags, and I opened them all up and queued for a Mana Storm, not really thinking. I realized we had no space. Then by the time I realized it, it's too late because we're in Zul'Farrak and there's 3 greedy demons that we're about to run into. It's not good. I haven't loot that. We can loot the greedy demon, but can we loot the weapons? Got the epics, got the blues, and then we do get the greens as well. Very nice. I know it's too late to loot 1 of the greedy demons, so we only ended up getting the loot from 2. This message has got to be a bait, right? Please don't put it in the videos, and please don't put this message in a video either. He's trying to send me gold. I'll use this 200 gold to buy lottery tickets. There's currently a 109,000 gold jackpot, and I'll use that 200 gold to buy 20 tickets. And there's also this 1,000 gold that the dude sent, and we'll just use that to buy lottery tickets as well. And if I do win, I'll spread the gold out to all my subscribers, I guess. We do some more Mana Storm progression up to 59, get some more loots, and we're now going to vendor all that. So we're almost 60, and I'm about to queue for a BG. Before we do, we're pretty much honor capped, and I think the best thing we can do with our honor is buy these Bloody Marks of War, and we can either use them for the character or sell them. We can use that gold to refine our build further once we find a good build. And already it's BG ownage time. We are ahead on the BG that's a really stupid BG, where it's just about what team can get the most kills. For this build, I don't think I'm going to do too well here, but I do have a bit of an advantage. So at 60, we can equip this mythic staff, which I think is going to just own. And then I also have this wand ready to go. You can equip weapons, I believe, in BGs, but just not anything else. And then also we have the full set of cloth caster PvP gear, which should do pretty well here. And really quickly, are we going to get 60 anytime soon? Or, oh, they made it anti-fun and you can't get 60 in this BG. I remember. Okay, well, it's still actually pretty fun because I have the PvP gear and they don't. This guy's only got 1800 health and I have double that basically. And I think the plan is just to charge in here and absolute 0 into all of them basically. And we're going to try to fly away. Oops, wrong button for that. Lay on hands. No. Is my freeze doing work on them? I can't really tell. For some reason, the leaderboard is not working here as well. So this is going to be kind of lame. We're not going to be able to really judge our ownage level. But we can kind of just see here. I'm getting focused already, I can tell. Yeah, this BG sucks pretty bad. But since I know we're going to win, I might as well just stick it out and get the free win. My goal with this whole character is not to, smurf out in a BG. Something just critting for 841, by the way. And I'm critting for like 380, I think. with the bouncing frostbolt, but still. I think the way this build's meant to be played is just run in and absolute zero and then just start pumping and then just try to jump out if you can and lay on hands yourself. I think that was some good damage. I wasn't really able to see. The enemy's starting to push forward again, so we run in, we drop the absolute zero, and we fly away. We'll see if, well, that actually kind of worked out, I think. I got some XP, meaning there was some kills that went down. And before we open those caches, I put on really high item level gear. That's not necessarily going to be good for us, but we got our item level up to 63.6. And that's gonna, for whatever reason, increase the stuff we get from the caches. You can see we're getting some really good stuff here, which I think is pretty stupid. I think everyone should get the same stuff from doing the same daily quest. Like, come on. We just got Judgment Cowl, the tier 1 Pally helmet, which has item level 69, and that boosts our item level up to 64. Might as well just put the Giant Stalker belt on as well. So that's going to boost our item level. Then we'll open up the other caches. We got the tier 1 Priest helmets, the Rogue pants. We'll definitely throw on the Rogue pants, and that's going to buff our item level even more. Then we'll open up the other caches. And we got Helm of Wrath, the Warrior helmets, and the Shaman bracers. And those bracers do buff our item level. I find it funny that you have to keep a gear set for opening caches. Like, that does not make sense at all to me. Some people were trying to explain in the comment section, but I firmly believe having item level having anything to do with your loot is a bad system. Because we're now 60 and tailoring's maxed out, we get this quest that gives us this recipe for fitted wrist wraps of fury, which increase our haste by 2%. It requires a lot of mats though, so I'm hoping this is not like a one-time thing. I also maxed out enchanting and got this recipe for free. It's really good, but insanely expensive. The greater eternals are going for 10 gold a pop, so that's 300 gold right there. It might be profitable to make this and sell on the auction house, but I'm not sure if it's actually selling, and I'm not even sure if you'd make a profit because the mats are pretty expensive. The profession dailies are all really expensive except the runecloth bandage one, so I do that 7 times. We get some nice stuff, but it's only really good for PvE because the Bloodforge versions of it are going for like 10 to 20 gold in the auction house. They changed the other daily system a bit from what it was in the video. You can now do each daily 7 times instead of the same one 35 times in a row, and it takes a bit longer to do dailies now, but as long as you find people dropping the call boards that are totally not pay to win, you can get all the dailies done pretty quick. I think I spent about an hour out here and got most of the ones in the area done. We now got quite a few caches to open, and I'm just going to open them all really quick. Onyxia Hide Backpack's cool. It's an 18 slot bag, and all we currently have is 16 slotters. And then Trinket's also really good for any spec, and it's item level 70, so we'll put that on right now. But yeah, we're just going to open all these caches, and mainly I'm on the lookout for a bunch of pieces of a specific set, because the set bonuses are actually pretty good. And we got another Onyxia Hide Backpack, very nice. So I opened a lot more of the caches, and you can see we're getting a ton of these Face Guard of 10 Storms. I'm just going to start vendoring these, and we'll keep 1. And then I already have a Judgment Cowl in the bank, so we'll keep 1, I guess. And I'm using a Helmet of Wrath. One thing I just realized is there's different set bonuses for each set. Like there's Arsenal of Wrath and Battle Gear of Wrath, and they have different purposes. So I shouldn't have vendored all the stuff I did without looking at the set bonuses. And I went through everything and found all the sets that are either healing or tanking related or duplicates, and we're just going to sell them. We'll now mess around with the caster spec a little bit at 60. I rolled into Totem of Wrath, which is really good, and I also rolled into Firefall, which is the fire version of Starfall, and we already have the frost version of it, and we can test them out in the Mana Storm. So if we pop both, we can see the damage is pretty decent actually. The problem with these abilities though is they have a whopping 1.5 minute cooldown, and there are ways to lower that with a build. Like if we look at this talent Starweaver, Star Surge will lower the cooldown of Starfall, and Star Surge is this ability that doesn't actually have that much of a cast time, but does have a 12-second cooldown. I think there's ways to remove that cooldown from that ability though, and I'm thinking if we wanted to have a build revolving around Starfall and abilities that have modifiers with that, we should have a build that is a Starfall build, and we could spend time to potentially try to roll into that. It's just with the way our inventory is currently set up and how we don't have much space, I feel like it's just a waste because we don't have enough inventory space to be able to have a caster and a physical build. And I think since we rolled into Fellforged Flames in that other video, we have a solid foundation for a physical build. I think we're much better off just dumping our caster gear and holding onto a physical set if we need it. We can test out Starfall and Frostfall here. I just popped them both. And we got a greedy demon over there. Crap, I didn't even see that. I think we might be able to clear these mobs though before taking a little bit of damage. I forgot to grab my pet and we went back and grabbed that. So we now have 5% increased crit chance. And right as I popped Starfall, by the way, I got stunned. So it wasn't actually doing damage. I think it used to cancel the effect, but now Starfall just won't happen while you're stunned. And then once you become unstunned, it will keep happening. We're also using a pretty good gear set. We have a chance to deal chaos damage to all enemies in combat whenever we cast a damage spell, and we get 5% crits as long as we keep killing stuff. And overall, with everything popped, we have 45% spell crit, or 51 I guess, and then we have the Totem of Wrath, which gives us 3% extra chance to crit the target, and it's not showing up under our crit chance. And there's a lot of crit, but with my other build I had like 70% crit, I think. Pop Starfall again, got both of them, and then we can pop the free action potion, Motion Lotion, so we can't get stunned. And this is a lot of AoE, pretty fancy. Let's actually get out of there because we're taking a lot of damage. We also got Earthquake too, which does stun enemies if they sit in it for too long. So we can combo that with Absolute Zero. It's kind of a cool combo because Absolute Zero stuns as well. I didn't combo that well because Absolute Zero wasn't up in time. But yeah, we're now on Mana Storm 176 and the bosses do have quite a bit of HP. We can pop our cooldowns just to see the damage here. And you can see we are still putting out a pretty good amount of damage. We got booed out of the Mana Storm. Didn't really get much progression. And originally my plan was we're going to keep progressing and try to make this build better, but we just don't have space for all this caster gear. And I feel like it's going to take a while for this caster spec to get anywhere close to my physical spec. So I'm not thinking that we could just, you know, throw out all the physical gear. And so I feel like right now we're going to make the decision that we're going to be pivoting towards a physical spec of some sort. It could be a little bit of caster hybrid, but it's not going to be a spell power intellect build. So yeah, all this gear is unfortunately going in the dumps. Maybe not the heroic rings, actually. We could use those for boosting our item level for high risk later maybe. But everything else is unfortunately going in the garbage, and I think we're just going to be dumping the spec. With our 140k marks, we're going to reroll abilities on our Fellforged Flame spec, and we'll get a bunch of card packs that we could use to prestige another spec if we find some really good stuff. So we got the Starfall build to 60, but didn't have enough bank space to be able to store gear from that build and our physical one. So I decided just to focus on the physical build because Fellforged Flames is just so good. This ability gave us a huge damage increase, and it's now dealing at least 25% of our damage. So we're now going to try to make a build around that ability. In order to shape the build up a bit more and reroll abilities, we need Marks of Ascension, which we get from doing dailies. And I did the heroic and mythic dungeon diving dailies 7 times each, which surprisingly did not take that long. The trick is to queue for Upper Skullomance, go to the right and drop down, and there's a door that hopefully someone can open. If not, the key is pretty close by at the skeleton boss. Usually someone will have the key though, and the final boss is pretty close by. The whole thing takes like 5 minutes max. For some extra money, you can also queue for the random dungeon because that gives you the loot bag and gold. You just gotta hope you pick up someone in your group that's queuing for only Upper Skullomance, and that will bring you to it. Otherwise, you may be stuck in a dungeon like this one that took forever because no one knew where to go. It was pretty funny though, because me and 2 other dudes got lost and the tank didn't bother coming back to help us, which I don't really blame him for. He valiantly went on to try to solo the final boss and did quite a bit of damage to it before dying. We get there just in time so the boss didn't reset and it aggroes to us, and we're able to finish it off. The tank didn't realize we were so close though, or he probably wouldn't have left the group because he does not get credit for completing the dungeon. After turning in all the dailies and the dailies from yesterday, we're now up to 180k Marks of Ascension, and we're going to use those to buy 60 ability rerolls and 120 talent rerolls. If we don't get anything that's crazy good, that's okay, because we're also getting talent seal card packs and ability seal card packs, and we can use those to prestige another build. Really quickly, I'll just show off the abilities we currently have, and we do have some stuff that we don't need, like Kill Command. Retribution Aura is also unnecessary. Thunderclap is not something we need anymore. And then down here we do have a few talents that we don't care about dumping, like this thing does nothing. And then I was holding on a mace spec just in case we found some good maces, but I think we'll stick with poleaxe spec. Orcs have a racial that increases crit chance with axes by 1%, which isn't a crazy amount, but it's reason enough to stick with axes, I think. And we've been getting a lot of good axes anyways and no good maces. And if we go down a bit more, we got got like this thing that's giving us 1% crit, which isn't really much. I think it's definitely something we could reroll. Reduces all fire, frost, and nature damage taken. Isn't bad, I guess, but it is definitely something we could dump. And then we don't really need focus rage, reduce the cost of whirlwind, but do we really care about that too much? And then 1 out of 3 armor to the teeth, we could definitely dump that. And so yeah, I'm going to begin the process of rerolling those abilities and talents that I just talked about, and we'll see if we can get any really cool stuff. We get Malice upgraded from rank 3 to 5, so we get 2% more crit. Reduce the duration of stun, fear, and silence effects is really good. It's good for PvE and PvP, so I think we'll hold on to that. We got to rank up totemic focus, so when we drop totems, we get a stronger buff. We only currently have 2 totems though. Wind Fury Totem increase our melee haste by 10%, and Tremor Totem can remove fear, charm, and sleep effects. Increases melee crit and hit chance by 2. We'll take it. We finally got a pet, Dominate Undead. I'm not sure which one's gonna be best for the build, but we'll definitely hold on to that. And we'll now reroll the Bear Attack talent, because you can't use that with a pet. Huge buff here, 5% extra crit chance all the time. We'll definitely hold on to that. Ghost Wolf increases speed by 30%, but we already have this combination with Frost Shock that makes it increase our speed by 30%. It is taking a talent and an ability slot though, whereas Ghost Wolf is only taking 1. I will say Frost Shock costs a ton of mana, 244, and if we use 10 Frost Shocks, we're completely out of mana and we can't even use Storm Strike. So I think we'll just dump the Frost Shock combo and we'll hold on to Ghost Wolf for now because it's less mana. There's still a couple of abilities that we definitely don't need for the build, like we just got this at the very end. And then I've been meaning to reroll Kill Command, and down here we got a few talents. They're going to be pretty good if we get another talent. Like this one requires us to have Heavyweight, which is this thing that increases our damage but lowers our attack speed. And if it's stacked up fully, then it does big AoE damage. And we got a few things like that down here. Endless Fury as well would be really good if we do find Blade Flurry. And screw it, I'll just show you guys what Blade Flurry does. Increases attack speed and allows us to hit another nearby target. It does have a 2-minute cooldown, but Endless Flurry lowers the cooldown of it, so it's a really powerful combo if we do find Blade Flurry. For buying all those rerolls with Marks of Ascension, we get a ton of seal card packs, which I did open, but we're going to save that for later on in the video. Right now we're going to open all these callboard caches with a 67 item level. The gear set we're using to get 67 item level looks super goofy, but the main purpose is not for looks. It's to get that item level up as high as we possibly can so we can get the best stuff we can from these caches. And I do think at a certain point it does cap out. Like I'm noticing we're getting the same stuff as when we were level like 65 or 64. Well, I've not seen this dagger yet, which is item level 70, and then I've not seen this mace either, which is also level 70. The proc increases fire spell damage, and the overall DPS on that thing is nuts. I sorted through the loot and most of it's going in the dumps. Before we vendor it, we'll open these heroic dungeon spoils. So we got from queuing for a random dungeon, I believe, and we get a heroic offhand fist weapon and a heroic cloak, which is pretty low item level for where we're currently at. You can check out the mythic stuff as well, which should be higher quality. And we got our first mythic gun that I've seen so far. I think that's because I'm choosing to go for strength gear. If I chose agi gear, I'm guessing we'd get more ranged weapons. I opened all the heroic and mythic caches and we got some stuff that we're just going to vendor. Nothing really that's going to help us too much. Mainly we got a bunch of Case of Fortune talents that we can use to get free talent rerolls. I want to empty our bags and we're going to get a ton of gold from vendoring all this stuff. And yeah, that was about 170 gold worth of stuff. We're now going to start building a PvP set. If we were really loaded with honor, we could buy season 1 gear, and this stuff is much better than the season 0.5 gear. Like you can see, it gives 6 more strength, stam, and 5 more crit rating. But it's 24k honor, and unfortunately they made it so honor caps out at 75k, which I don't know why they did that in a season like this where you never really know what your build's going to be. So you kind of want to save your honor till you have a good build, then you can buy your gear. Either way, we're going to buy all the warrior PvP gear, and as you can see, we get the set bonus of resilience, attack power, and the armor pen. And because I think it's so important to have gear that has PvP power on it, we're going to unequip everything that's not giving us PvP power. And you can see here what PvP power does: increases damage against players and increases damage against creatures and reduces damage taken from creatures in the open world. And if we unequip just one piece, you can see we lose 2% damage. So I think it is pretty important to get as much PvP power as you can. And so we're now going to buy a bunch of Bloodforged gear. This neck piece is actually heroic Bloodforged. I think it just had 1 more of each stat in these other ones, but for some reason it was cheaper. I think the person did not notice that it was heroic Bloodforged. We also got some Bloodforged rings. This sealed Berserker is pretty good. And then this this Band of Acuria for another 20 gold. And then these Shard of the Scales are only going for 20. The proc on this is really strong, but I keep forgetting to pop it. So I think we'll just go for the Netharian's badge. We'll buy out probably all of those just because they're the only 3 that I can see up right now. And maybe they're really underpriced from what they usually are. There's not a lot of options for belts. This one for 10 gold is pretty much the way to go, I think. There's not many good options for bracers, so we're just going to grab these that are Heroic Bloodforged. The cheapest cloak is going to be about 50 gold. Ouch. And last but not least, here's our weapon options. Zillion Stone Axe is really cheap, or we could go for the more expensive Treant's Bane, which has way less overall damage. I'm not sure why that's more expensive. Then down here we got Grillex Carver, which does a bit more damage. Or if we want to splurge for 74 gold, we could get a Spinal Reaper, and we could get 2 of those. We could drop them in PvP, or we could use our heirlooms. These can't be dropped in PvP, and they have Crusader on them, but they have way less top end damage. And we could get 2 of those. Those things have crazy top end, so it might be worth it to just splurge on the Bloodforged Spinal Reapers, because that might be the difference between winning and losing the duel. Crusader Enchant's only going for 26 gold, so let's grab a couple of those. For our trinket, I splurged on the one that costs 20 gold, because it's only a 2-minute cooldown and increases PvP power and resilience. This one increases PvP power by way less. And then also for 20k honor, we'll splurge on this shoulder enchant. I was also thinking I'd buy the bow from the honor vendor, but it's only level 48 and it doesn't give much PvP power. So we're just going to spend 40 gold on the striker's mark, which is pretty good. Before we go out, we can also check out the profession dailies. These 2 are from yesterday, and the price of 20 rugged leather was I think 40 or 60 gold. And because we waited a day, it went all the way back down to 5. And then fire oil is still pretty expensive. I think it was like 70, so we did still save some gold by waiting. And we can turn both those in and see the new dailies for today. I'm thinking just grab all those and do them tomorrow when the price of this stuff drops. So right now I'm almost certain it's gonna be really high. I forgot to do the normal dungeon daily, so I did that 7 times and did this duel daily where you have to win 5 duels, and you can do that really quickly by having the opponent just forfeit. And we're back up to a whopping 43k marks, which is going to be 14 more ability rerolls and 28 talent rerolls. When we roll into our 3rd totem, we don't have much healing spell power, but we do get extra crit and haste rating with totemic focus. On this talent buff Seamount, we're healed from the healing totem. We'll hold on to that talent for now because we still have one that's useless. This one's interesting. Deal extra shadow damage with abilities and spells. I'm testing its damage, and it's doing about as much as the pet's melee attacks, and pretty similar damage to Storm Strike and Wind Strike. I would say it's definitely worth holding on to, and I should consider dumping some other stuff before rerolling that. And if we got this talent 3 out of 3, we have another thing that could reduce Blade Flurry's cooldown. Improved Rampage gives us 2% attack speed, and increased crit chance of all spells and abilities. I think abilities applies to even like physical abilities, so that's really good. Before we head out, I just had a major realization. We were not using the right Mystic Enchant page, so we weren't getting like 3% crits, 12% increased whirlwind damage with 3 of these, increased whirlwind damage with this as well, increased crit chance of whirlwind, increased overall damage, increased extra auto attack damage as nature, increased crit chance while dual wielding by 2, increased chance to hits, and track humanoids was the reason why I even checked, because I wanted this while we're doing high risk stuff. I looked for some high risk PvP in Western Plaguelands, which is a tier 2 high risk zone, meaning we can drop items from bags or equipped gear. The area I farmed in has a bunch of elite mobs and like 4 different rare spawns, so I was thinking I would find people here, but that was just not the case. When I first got here, all the rares were up, so I'm guessing no one had been here for a while, and I was able to farm in peace for 40 minutes before filling up my bags completely. Among the loot we got was these crafting mats that are used for some endgame recipes. If you combine them, you get marks of war, but it's just bronze ones usually, and those only give you 50 marks. So say we got 40 of these bronze marks, it ends up only being 2,000 marks of Ascension, which is about as much as a daily quest. The mobs in Hearthglen did also sometimes drop silver or gold marks of war, so we did get some extra marks that way, but it wasn't a ton. I also wasn't sure if I dropped them when I got ganked, so I used them immediately. I then go on to do the dailies, and I had quite a few stacked up. It seems like dailies are by far the best way to progress your character, and I'm kind of over it. I told the devs to buff high risk, and they did adjust a few numbers here and there, but it seems like they're more focused on making dailies the way to progress. And dailies are so boring. Like, they're not content. It's not something I can put in a video. It's just you go from point A to B, drop your call board that you paid 35 DP for, and you get pretty much end game loot for doing these just stupid quests. And I thought about it while I was doing the dailies today, and the reason why they're doing it this way and they're not interested in making the dailies more interesting is you can complete the dailies with bazaar tokens that you spend real money for on the shop. And if the dailies were fun, no one would buy the tokens. So they're actually making money by making the dailies more boring. And it seems like the devs have caught on to this fact, and they're more interested in prioritizing monetization of the server rather than making it fun. And for me, that just works to downplay a lot of the good things they got going on here. Like, don't get me wrong, Project Ascension is absolutely groundbreaking in so many ways for a long time WoW fan, but it feels like they're just shooting themselves in the foot to milk a few more pennies out of people, and it is pretty painful to witness, especially as someone that's, you know, covering the server. With all that out of the way, from doing all the dailies and some other quests, we got, I think it was 100k marks worth of rerolls, which is 70 talent rerolls and 32 regular ability rerolls. And I mainly want to see here if we can get Blade Flurry or Sweeping Strikes. We have talents that buff both abilities, and I'm really surprised we've not seen either yet. And this escape ability is really good. I think it has some cool synergy with talents. And we get Slice and Dice for 10% attack speed. And one of our main melee moves actually gives us combo points, so we should hold on to that. On our final roll, we get Blessing of Kings for a 5% stat increase. And now we'll start rerolling talents. And yeah, just on a side note, it does kind of suck that out of, I don't know how many rerolls I've done with this build, maybe like 300, 400. Have not seen either Blade Flurry or Sweeping Strikes, but that wouldn't bother me. Like, I would be just motivated to keep going and, you know, keep trying to get it to make the build better. If, like I said, the process for refining your build was fun, but like I said, you know, I gave them my feedback on how to make it fun. They just ignored me. I will say up to this point, I was genuinely enjoying the server, and I wasn't doing this because, you know, it was the only content I could make. Like, I could have just made a couple videos and dipped out. I kept going because I was genuinely having fun. But at this point, as I'm, you know, trying to progress my character to the next level, which I think is what people have been wanting for a while now, I'm finding that process just not to be fun, like I said. So improved Ret Aura is actually pretty good. We do have Ret Aura, and I can't reroll it anyways because we're out of skill rerolls, so we might as well hold on to that talent. Increase your melee haste by 4%. I feel like that's pretty good. Increases agi and melee and range crit by 2. Ooh. Hold on to that. We get this talent maxed out finally. We got that talent really early on while we were leveling. 5% more crit. We had no ranks this before. Our crit is insane. And all right, we're going to do a little Mana Storm progression. I want to show off some really cool components to build, plus the fact that we have 83% crit. So pretty much everything's critting. It went up to 89 there for a second. At 89 if we pop Berserker Stance. And that's with the Onyxia buff, which is giving us like 2% crit, I think. The amount of crit we have is just absolutely crazy and overkill. And you also got to factor in, like, Whirlwind has 6% increased chance to crit, I think. So when I pop Whirlwind, it's pretty much always going to crit. I also have a macro that makes it so I go into Berserker Stance right before I Whirlwind, and then this macro makes it so we go to Battle Stance right before we Storm Strike. Switching stances like this has multiple purposes. We're getting 6% crit from Berserker Stance instead of 3, and 20% armor pen from Battle Stance instead of 10. Also, switching stances allows us to have Blood Rage up infinitely, and while Blood Rage is up, not only are we getting Rage over time, we're feared for 30% less duration, and Whirlwind reduces the cooldown of our next Whirlwind. We also have this talent which reduces the cooldown of Whirlwind after Storm Strike crits, so I probably should switch the macro around to give Storm Strike the increased chance to crit, and Whirlwind would probably benefit more from the increased armor pen anyways. In Mana Storms, this build is actually nuts, because yeah, Whirlwind, and then it's on cooldown, but now it's off cooldown. Hit with a Q, and that didn't crit there. I think Q has to crit, and then Whirlwind is refreshed. And like, there's pretty much no chance it doesn't crit, but we didn't get the crit there. But normally, like, R and then Q, and then Whirlwind again is R. We're standing in a crap load of AoE, so we're just gotta get out of that. We got Whirlwind, Q, Whirlwind's up again, so Q again, or Whirlwind again rather. I'm taking a crap load of damage. I'm just trying to maximize the DPS, so I'm kind of not really worrying about, you know, what I'm standing in. I'm just tunneling on Whirlwind. It's yeah, as you can see, it's just infinite Whirlwinds pretty much, which is so cool. I do wonder what our DPS would be if we had Blade Flurry or Sweeping Strikes, because it makes our attacks hit an extra target, and Whirlwind's hitting every target nearby pretty much. Like, it hits 6 targets, and I think it would be hitting them twice each, so the amount of damage we'd be pumping is just not even fathomable. It could even be like doubling our damage if we had Blade Flurry or Sweeping Strikes, so I would be wholly interested in, trying to farm that and trying to test it out. But unless they figure out a way to make 60 content more interesting, this will probably be my last Ascension video on the season. My suggestion would be to incentivize high-risk PvP and make Mark of War farming areas in honorable combat zones that rotate every day. So one day you could have an area in Winter Spring designated as a high-risk farming spot, and on another day it could be Hearthglen in Western Plaguelands. I think that spot's just so cool for PvP. I do think the Mana Storm is a really cool option for those people who don't really want to PvP, or maybe you got wrecked in PvP, so you got to go to the Mana Storm to farm more stuff. But especially from a content creator's perspective, I feel like the Mana Storm can't be the only thing for me to strive for. I got to be able to test my builds against other players. Although maybe other people don't really feel that way. Like I know, other people that are playing on the server for the most part are not making content on it. So maybe what they've done here is enough for you guys to continue playing. I'm interested to see what you guys think about it. Let me know in the comment section.